You should apologize. So you know what I did? I apologized to the black ass, bro. Just like any other white woman. Bro, it's so crazy. Like, after this, I'm done with white women. You know what she said? Fuck you and your apology. And she still blamed me for the barber shit. I said, you know what? If I didn't apologize, I'm gonna make this statement right here in this room right now. From the bottom of my heart. Because my heart is deep enough to swim it. And I apologize. I don't throw apologies out there lightly. I take that shit serious. Because it takes a man to humble himself, to get on his knee, and ask someone to forgive them for something they didn't do. I didn't do anything. But I apologize. And you know what she did? Because she didn't care about the apology. She cared about making herself feel good. She said, fuck your apology. Because that's what she wanted. She just wanted to feel good. And I'm not good enough to make her feel good. I'm the problem. So she looks for an excuse to get a little cheap in relief, after victory. And I took that back. That's the last time I'm doing that. I'm not doing that for no more white women. And I blame Kendo as well too. Because Kendo, I think, is a reasonable person. And he's supposed to pull his friend to the side, just like anyone would do, and say, hey, bro, you got the wrong idea. I mess with you, but you got the wrong idea. That's not what's going on. You're looking at it wrong. They have very particular rules when it comes to attacking kids. Technically, when it comes to moderation, that was an attack on your kids. Let me give you the differences, because we had something like this that happened before. Let me break it down to you. But you know what he did? He didn't do any of that. He said, Nathan, I'm going to just take up for my friend even when she's wrong. That nigga, he don't care what chillism. He don't. Right? That's what a friend would do. I remember, give an example, not put anyone on the spot, but I remember a situation, and King was there too. Concrete is my boy. I felt like Concrete did me wrong one time. And I told Concrete how I felt about it. I didn't take his side. I told him. If it was Concrete, he would do the same thing to me. No, Mason, you're wrong on this one, bro. You're wrong on this one. That's what friends do. Friends don't allow friends to look stupid just because they don't want to hurt their friends' feelings. Friends will pull their friend to the side and say, what the fuck are you doing? That's what a friend does. These people aren't friends. These people are ass kissers. They're ass kissers. And I don't need people like that around me. I would not kiss Lynn's ass when she was wrong. She was over talking. I told her, I gave her countless chances. Lynn, stop over talking. Lynn, stop over talking. Lynn, stop over talking. But you know what she is? She's an entitled white woman. She's entitled. And that's a lot of these things with white women. They're entitled. So what she did was like, okay, I'm going to keep talking. And I moved her down. And when I moved her down, she wasn't allowed to overtalk anymore. And she was mad at me because I moved her down and put her in a situation where she had to listen to someone talk shit about her, because we set up a queue, and this is in the Terror Dome, where you just overtalk people and that's just people yelling at each other, because this is chillism. We take turns. But she couldn't wait a turn. Right? The same thing happened with Kendo. I told her, like, Kendo wanted to fight this yesterday. I'm like, Kendo, chill out, bro. Like, why are you doing this? Nah. I'm like, Kendo, you gotta know. I would do that to anyone. Even though it's chill. Chill. Put the gun down, bro. You ain't gotta shoot no one. But no. Y'all people are weird, man. Like, I don't understand if that's how you treat your friends in real life. You don't need no enemies, bro. Those people treat you like that, you don't need no enemies, bro. You gotta be fair and realistic. And lastly, I want to say this, man. I remember when I was about 6 years old. I was a little kid, and my grandma, she used to play backgammon. If you guys from the Caribbean, you know what backgammon is, right? And her and all the friends used to sit up there. They drank their little rum. They played. And I was so like, that's my grandma. In the Bahamas, we call her Grammy. That's my Grammy. I love her. And she was out there. And her and her friends was talking. And she said that I knew was a lie. And I said, Grammy, lying. And she said, what you said to me? And she slapped the shit out of me. Not because I was right. Because I disrespected them in front of all the friends. And that taught me a valuable lesson. Your Grammy, no matter how much you love your Grammy, you and your Grammy, and this is what we say in the Bahamas, don't hold the same company. And that means that me and my Grammy, I'm a grandson, we love each other. But when she's with her friends, I can't just treat her like I'm a Grammy. I have to respect her like she has some authority. And that's what I'm going to start doing. Anyone who I feel disrespect me, I'm going to take it that route. I'm just going to slap the shit out of you. And that's what it's going to go on from now on.
It's my turn.
Good shit, Nate. Good shit. Nah, don't good shit that nigga. No, all good shit.
It's my turn.
Thank you from Jasmine. Welcome, Jazzy. Then Colin King, if you want to go put you in.
Yep, it's my turn. Let me read this real quick because I don't got long. It says, from distant paths we wander far, each carrying a different sky. Yet when our voices meet as one, the world grows wider than eye. Hands reach out, walls fall away. Many hearts, one brighter flame. And you all should just think about that, all right? And you all need to just come together. There's too many of you. Like, have you all made money in these rooms? Have you made business connections? Like, let's bring old Clubhouse back. All of this is too much. All right? You're slowing down my money. It's okay. All right, I gotta get my son. So I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna stay here on mute.
Jazzy, happy anniversary. One night,
Thank you so much. Don, I just want to say one more thing. Because Concrete never wants me to talk, so I had to give him a hard time. All right, thank you.
a hard time for Concrete. Go ahead, Concrete.
All right. No, I do not like when Jazzy talks, mainly because Jazzy is an asshole. Jazzy celebrates and worships whiteness. Jazzy is a Trump-tard. Jazzy is anti-intellectual. Jazzy is overbearing. Jazzy is controlling. Jazzy is disruptive. Yes, I don't like the speech for the most part. But when Jazzy is acting normal, which we saw a small glimmer of, I think it was around New Year's, then she's all good, right? Might even get her, a lunch. You know what I'm saying? A Cash App lunch appreciation. If she ever acted like a normal human being. But anyway, that's separating aside. Nate, that was a great submission, brother. And I feel like the one thing that I understood, or the one thing that came to my mind, is that we all don't connect. It's not about connecting the dots. It's about tallying the score, right? We don't tally the score the same way. And so because you're tallying the score on your behalf between you and whomever else, you fully remember what the score is, right? How many points you're down, whatever the transgressions are, you remember, because that's between you and them. Now the difference is with a third party who don't have the same dynamics, they aren't keeping score. Every time she ankle bites you, you feel it, you write it down. Every time she ankle bites you, they probably don't even hear it. It probably doesn't even register as an ankle biting. It's probably just like wah, 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 noise in the background, right? So while you're sitting there getting ankle bit, having her talk shit to you directly, maybe they're not there when it happens, but they're definitely not keeping score. And so you're like, yo, Why, when I fucking go to cash in all of my credit with this person, why is this other nigga that was sitting there not, like, don't you see the receipts, nigga? Don't you know what happened? And the answer is no. No. And I don't remember how many times this other person annoyed the shit out of you or fucked with you or whatever, right? And so for that, we gotta make some room on both sides. Because if somebody says, yo, I got a beef with this person, somebody else, and I guess this is, is King still here? Oh, King left. This would be the King, that you don't just automatically pass. You don't automatically say that they're innocent because you don't know. But you know, it's lost on him because it was mostly for him. But he's not here. And Cogito, I don't know why anybody celebrated that submission. That was I am trying to get centered ass submission. Come on, Cogito, you're better than that, bro. Matt celebrated it because Matt didn't realize all you was trying to do is get the attention off everybody else and onto you. Maybe as a diversionary tactic, I don't know. But that shouldn't be commended. And Nate, I did not agree with what you said about the homie Samoa. I hope y'all niggas can squash your beef at some point or another. Yeah, all right.
Alright, is King back? Concrete? Is King back?
I don't see him.
I don't see him either. Okay, we're on popcorn. Thank you, Concrete.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, Dr. Jazzy's back. She had perfect timing. Just Jazzy, you know I'll take you to lunch, right? You know, I might even rub your feet after a long day's work.
Any one of you niggas that take me to lunch. Not saying nothing I don't know.
Yeah, but I'll do it purely platonically. You know?
I didn't say nothing. What did I say that was not platonic? Right. You just want to talk shit.
Hey, is it popcorn? Because I want to say something real quick. Yeah, so check this out. Many times when there's a war, right, we end up talking about what side did this, what side did what started it off, right? What we do, like, maybe like 100 years later, is we start seeing who financed this war, right? So I think we've talked enough about, like, what happened, of who shot Frank Duke Ferdinand or whatever. No, Concrete, are you there?
Yes, sir.
What if I told you that I believe that Kendo's a reasonable person, right? And the events that led up to this, he was offered something to start this that inevitably changed.
No!
It gave a chain of events, right? So do you want me to point out who's the Rothschild in the story?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm saying nothing. So glad you're on. So look, a little background, right? I've been running a simple inquisition the whole day, which is like, if Homo erectus put stones and sticks together, right, being, a lesser hominid, what does it say about his name? What would it say about people that lived on an island and never came to that same conclusion, provided all the same resources, bigger prefrontal cortex, and obviously,
you're not
right?
pulling me in. No.
Wait. That's just the background, right? That's just the background. So all day, right, I'm running this argument, right? And Don, right, and Kendo, he understands the nature of it, right? There is a playful nature to implying that other people are subhumans, right, while not directly saying it. And then Don, right? Because Dawn sees that, like, my skin is brown and realizes that, like, she'll never really be truly white. There'll always be some brown in her, right? She'll always be enchilada white at best, right? Just show me ink and I'll give you all my gold. Only then, Concrete, does Kendo enter the ring and look what it leads to. All that I'm saying is this hatred towards the skin color. Look what it led to. And that's why Don is the Rothschild.
You have no idea. Don't know how much. Hold on, Jazzy. Hold on. Because Inky was talking to me. I was talking to him. We were having a civilized conversation. And I like to keep it that way. You said you had to go, baby girl. What's going on?
I said I can't talk. I can only make noises.
Oh, don't be a child. Come on, you're too old for this. You're too old for this. Thank you. Now, Aiken, what's so interesting is because white worship is definitely something that plagues all of us as non-whites. And I'm going to tell you something interesting, counterintuitive. It plagues them too. And you know why?
Why?
Because white worship, huh?
No, I'm interested. Why is that?
Oh, it's simple, brother. If somebody kept feeding you candy and kept telling you how great you are, and it was all bullshit because they don't know what the fuck you are, but you're white and you're great, then when you go to face life and life be lifing, and you can't fucking lift this rock the way everybody told you you could because you're white, you're gonna be despondent. You're gonna be fucking somebody used this other word earlier. It was pretty apoplectic. You're basically going to be like disoriented, confused, and you're gonna be, cause what? I'm white. I can lift this rock. Everybody loves me. But life be lifing, right? It's, yeah. So that's why white worship.
Talking about Stilgard, like.
I'm not talking about Stilgard. That's why white worship.
Please don't interrupt Concrete.
That's why white worship hurts both of us. And in fact, if I'm gonna land with this. I feel like if Jazzy were the president of an African country, and there was a contract on the table, a government contract, who do you think she would give the contract to in Africa with African funds? Me or Brad?
I will say Brad and the lack of somebody whiter.
Wait, what you say? What?
I said I would say Brad and the lack of somebody even whiter.
Well, she would also know the job would get done and be
So white worship has an economic value on our own community. Because there is that belief that their water is colder, their tea is stronger, and their blues are bluier, right? That's all propaganda. It's all a figment of people's imaginations. Because guess what? We clearly see the Chinese kicking ass in every domain that the whites compete. And so we know there is somebody doing it better. Every domain. So we're not like entrenched in their behavior. But we know it because, it's just too irrefutable. It's too strong. But yeah, the white worship is crazy. And it's sad to see.
Do you believe that this attitude could lead to somebody to fund the war between another brown person enacted by paying another brown person, Concrete?
Wait, say that again, start over.
Do you think that this white worship, right, can make you believe that, it is righteous to start a war between a brown person and another brown person while offering them currency?
Yes.
Is there any historic evidence for that, Concrete?
I think there is.
No, and here's why.
No, there's not historic evidence.
No.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
No, here's why.
Sorry, the Browns had too much time on stage. I'm sorry.
Concrete is forgetting that I exclusively offered him. Okay?
Wait, this is not between me and you, Don. This is between you and Inkin.
Exclusively offered him
The
the entire job at my personal home. Okay? The job first. Okay? Not a white. Okay? But him. Okay? He forgot about that.
Wait, what did I forget about? that?
She said, I forgot about it.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's right. That's
So,
right.
Incan, you know where that syllogy was brought to you by? It was brought to you from Patty Miller's room today in the Politically Correct. And it was a discussion by neoliberal and Concrete just tried to reformulate it very badly and bring it into chillism because Concrete can't come up with his original ideas, which is why Concrete would not be picked to build anything in Africa because first, he doesn't have a track record of originality or success or completion. And why would somebody hire a Starbucks barista to build anything in Africa?
Wait, what did I take from Politically Correct?
He's a Starbucks barista.
Facts.
Hey, Rashawn, I just want to ask you a good question, Rashawn.
Wait. You told me I was a sellout.
It's a joke, bro. I'm not a Starbucks barista, bro. God,
I'm not a Starbucks barista. Y'all told me I was a sellout.
you are a sellout, though. Even if I was a barista, you'd still be a sellout. What the hell? What the hell you on it? How about that?
You know who runs Starbucks?
Oh, gosh, bro. We live in a world ran by white people.
When I can get
So, are we going to stop doing things that are ran by white people?
Duh, you a real nigga.
But dude, you haven't built anything. What have you
Have you
built?
I wanna be white nigga. That's what you want.
You just sound jealous of late, but I mean, why wouldn't you want to talk about any of your successes? Like,
I keep hearing Don.
Rise up to the
You see how y'all jumping in on concrete? You see how y'all jumping in on concrete conversation? This is why you get moved down. This is why you get moved down.
Move me.
What you doing right now? I'm not gonna move you.
I think you just be
I'm
calm,
gonna take
Jazzy. It's not that serious.
Shut your motherfucking ass up.
it. She doesn't respect chillism, and she said that yesterday. And let me help her. There you go. Yo, man.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
I was trying to figure out. Brad said that I got something from Patty's room from Golden.
You don't take the bait, bro?
No, it's not taking a bait. He got to tell the whole lie so we can get him on record. So what was it that I got from there?
and this was a conversation when you were talking about the inequities amongst contracting and economic supplies and the hype basically in China, where you said they were outperforming all white people. And that conversation was brought on about neoliberal and GOAT, and you just brought it into this conversation today.
We
With
didn't
this
talk
guy.
about that.
You just brought it into Incan. That point was made by neoliberal yesterday or this morning. Yeah, yesterday. I'm sorry. Yesterday. I apologize. I'm on the road, so it's been like a long 4 days.
Yeah, I don't remember anything about that. You were there?
Yes, you were. You were actually on stage. Yes, you were on stage. You were control to the
So you
conversation.
think? Wait, hold on. So you think?
Again, I'm just waiting for originality because China hasn't really beat us in economic development, hasn't beat us on military scale. It doesn't really beat us in agriculture. We originated it, but they really don't. So I'm confused as to where China's beating us.
Yeah. So I don't recall that conversation from yesterday. But the point that I made, everybody knows that in all endeavors that white people engage in outside of like sports, they're beating. They're better. Like nobody's arguing that point. IQ level, fucking their education level.
I'm arguing it now.
Fucking.
Give me the stats. Give me the data. That backs that
All
claim.
right. Well, I'm not. Well, I don't care about that. So I don't care to convince you. Like that's dumb.
So you said some shit and actually don't have any truth behind it. Okay.
All right. Yeah. So the point that I really wanted to focus on is the white worship, right? The white worship has an economic value because black people will do business with white people because of these stereotypes and these fears that are reinforced. And it's like self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Where you tell yourself that blacks are the worst, and guess what? You see all the worst black people. You never, it's like confirmation bias. You never see the excellent blacks. And that's unfortunate because you know what's so crazy? I don't even have a beef with Jazzy, but Jazzy has a you know it lasts every day. You know it's every fucking day. And so the fact that her beef lasts forever and she worships Brad, and while Brad's calling another black man nigger, it's like, damn, what kind of world do we live in where this fucking black woman is so fucking twisted that she's celebrating a fucking asshole white and trying to tear down a normal black? Like, what's going on? And that's how discombobulated people's minds are, and that's what Inca is talking about. The pure discombobulation of people in their morals, in their navigating this life, and it's all, yeah, you white man.
So we can actually just see what happened here. So Concrete made several allegations about Asians beating white people in terms of development, economic stability, military, every facet of economy. And he said, oh, well, the Asians are beating you. And then he goes, well, I don't really care to prove it. I don't really know, because he didn't actually study the topic that he's at hand with. So in terms of beating Europe, no. In beating the West, no. And China is excellent at one good thing. They steal IP. They fucking absolutely will rip off IP from every nation around the world and have no problem doing it. In fact, we had to regulate our own educational system in terms of colleges to demote and decline the opportunities for Asians coming from China and certain other countries to have access to our collegiate system so that they stop stealing IP or don't have the opportunity. Like, we remove them from nuclear programs, engineering programs, and various other entities. But since Concrete didn't know any of this shit, he just made up this whole thing to suit a narrative about white whatever shit about Jazzy. So the fact that Concrete tried to take a topic that actually occurred yesterday in another room, which was actually substantial, and it had facts offered, and he was too dumb to learn about it and just took the TikTok title and thought that somehow or another he was going to own or cook anybody, and that's fair. Now, here's the funny part, though, in the irony of his statement. So China is undersourcing, or, well, overutilization, but underpaying, guess who? Black bodies in Africa to build the shit that they want to. In fact, they refuse to actually import anything really outside of Africa except for the raw materials that they need and the minerals that they really want. And they do that at such an abscond rate at a promise to go ahead and provide some inequity in terms of economic treaties that these poor African regions, and it's not just the nations, it's the actual region within that nation, are agreeing to, that now they become so impoverished just off of these trade deals that China gets to rip those off. But I mean, the Asians doing it better than the whites. So Concrete is in essence saying, you know what, the Asians are just making my people from Africa more oppressed than the white man is doing, and the white man needs to do a better job. It's basically what Concrete is saying, because he doesn't understand the argument that he was saying. And while he bloviates and tries to do his jiggly-puff fucking magic on here, he still can't tap dance enough to actually stand against the white man, because I'm going to say this in the nicest, polite way. Concrete is not a boule. He is not part of the upper 5%. In fact, he's part of the lower 5% of society. He does not have the opportunity or the ability to come out of that sector, because again, a Starbucks barista talking on economic powers and telling everybody that we can build better, who has never built or designed or implemented or ran anything of his own and has not done it or contributed to the community, is now going to tell everybody up their game, because he's going to be the paradigm and the virtue of God in his statement. I land there.
God damn, like, y'all be ruining the company. Go ahead, man.
All right, thank you. I hear you, Coach Guido. I hear you, brother. But Aiken was, I guess, going after Don because of how she was very disloyal to the cloth, to the community, and then Brad felt like he needed to help, and so Brad brought up, some story from yesterday, and then, having an issue with me. But I don't care about you, Brad. I don't care about your life, bro. I don't care about your dreams and your hopes, right? I would never sit and think about what is happening to you because I'm so fucking busy worried.
Stop jerking off to me, buddy.
I don't care.
Get an OnlyFans account.
Hold on, brother. Yeah, so now you're projecting, right? Because you're the one that wants to talk about my life. I don't care about your life. I don't care. But I want everyone to see how fucking invested this weirdo is into my life and painting a picture in his mind that it's bad. I hope that makes you feel better about yourself, right?
Dude, I'll pay for
I hope it makes you feel. 1 second, sir. 1 second. Calm down. Calm down, white monkey.
Gorilla.
White monkey. Yeah.
Okay.
Calm down, white monkey. Calm down, white monkey. Are there any zookeepers that can tase this white monkey? Any zookeeper?
Yo, can we get back to the topic, like, instead of, like, this, like,
1 second, sir. 1 second.
Yo.
1 second, sir.
Are y'all talking about the
1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir.
No,
I'm in my
moderators, please.
I'm in my submission. And here goes this.
Listen, stop
black
calling the
monkey.
moderators.
Yeah, you go to black monkey trying to help the white monkey in the middle of my submission. Somebody got to make it make sense. Anyway, as you can clearly see, all right. Clearly, as you can see, Brad is a weirdo. Brad is following me in rooms, watching my submissions, keeping detailed, copious notes about the topics so he can come back and report how much I'm stealing from other people and, taking their ideas and pawning them off as my own. That's a lot of fucking work. That's a lot of investment. I hope that the nigga stops stalking. I hope that the nigga stops obsessing. I hope that the nigga can have a happy life. I wish the best for you, Brad. I wish that all your fucking dreams come true. I wish that some fucking woman or dude, probably both for you, makes you happy, right? I hope that you can, be occupied, with healthy hobbies. I hope you, have, all your dreams. You see how that works? But if I thought about it, I'd hope for the best. Meanwhile, you want to stalk and obsess and imagine negativity. That's a you problem, sir. We can talk about China. I'm fascinated with China. I love China. I love the idea of economic growth and investing in your people, right? China raised their fucking graduation rate to fucking 12 to 14 million people a year. 12 to 14 million people a year. That's after, 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. Calm down, white monkey. Calm down, white monkey. Calm down, white monkey. I like economic development, world building. It's fucking fascinating. It's actually like the combination of developing a family and developing a business, right? Where you've got to take care of the people on a personal level, and you've got to take care of the dollars and cents, right? Pretty fascinating. And watching how countries do it is very interesting, because what we can do is we can look at the historical past, and we can see the right things that they did, the wrong things that they did, the point of inflections where they corrected their mistakes, and how they have reaped the benefits. And it makes me actually think about this country, and hopefully this experiment, this dumbass experiment, has run its course, and then maybe our country will start investing in us, right? Because they can. That's the interesting part about it. We watch China as a case study for what could happen in this country. It's a good thing. Sorry that bothers you. Sorry that racial disloyalty bothers you. Because what racial disloyalty does is it allows the malignant parts of our society. Calm down, white monkey. what racial disloyalty does, it allows the malignant part of our society, like you and your poor, dumb ideology, to get support and energy to persist, right? We need bad ideas like yours, like Rashad's, like Jazzy's, to be finally seen for what they are, very, very, very dumb. And then we have to go back to the drawing board and reformulate our path forward, right? That's why we talk about racial solidarity, because at least on a racial line, you should be able to see why Brad is such a horrible person, right? Why Brad would see you as a means to an end and not a partner, as a tool and not a brother, right? At least not in his current state of mind, right? Because we know the mind changes and behaviors change. So we need to hold the line, right? And I'm looking at you, bitch ass Lion. I know Lion has a strong affinity. I know Lion has a strong affinity for whiteness, but he at least fights it in his against the Jews to some degree. Because he will also say, yeah, the white man. Yeah, the white man. He will pick up a white baby and spin that baby around as if that baby was Simba in The Lion King. I can't do
Look at the lion. Oh my God.
Okay, all right. That was almost okay. You know what? I will accept that, Jessica. That submission. I will not chastise you for interrupting me, and hopefully next time you can be more prepared. We will run this back again. Lion lifts up white babies like he was in The Lion King. Go ahead, Jessica.
I never done.
Anyway, one second. And so, hold on, one second.
Next, though.
Hold on, one second. And because I've heard enough from Brad, and he doesn't say anything novel, I will be leaving the room when Brad starts speaking, because I will not give him the satisfaction of spewing his hateful energy all over my good, clean spirit, all over his beautiful white, clean, Holy Spirit that the Lord has blessed me with, right? Brad obviously is a hurt person. That's why he's been multi-day tirades. And we don't need it. I don't need it. We could talk about China. We could talk about world building, because we solved the Haiti issue. Matt and myself, AJ and Sugar Belly, we solved Haiti. And we will solve America. And we gotta get solidarity back in the black community. And that's to you, Rashad. That's to you, Lion. That's to you, Jazzy. She's not here. Solidarity is a good thing, even though it can be used poorly sometimes. I agree. But it's a good thing. Thank you.
So I get to go next on this one, because as Concrete goes to Patty's room and tries to get his next talking point from somebody else who's obviously more intelligent than he is, this will continue to be the thing. And he consistently tries to bring back those points and tries to talk about it, but he really doesn't understand what those points are, because, again, you have to fucking read. So the U.S. still leads on a per capita rate over China. The reason why Concrete tried to spin that and that discussion went there, and the reason he didn't fully listen, is because they were talking about the numbers in China. China has a decreased birth rate. They have an overeducated population in terms of the job market that they currently have in major urban areas, which is rising a unemployment rate that they haven't seen in 30 years. So these variables that actually, or these stats that are coming out, Concrete didn't bother to listen to the full conversation, which is why he throws shit out there, hopes it sticks to the wall, and then bloviates on it, thinking somehow he's going to make a black oppression joke on it and make some kind of shtick. It just doesn't happen. The facts don't lie. The U.S. educates more people per capita based on the population rates. We have it. Like, I don't know what to tell them in comparison to China. China just has more fucking people. So of course they graduate more numbers because what are we, 350 million? How many billion are in fucking China alone? So, I mean, if you look at that, yeah, you would expect them to have high numbers. But when you look at the graduation rate, the doctoral rates, the U.S. actually produces a lot more. And our quality of education is actually higher in terms of that because guess what? We have the Chinese people massively trying to come over here to get that education, especially in postgraduate degrees. So if we see that consistently rising in numbers from China, we can safely assume that their education system is lacking in a lot of areas. Not that ours is perfect, not that ours isn't without fault. It is just the numbers don't really lie. And again, with Concrete, he doesn't really listen to absorb information, doesn't bother to read it. He just spews shit out without actually having an intellectual argument, which is why Concrete leaves and he goes and takes points from Patty, Lady, and others. And neoliberal seems to be as fascinating. Him and Go seem to be the ones that Concrete mostly tries to take from, but he can't even articulate their own arguments. And like I said, the discussion was which ones have the highest rates of graduation because the discussion was on China. And Go pushed back on it and actually invalidated the original claim. Concrete didn't listen to that point because I don't know what Concrete does in between mopping bathroom floors, but pretty much doesn't take the time to actually absorb information. In terms of Africa, again, I'll just cite the areas that China is, well, resource grabbing, well, with a lot of other nations. But they are miles ahead, and they are actually under fucking funding the economy in those regions and creating a decimation on it based on these treaties that they have. But Concrete doesn't know that.
That's a fact.
Yeah, but when I was next,
Gogeta, you can go after line.
I wanted to say, although Concrete isn't here, but it is great either way. I'm pretty sure I was going to be interrupted. There were some statements made about me, myself, and my person a few moments ago that I didn't quite like. Someone tried to accuse me of coonism, and I vehemently disagree. Nathan, you off the mic? We can hear you on the toilet. So all I'm simply trying to say is, let's just compare our records between myself and other said person. One of us is married to a black woman with a black father. Now, nonetheless, her mother is also a mixture of Caribbean and also black people, but still still good. And have black children, black native children, and one of us does not at all. One of us is a part of one of the most exclusive black organizations in the country. One of us.
Me, by the way, me.
And the other literally said, and I quote, I love my white women. One of us in this room, ladies and gentlemen, believes in a black God that created all of us. The other touts his Christian faith that is made of white men. Which one of us is the biggest coon? I'll leave that up to you.
Well, I know you're not talking about me. I'm not Christian.
No, that other guy that was just accusing me of he called me a coon in so many words. He was accusing me of coonisticity. And I resent that statement. I think it's disgusting. And that man should be taken out and flogged. At least 40 lashes.
Go get a, you gonna go? Or do you leave?
Go ahead, still.
I don't got shit to say, but hey, listen, I gotta say it again. I agree with fucking Brad. This romanticizing of fucking China is not it. He is right. Per capita, the quality of American education and the amount of those graduating is higher than that in fucking China. Take a look at the quality of those people in China who don't live in the major cities in China and see if you really want to be in a place like that. You can be in the U.S., you can be in the outskirts, and you can still make a living for the most part. Right? But this obsession with China, and Brad is right. China's not good for Africa either. I know probably Matt's gonna get off the mic, he's gonna want to tussle. But China doesn't have any program nearly as what's the word I'm looking for? Nearly as good for public health as the U.S. aid. U.S. aid alone invented what? Guess what? The malaria vaccine that became accessible continentally 2019. Right? Now, of course, there's some places where, of course, it's still like hard to access because of where people live and shit. But China's not doing that. China's just there for infrastructure in terms of building stuff, but in terms of actually caring about the healthcare quality of people there, they don't give a fuck. They do not give a fuck. So yeah, I agree with Brad. China's not it, man. China is not it.
I don't know, man. They are number 2.
Yeah, but not number 1. We're talking about number 1.
Well, there could only be one number 1.
That's a fact.
Should know.
It's not.
And you should know that more than anybody.
Samoa will agree that, of course, that when it comes to, I'm sure even, I don't know if Samoa really knows too much about public health, but I'm sure you would probably even agree too that when it comes to providing proper healthcare access to people globally, the U.S. is way better than China. The U.S. is way better than China in terms of graduation rates. The U.S. is way better than China in terms of quality of life. The U.S. is way better than China in terms of quality of education. And that's what Brad was saying, and I agree.
Have you ever been to China?
Yes, I have.
Oh my gosh, bro. This is cool.
I don't know
why I feel one of all these categories. And I just want to say, I'm sorry, Brad, but these categories are absolutely like garbage, right? China is number 1 in General Chow chicken. China is number 1 in chow mein. China is also number 1 in buffets. And I'm just saying, as like, being half Samoan, buffets are the thing. The actual thing, okay? So that maybe you guys should get your priorities straight, but yeah, that's how you should do it.
Right.
I just want to point out that I've been viciously attacked by this preacher 3 times today. Unprovoked.
What are you talking about?
Unprovoked.
Now it's not the time for you to settle score with concrete, Lion.
No, I just want the room to know you all are witness. I have not attacked anyone in this room at all. And this guy has mentioned my name twice. So when I decided to pull my long code me from his seat, and I just say, none of you, that they didn't deserve it. They didn't have it coming. And Lion, you're a bully. You're a tyrant. No, I want you to go fetch my wand.
I also want to point out when Jessica was singing the Lion King song that it sounded super racist. It was just like not the right person to deliver the thing, right? Jessica?
Sorry about that. I hope I didn't offend anybody. I really apologize.
Yeah. Y'all gotta stop, man. Y'all gotta make Jessica become a fucking prisoner.
Bro,
doing the whole politics.
What is the difference?
They can't break me. They can't break.
What is it? Well, you kind of broke it. What is the difference between what Jessica did and what Donald Trump accidentally did when they added the part to the end of the video with Barack Obama being a monkey with the Lion King?
Yeah, what is the difference? Here's the difference, right? Donald Trump has actual systemic power, right?
It wasn't him. It was a white guy.
Yes, they're both white, but Donald Trump.
Yeah, Jessica and him is white. Yeah.
Yes, but Jessica's not the president of the United States, is she?
Not yet, motherfucker.
Wait, how?
Wait, hold on. How she supports the woman being president now?
Bro, hey, brother, maybe you should try to address what I said.
I felt
the person.
insulted. I felt ridiculed. I felt.
Thank you.
Lion, I'm on my knees.
Thank you.
Lion, I'm so sorry.
No, that's a married man.
I'm so sorry, sir.
It sounds
My
like
head is bowed.
No, that's a
personal
married
problem.
man. Oh my goodness. All right, but anyways, Theo, we were talking about the staff member that is a white guy and Jessica that is a white woman. And you said one of them was president? Which one?
No, that's not what you said.
Which one? You know what I mean, bro? You can't even address the actual position.
Look at him trying to go on a technicality again still. Give me a fucking break, Samoa.
Hold on.
Take some accountability, Trump.
If I say to him, you're misrepresenting my position, and I just repeated what I said, who was the wrong person here?
Listen,
Not me.
Listen, Samoa, this might so bad.
See, this is how the derailment is.
Hold on.
Gen Z is poisoning our human
Gen Z is the only one leaving the rest of you alphabet ass generation.
Yeah, you guys are leaving for ADHD medication.
We're keeping the 1900s alive. We're the last of you. We are the last
What
of
am
you.
Mother,
1900s.
dressed up in furry costumes.
Lion, leave that kitty out of that.
Hey, we gotta make a distinction. All right, I'm a part of the '90s gang. These 2000s,
Now he's leaving Gen Z. He's out of his generation. Look at that.
Yes, we are delineated.
Yeah, he's cutting off his leg to save himself. What a selfish bastard.
Hey, but Samoa, sometimes when you're diabetic, you gotta cut off your leg. Sometimes you have to.
Damn, bro, I didn't know Gen Zs were diabetic.
No.
Not yet. Not yet. No way. Not yet. Unless it's like from, the mother, or how you're born with it sometimes.
Yeah, or if you just continue living bad lifestyle if you have type 2. But,
Bro, you're an Uber baby.
Crazy Uber baby.
Uber baby, DoorDash,
They go,
Brother, I remember the days of AOL. Yo, Samoa's with Uber.
They put on these Oculus and they go in their room and start bumping the air.
Yo, but I will say, I am quite disappointed in my generation. I was in Inca or somebody I was talking to earlier. Bro, the way some Gen Zers are rationalized is too fucking annoying. You know what Gen Z I think really is known for? A fake sense of superiority. Right? Even with Donald Trump, I'm not really a fan. Right? But I think the reasoning that a lot of Gen Zers have for him is just not it. Right? For example, this last election, they were saying, we're not going to vote because Kamala, she supports Palestinians getting killed, right? That's fucked up, right? But if you think Donald Trump was all of a sudden going to end this fucking war in Israel, what are you talking about? Gen Z's fucking cooked. I don't know, bro.
So this issue actually lost them the election. The DNC did a post-election analysis, and they literally lost the election because of the Kamala voters, Democratic voters that didn't show up to vote because of Israel-Palestine. And I find that to be absolutely ridiculous, right? The fact that was one issue that sabotaged them from winning the election. I think, and also from an ideological perspective, the whole, why would we vote for the lesser of two evils? That's just how America functions. You got to pick one, right? So,
Mother has drank the Kool-Aid. Hold on. You thought those 10 million voters that didn't show up actually existed?
Yeah, I think so.
Samoa's
I just want everyone to know, I literally said this 7 months ago, the DNC didn't need to spend millions of dollars to study this, they could have just called me. I'm just saying.
No, bro, look, they had to make up a reason why 10 million votes vanished out of thin air. And they were around, 10 million people stopped voting, but when you add the actual total votes, it's comparable to 2020.
No, I actually have friends who are Democrats that didn't vote because of the Palestine.
Wait, no.
I know people Democrats that didn't vote because of this shit.
All right, so I'm not saying that your anecdotal experience is not a real thing. I'm saying that if 2020 on record is the most votes ever, and they attribute that to COVID, then in 2024, it's like the exact same, and 10 million votes are missing. You're kind of like, huh, how did that happen? So the same amount of people came out and voted, but we're missing million? So that means that 2024, outside of like constraints of COVID with mail-in ballots like through the roof, right? We were to like be projected to add 10 million more votes than the record-breaking.
I got a bet. So I'm about to make a bet right now. If you
man, if I lose this bet against Matt, bro, I'm never coming back.
Keep this. Texas is going to turn blue.
What? That's a statement still.
Yeah. All right. Hold on. Here's why. I'm gonna take the bet.
Can I ask
No, don't make the case until we make the bet.
They don't even want to be part of America. Like, what is the? I need to hear this.
Bro, this nigga
Still,
trying to
please.
do I look like a senior citizen, bro? Don't try to sit this on me, nigga.
Like you guys sound like us look like a senior citizen.
Bro, you think you're trying to seven son me, bro?
Hold on. I'm not gonna even like do it. Like I'm not gonna do like something this crazy, right? I mean, however much you want, we'll do it, right? But I just want to make it bet. Even if you don't want to make it all.
Yeah, we'll just say $10, but I need to know what you mean by like blue. Does that mean the governor? Does that mean what?
No, Senate.
Oh, what the? Yeah, I mean, if it's bro, like what the hell? Wait, hold on. Well, you would lose that bet, bro, because one's gonna be blue and one's gonna be red.
No, but what I'm saying, so
no, in order for you to win the bet, both of them have to be blue, and that's not happening.
Okay, so
because there's only 2 senators in Texas, I wouldn't want to take your money that easy like that.
Actually, hold on.
The Look being honorable thing, bro.
That was easy work, bro.
Shout out to Sunol, bro.
So here's the thing. I am 80% sure that Texans will flip their fucking Senate seat to be blue. As for the governor, I'm like 70% sure that they have a chance of winning. And I think so because of the way, what was that Latin?
Tallarico.
No, Tallarico's running for Senate. Who was the girl? Oh, she got something, I think, Brad.
Yes.
What did she win by?
But that's just a primary. That's
Right.
But from party.
Yeah, bro, you're about to lose your money, bro.
So here's what I'm saying is, right? The critiques that Tallarico was talking about with billionaires, I think, is resonated with a lot of Republicans and Democrats alike lately. And I think we might see similar talking points where a lot of Democrats are going to flip the whole identity politics to be more so one that's based off of class.
Still, can I caution you on one thing? Just understand. Hold on. Just to be careful on it, because I will say this: the DNC put its boot right behind Bob. They actually helped fund Tallarico. Like the DNC itself wanted to get rid of Jasmine Crockett. So I would be cautious on that bet. But if you're still wanting to stay strong with it, saying 2 senators are going to go blue and the governor is going to go blue, I'll throw $10 in it. I'll give it to Knowledge right now and have him hold it. Like I don't know.
Escrow.
Yeah. So my original statement, funny enough, was talking about the Senate, right? I think that
You think both of them turn blue? Say my bad. You think both of them are going to turn blue?
Do you think? Sorry, say again?
I'm asking. Do you think both of them are going to turn blue?
No. So like I said, I'm more confident more so with the Senate. That was my original bet. So the moment that is in order to qualify the bet, you have to qualify for both. So
no, I mean, he can just not take the bet, right? He can just show he has full confidence.
Yeah. So the governor, the governor. I don't think.
Not just the senators.
Huh?
Just the senators.
Yeah, the senators. Yes.
Yeah, that's not being misunderstanding. He's only saying that
senators are going to go blue. Viking got $10 on it.
Yes.
All right.
I'll take the bet. Where's Knowledge, or who wants to hold it in escrow?
$10. Viking is saying that one of them just has to be red. You're saying both of them got to be blue. Man, you just want.
No, I didn't say that. You said that, Simone.
What?
Speeding into. Oh my God, Simone. What did I say originally?
Bro, you said senators blue.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay.
The governor.
That's it. Did you not? We're not talking about governors right now.
Okay.
All right. So in order for Viking to win, one senator has to be red.
No, it's fair enough.
Oh,
Yo,
green.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
There's a green candidate down here. There's a green candidate. The Green Party.
Shit.
Please.
It's like, what the fuck? And they're like, oh yeah, it's fucking Texas, not that.
But
I do want to say this real quick.
Viking Valley, give it $10. That's crazy.
Do you all remember when Joe Biden was president, right? Gas prices went up, and everywhere was Joe Biden saying, I did that, all those stickers. Yeah, I did that stickers. I want to let you know that yesterday I bought a roll of 500 Trump stickers that said I did that. Then I posted that to my friends. My friends are like, yo, and I ended up buying an additional 2,500 stickers for a total of 3,000 I did that Trump stickers that says for the gas station, right? If anybody is interested in that, DM me. I will pay for the I did that stickers as long as you give me like 10 photos or like 5 photos of you putting it of like the sticker on a gas station. That shit is hilarious. Wait, what the fuck is this me saying shaking my head? The fuck?
I'm shaking my head because number one, as a liberal, like don't stoop their fucking level, and number two, that's fucking also against the law to put shit on there. Gas station.
I'm actually kind of excited in doing that. I'm probably.
It's crazy. Only a fucking real Miss Phoebe, Miss Jessica. They're like, oh yeah, we're like, we're not
really happy you're doing that.
They're like real motherfuckers like Brad will go, hey, that's fucking awesome. That's smart. See, real it's crazy, man.
Plus,
yeah, because he wants you down in the gutter with him.
No, it's not down in the gutter. It's just
optically perfect because
it's like people who do
because the taxi falls down because Iran does something and it ends and
fuck you. Like I was around when skateboarding was created by my fucking uncle. Can you stop?
Jessica, can you interrupt Brad, please?
Do you guys not hear Viking over there? Jessica, why do you think Vikings in the gutter and everything? But can you allow him to finish?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, because it worked really well for Biden because, like, the same thing, you can go put those stickers on, and if the Iraq war or Iran war kind of conflict or whatever you call it, and gas opens up, Venezuela starts pumping up because those contracts are now flowing to Texas, and gas drops through, all those stickers will be on the pump going, I did this. And it happened with Biden when the gas dipped down in April.
See that?
Right?
What? Jessica, that's the cancel one on you. Like, do you not see the fucking shade?
Listen, Steele, do you hear this? This is why we lost the election. Steele, all right? The better than thou, like, I shall not vote. Well, that's not too evil. But for all the greats of good. Yes, that's why.
Fuck you, I did vote. And fuck anyone who did not vote.
$1 billion.
I don't know what I'm doing, bro. Listen, today I'm being respectful, I'm being, like, nice, and, like, people, like, keep on, like, you see how Samoa, me and Samoa have this ongoing beef, and, like, it's Samoa and me are chill right now. Like, you know, learn something from Samoa, bro. Like,
oh, why is it dude trying to, like, hitch onto my way? You cold telling weirdo?
Yeah, Samoa, because I know you think I talk right. Samoa. Instead of talking out my ass, because I did some research, right? What I was referring to was Cornyn being taken out of his seat. All right, I think, to be honest, I'm pretty sure that given in November, I think that's when they vote, right, Brad? I think
like your money is gone, bro.
No.
Bro, you can't amend the bet, bro.
I'm not amending it. I'm clarifying.
What do you call it?
Look at some more.
Look, you didn't know that each state has 2 senators.
Yes, I didn't.
You were focused on.
No, that's not what I was talking about.
Hey, yo, pause. Tim, why did you change your name to No Maps?
Because I know math.
Because you know minor attracted people? What the fuck?
Oh, shit.
Hey, yo, screenshot that. I just screenshot that shit.
That was kind of a weird thing.
Bro, the fact that they repeated it because I know math.
Yeah, me and Simone had this whole debate about the MAPS movement on Twitter. Simone's actually the person who's like has been following them and like been with the movement since it started off. He was telling me about it. I was like, thought that was kind of weird, but that's how I knew.
He was definitely telling me about it. So mine referring to actual maps. Is that like not just Simone kind of?
Yeah, mine are trying to person. Play it off. It went from known pervert to no minor attractive person.
Hey, yo.
I've been telling you guys, he's screaming out for help right now. He's crying for help.
You know what's funny is Incan asked me to, I said, send him. He back channeled me and he said, Don, would you put him up with your feet? I would really like to see your feet. And I said,
I never tried San Jose. What are you talking about?
Jesus Christ. Incan, come on. We're married.
Wild, Aiken. Come on, Aiken.
I just want to announce that I did a really good job making cookies today. Like, I always fuck them up, and they turned out so fucking perfect today. I just...
Yes.
Yeah, what store did you buy them from?
Oh, I don't want to fuck up my PTRs. I mean, is that a thing?
Don't talk to him. He needs to be cutting his sugar intake.
Bro, that $10, bro. I can go buy a whole bunch of Chips Ahoy, bro. Just saying.
Yeah, they're not as good as
Another
homemade.
10 seconds so y'all can figure it out.
PTR cookies, okay, here we go.
What the Florida delegation talking about in here?
You want that?
Trump need to do something decisive, bro. He looking like a little weirdo talking about he about to like escort all these like shit through the straight up like he straight up. Whoa. What's going on, bro?
Simone just called Trump a weirdo?
Yeah, bro.
Wow. Oh, wait, so Simone, you missed it earlier.
Okay, I did.
Simone, I asked the entire room earlier. It was a pretty good room. I said, I got a question for all the leftists. I said, do you guys still care about Ukraine? Or y'all stopped caring about that? I haven't heard anything about Ukraine. Y'all stopped caring about Ukraine and Russia? Or no, that was only during the Biden administration. Y'all don't care no more, right? Bro, no one
Cares, bro.
Yeah.
I care about it, bro. Don't you know that, like, because of that, we have airborne aid now? The fuck?
Oh, so you
To be fair, I've never really heard the left on here talk about Ukraine.
No, I'm actually pretty interested in the war in Ukraine. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you.
Bro, people were talking about we need to spend more money because of their
Because I heard
invasion of like their soggy. Give me credit.
So,
I'll take a step further. So when we were doing this whole thing, 2 years ago, y'all know who Patty is? Patty was in this. Patty was talking about like, you have no idea why this is so important. We need to. You guys are talking about a couple billions of dollars, a couple hundreds of billions of dollars. You guys have no idea. I'm in the military. She's like, we need to spend as much money as possible for this proxy war. Because, what the fuck? She said because Russia is our enemy. We need to know every weapon that Russia has. Yes, I swear to God, in this room. She said we need to know every weapon that Russia has. We need to know everything about them, all their weaknesses. So we have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars in this proxy war. It is worth it. We need to help aid Ukraine every way, every step possible, without actually being part of it. And
that's just retarded, bro.
That's what the leftists were saying. The leftists were saying we
it's like the people on the right, bro.
The leftists were saying we needed to help Ukraine because any fight against Russia is gonna benefit us. Anything against Russia is a yes. That was the whole argument we were making.
It's not about the people of
That's what everybody was arguing. Fighting against, helping Ukraine was beneficial for the United States because it was anti-Russia. That's what every person in the military, all the leftist military people were saying in this space. And when it came to attacking, Iran, the same people, I put it on everything I have, the same people turned around and said, there is no good reason to fight another person's war. Look, you think I'm joking or not? So I was in the space when Patty said that we need to help Ukraine every way that we can to fight another person's war. And then I was in the same space when she said the following statement that there is no reason to fight another person's war. I could not believe the same person made the two statements.
Yeah, I think that
Also,
there is a bit of like it.
Go ahead, Inke.
No, I already stopped. I mean, I talked first, but I cut myself off. Go ahead, though.
I was just going to say, but the difference is, though, knowledge is that we're not sending troops to Ukraine. We sent them old military shit, and like
I said funding.
Like it doesn't make sense that you would even compare that.
Funding.
Yeah, well,
funding.
You can call it funding, but they didn't even get actual good military support. They got our leftovers, shit that was out of commission. Unless I'm wrong.
How much money did we send to Ukraine? Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Okay, yeah. That's what I said. Funding. The same person that said.
How much money did we send? Knowledge. How much? You don't know.
Yes,
you don't fucking know?
Yes, I do know.
Well, hurry up and Google it.
Okay. No. I'm trying.
Okay, then don't talk shit to me if you don't even know the fucking.
What do you mean? I'm the one that raised the original.
I'm sure that money was sent, but I don't know the fucking amount.
Wait, hold on. You didn't hear what he said when Trump became president? He said, "I need you to send some of the money back," and he said we lost most of that money. You don't know. You don't know about that, right? He said, "Yeah, we did receive all that money, yes, but we lost most of it, so I can't send it back to you because we lost a lot of the money."
They also They lost a lot of people.
Yeah. That's what Ukraine said to Trump. That we lost a lot of the money that was sent to us. We don't know where it was spent. Most of the money was gone. So yeah, you can say, oh, they're being honest. Oh, most likely it's the case that money did somehow to disappear in between the war. No. The president of Ukraine, he said that he doesn't know what happened to the money. Half of that money, which is a large lump sum, he said, I don't know what happened to it. I don't know where it's at. I don't know how to find it. So once again, the same people that were crying about money spent in Ukraine are the same people crying about. Not the same people crying about the money spent in this war.
I got a question for you now.
Because
why you gotta be so goddamn divisive? Why you gotta be so goddamn divisive? You know, why can't you just find the good and focus on that? Focus on the similarities. I don't understand it. I don't know why. Mildred, don't you want a better place for them in the world? You have a responsibility.
Move her down. She's talking about my kids.
Give me a fucking break.
Anyways.
What?
Jessica,
oh my God.
You're the one.
If that's the rule, you guys gotta bring everything.
Yeah. That's the way.
I'm just waiting and go.
Jessica, you're the one that brought it up. Jessica, we gotta be consistent. Someone move it down.
That's bad. Bring her up, man.
That's fucked up. Listen,
Thank you, guys.
Thank you to knowledge.
That wasn't me.
I think that when you look and say like, well, the Democrats are doing XYZ, it's kind of retarded. We don't know that Zelensky and Putin were going to surrender. They were going to come to an agreement. That agreement would have been better. And would stop by surrender to them, right? We're going to get all that. I think that was like a dumb move. Sure, right? But like, you're trying to kind of say like, oh, look, this is kind of where you'll show your ass, right? So let me just allow you and remind you something. Do you remember when the right became fucking beta cucks, right? And started spewing out Russian propaganda about the reason why war started was because of NATO.
Well,
do you remember that?
What about us?
Do you remember that? Do you remember that beta cuck narrative? They're like, oh well, like the reason why Russia's doing that is X, Y, Z. Do you remember that? Do you remember how they were being called beta cucks? All of them turned their ass. The fucking
was like to do
it here, right? Wait. Listen. Y'all drank the tea. It was crazy to think, right? There's like there was no spin on it. It was just literally Russian propaganda, right? Especially when considering that this was Putin's plan for a long time. Every comment about Ukraine, every interaction with Ukraine has been to try to strip its independence, right? Like its identity and merge that with Russia, right? This is retarded when you look at Russian nationalism, right? When you look at that as a political branch, right? That is retarded, right? Right? If you look at all of Putin's statements about it, right? About that in Ukraine, right? And then you're like, oh, because of the UN. It's like some beta cuck shit, right? And it was crazy to hear patriotic Americans turning into fucking comment just because the man in orange said, yeah, we did it. That was stupid. That was retarded, right? And that actually
you guys are still sympathizing.
What the fuck, bro?
You don't ever say nothing.
Look, see, I tried to respect
right wing. He ain't getting no receipt.
Yes, Trump said this, bro. Trump said that we kind of like antagonize this, right? We're like, we're on their border, NATO expansion. Right, that's what was talked about. I can pull up receipts of things repeating them like a motherfucker. What are you talking about? Listen,
What was the first question I asked?
No, I told you. I told you.
First question I asked.
Yes, you were like, okay. The first question was like I asked is you asked was like, what Democrats in the room still care about the war in Ukraine, right?
Yes,
And I said I do, right? And I said I do, right? And I said I do, right?
Okay,
cool.
Yes.
That's cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I do still care about that. I do care about that war. I think it's an example of why you shouldn't trust the U.S., right? Both in the way that it represents towards to its citizens. I think it's a prime example of like.
Were you here in the room today when people were crying about the amount of money the Pentagon spent this month? Were you here for that?
No, I wasn't.
You were here for that. Okay.
I just said I wasn't.
There you go.
Okay.
What is this echo, man?
Earlier today.
Is this
Earlier today.
Before we put stones together with sticks.
Earlier today, in this same space, people were crying about how much money was spent in the last month, in the Trump administration, the Pentagon. And then when we showed up, we showed them how much was regularly spent in every other administration. And every other administration, and guess what? It was the same amount. Nothing different.
Where do you find these people? Okay, you gotta give me names, bro. You gotta give me names so I can associate myself.
Okay. It was Louis. Louis brought up.
Louis
brought up. Can you believe how much money that the U.S. spent? Can you believe how much the Pentagon spent in the last month, the last spending bill cycle, the last month? And then we showed every other month, every other
didn't change.
And yes, no difference. And guess what?
Alright, cool.
It's called Donald Trump syndrome.
It's TDF. You don't even know how
Trump derangement syndrome is what do they call it?
Oh, you're right.
Donald Trump syndrome.
Trump derangement.
All right, send me $1 million.
Yes. You stole it. Anyways, so once again, Aiken, bro, your party is looking bad. You're finding every reason possible to cry on Trump. Every single reason that you can find to cry on it. It's not working. It is not.
That's not an argument, though.
Right now.
That's a better one than Lincoln's.
Yeah. Right now, we are getting W after W after W. All you're doing is crying. All y'all doing is crying.
Knowledge.
Not that I have a dog in this fight, knowledge. Yes, so not that I have a dog in this fight, knowledge, but can you please? Oh, we got a cue. What the hell? Sorry about that.
Y'all been arguing this approval things before George Bush. Oh, but the approval rating. But when Biden had the lowest approval ratings, no one cared about it. So when Biden had the lowest approval rating, y'all didn't care about it. Stop acting like you care about it now. Oh, the approval rating. Y'all only cared about it when Bush had low approval ratings. Y'all only cared about it when Trump had low approval ratings. Everybody else had low approval ratings. Y'all don't care about it. Just say you're biased. Just say that you're biased. It's like you do. You respond to my point.
Look,
I get it, Eric.
Nobody care about you.
I get it. That's a fact. I'm dumb as fuck. Anyways, y'all sound intelligent. Anyways, so yeah. So y'all gotta pick a side. Are you gonna be consistent or non-consistent? Right now, it sounds like y'all trying to be non-consistent. Y'all didn't care what.
Consistent with their
Yeah. So yeah, what's y'all trying to sound? Yeah. So y'all sound like, oh, when it came to this president, I cared about it. Or when it comes to this president, I kind of maybe slightly might be able to care about it. Bro, y'all all over the place. And my daughter's giving me faces that I love.
That's fair.
Yeah, to respond to the data fucking propagandistic thing that Trump did.
Hold on, Incan,
That's crazy, bro.
Incan, this is so bad, right? Like, he talks about this thing about people being consistent, right? But you remember earlier back then, people were like saying stuff like, oh, well, if Trump is in the Epstein files, blah, 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 we're going to support him, blah, 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 right? Turns out when the Epstein files get released, and recently with this 13-year-old girl that was there were additional files that were released like last week about the 13-year-old girl. We got folks still saying we need more proof. Like, what do you guys want? A rape video?
They want the video.
Look, they're triggered. So the thing is, with the consistency argument, you guys don't even believe it, because when Trump ran, he said that there was going to be no wars. You guys said, no wars, America first, right? Now, as soon as Israel says, hey, put you guys on the leash and says, hey, let's go take a walk down in Iran and bomb the shit out of these faggots, right?
Can I ask a question still? Which campaign ran on, like, I'm going to end wars, right? Like, was it Joe Biden's campaign that said, like, in the first couple of hours, I'm going to shut down this war, I'm going to shut down that war, no more new wars, to the point that people were saying, like, this guy's an isolationist. Which that's like the Biden campaign?
Yeah, and also,
I'm confused with you two. Which wars are we in currently? Which wars are we in?
The Ukraine. You're in a special operation, guys. It's not a war.
That's true. Special operation, my bad.
Hold on, let's say the reason
I'm just asking why I have boots on the ground right now. I'm just asking what massive force that I have boots on the ground and what war I'm in. I might be
I don't know, man. We got boots on the ground, but like Americans are dying. I don't know why that is, though.
7 of them to be precise. 7.
Yeah. 140 wounded right now. That's going to be 100 wounded.
Let's finish up Thursday. I'll be quick. The only reason
they got to stop falling in stairs on in boot camp training here in America, man. They're getting kind of.
The only reason why I brought that up is that everybody's fucking contradictory. Everyone's not consistent with their political views. I think we got a couple people who are consistent, like the brother Brad here. I think, Brad's been pretty consistent with this shit. I'll be honest. Who else? I think Oleg has been. I don't really heard Alex. Yeah, Oleg has been too. Yeah, so we got a couple consistent folks. But like, let's cut the cap. Like, as if consistency matters in politics, because we know, regardless of the party, they will say whatever panders to the popular vote that will get them in that fucking space. No, hold on, this is just a fact, and people wouldn't buy it. Hold on, Don. Point of moderation.
Lie about being consistent, they do.
Yeah, like, I don't know why I'm so worried about it. When Joe Biden, point of moderation, I wasn't done. When Joe Biden first ran and said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, if you don't vote for me, you know how much gas that fucking caused? Even amongst the leftists and the people on the left? That was a fucking problem. Right? So the point is, once again, politicians are fucked up, and I think a lot of people, including us in this space, we eat that shit up, and we just gotta be consistent. It's okay to admit. People stop.
I mean, it's true.
Well, what's true?
I mean, it's pretty much true. If you have 90% of one population group voting one direction, and you're the outlier in the 9 to 7% of black people who actually voted for Trump, then it's very weird that you are counter the majority people in your group. That's not. I know we love to be politically correct, but what he said wasn't really that crazy.
Wait, Mothers, you think you should vote with your race? Is that what you're saying?
Consistent, but
Wait, hold on, Don, what are you hearing?
And a lot of Republicans are inconsistent.
Is that wrong? Brad was consistent.
A lot of them, they aren't consistent. No, they aren't done.
And also, let's be honest here. When we talk about the silent majority in this country, we're talking about white men and white women who are very white about the political.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I apologize.
So this is what he said, but notice he said it while Samoa was out of the room because he knew he was going to get fucking smoked with Samoa.
This is bad moderation. This is bad moderation. It's true. There's consistent people on both sides. He said Brad, he said Alaska, he said somebody else, like he said Oleg, who mentioned Haddock. There's people who are like on both sides that are consistent in the room. He never said Republicans or Democrats. Like, why is he starting shit, bro? Why is he starting shit?
Sorry, No, hold on, Don, hold on. I don't know what's going on. Maybe take the face off real quick. Come on. People on the left or on the right.
It is like you
apologize for this one?
Wait, I want to say something real quick. Can you guys stop fighting?
No, not you. Him. Apologize to Don. Come on,
just go.
He apologized, Don.
Come on, y'all.
Bro, mother. You gotta talk about mother.
What the fuck?
You gotta follow
people off.
This is unnecessary.
It was very obvious I was trying to call people on.
Are you trying to get sweet? Are you trying to get sweet? Are you trying to get mother? You
tantrum in here for like 5 days. Can you believe it? You've been throwing a tantrum for like 5 days. Okay, so back to the topic. Right?
Sit your little ass down.
The other thing was when we talk about the silent majority, which Republicans love to throw around, they're explicitly talking about white men, white women who are still the dominant voters in this country, and they reference them all the time. So I think when we try to throw shade to Donald Trump for talking about black voters voting a certain way, and ignore that when Republicans do their dog whistle to their white base, why we can't be consistent? Why should Republicans be calling out the majority white men?
That's not what is meant by the silent majority. That's not the silent majority. The silent majority are those who won't display their political alliance one way or the other, and that they most often align with conservative values. So it would be like predominantly gay men who love the Republican policies in terms of decreased taxes, market fluctuations, things along those lines. So that is a silent majority that comes out, and they get gobbled up with various other groups. It's black Americans that are actually wanting to vote conservative, even though they don't portray any kind of Republican values, and they just kind of stay quiet, but they'll vote conservative.
How can that be the majority, bro? Respectfully, if you just name two minorities, I'm not trying to troll, bro, but like, you just name two minorities.
That's what the Republican, when the Republican Party says the silent majority, those that aren't polled, those that aren't asked, those that are not counted in any time leading up.
You said
they talk about that.
And they're definitely polled.
That's fucked up. I didn't know, Brad. That's all I was asking. Hey, yo, I just want to make it clear.
I don't think it's an attack. I'm driving and I'm driving.
No, yeah, I actually know what they meant by that, right? I really assumed it legit, like what Mother said, right? Real quick, I want to say Samoa still didn't say shit about you. I don't know why Don trying to get him smoked. Mother can't stand on 10, maybe because he's sitting on 10. I don't know what the fuck is going on right now, but it's probably has to stop, bro.
I actually
sitting on 10. Yeah, I meant it like that. Yeah, I don't want Mother to come up the mic now and be like, oh, no.
Well, I don't know what happened.
No, you saw Steel.
You used to be cool.
You saw
for the last 5 days, you've been throwing a tantrum in this room. I don't know if you need to go to church and get some peace inside, because you've been hella disrupted for like a good week and a half.
I'm very clear what the Bible says, bro. Number 2, bro. You saw Steel giving out flowers, bro, to be like, hey, look, there are consistent people. It wasn't like, these are the inconsistent people. Samoa, he was like, these are the consistent people that I know of. Right? He didn't even mention me, by the way, right? And then, like, Don turned into this thing. I won't let Steel get smoked. All right? Like, me and Abdi already taken up brown bait, and I think Steel has been identified as being a brownie. And we're working now with the brownie protection clause, Steel. I won't let them manipulate your work. Just trying to hype up this priest.
Aren't you the guy that said that his forehead needs his own area code? Isn't that what you said?
What?
Didn't you say this nigga needed his own area code for his forehead?
Not Steel. Not Steel. That was Elise, bro. What are you talking about?
No, nigga.
Yeah, me and Steel have never gone at it, bro.
See, look at that. Oh, when he was Kangito.
Yes. I never told him to get Kangito. I used to get Kangito with these nuts jokes. That's it, bro. Oh, man, it's always these priests don't even remember so quickly, man. If they only had something like writing. They only had something like writing, right?
Oh, that's messed up.
Wait, so what we just witnessed was a form of propaganda to go against the Black Brownie, aka fucking Steel. They tried to steal my integrity and replace it with lies and propaganda.
Blatant lies, bro.
Exactly, and this is why my name is what it is, because people like to do it to me.
And now Samoa looks goofy because he took the bait. He just looks goofy.
Exactly. Because my point was,
my point is, anybody could just promises you to
Hold on, no.
He has to respond to that.
Steve, I have one question for you.
Hold on, this is like a brother. My point is this: no one, not even myself, is immune of fucking propaganda. Doesn't matter if you're on the left.
I am. What the fuck?
No, that's how you know he's on.
And you can't read that.
All we have is this, right? You guys like okay?
Samoa, that was funny
No.
All black people can't read. Is that what you're
Can someone measurement on Samoa's skull, please?
Incan, I need someone in the room, an American, to tell me what the fuck does Erica Kirk know about the Air Force? I need to find out right now.
Who is Erica Kirk? Charlie Kirk's wife?
Charlie Kirk's wife.
Why do we care about her?
Because she got promoted to some fucking boss level fucking Air Force thing today.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Wait. She got promoted in the Air Force?
No, she's going to some fucking Air Force Academy for
You don't even know what it's about, bro.
Okay, enlighten us, Mikey. Come on.
Do you think that this is kind of like the level of, I don't know, like the Secretary of War? Like that?
No. Of course not.
All right. So does it need to be appointed by the Senate?
I have no idea, to be honest.
All right.
That's why I'm asking. I'm not doing it rhetorically, Mikey. I'm asking. Because I read something and I wanted to tell you that
you place prominent figures that are of a certain conservative movement within certain key points that very able to convey the successes of the administration to all of the elections. Come on, man. Hello.
Okay, so basically
That's
it's
the
politics. Yeah, okay.
What do you think it is? It's a president.
I thought, usually, I mean, and I say this as someone very, very partial.
In the bureaucracy, did you?
Very partial towards your politics, but usually
my husband just died.
Yes, but bro, my dog just died. Give me the fucking chair of the vet. I want to be that. Give it to me.
You want to be a white woman?
Alex, respectfully, the reason that she got the position was it was a position that her husband held, and it seems like it's.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
How does that track?
You should look up the senator or congressperson from Michigan, Dingo, how she got her seat. There's a few of them in Congress that it immediately went to the wife after their husbands died. Dingo got it.
But I mean, Erica Kirk took over.
Erica Kirk is a spitting image of Charlie Kirk,
which she is not.
Hold on. People could be assured that like his views would be conveyed to the position. Is that hard for you to like connect? You have to get into the right lane. Just saying.
I also think it's like a board position at a university in the sense that like there's a lot of shit here that like she's not making military decisions or like advising combat units. Like again, this is a role that her husband had. Her husband, as far as I'm aware, had no military service. Her husband was not a college. They didn't have a college. Like there's like again, I'm not talking shit about Charlie Kirk. I had a lot of respect for Charlie Kirk. It's just like again, it seems to me like somebody correct me if I'm wrong. More of like O'Neill said.
Yeah.
So the people that were like so against Kamala dragging us into war in Iran, like fucking Tucker Carlson and what's the other one? The black.
They also got down on Obama. For the same thing.
Candace Owen, like, are they like bashing Trump at this point?
Yeah, they are.
And in fact, Donald Trump.
Shout out to them, bro.
Donald Trump just came out the other day and said that Tucker Carlson is not part of the MAGA movement. He's not. He just came out and bashed him like two or 3 days ago. Just completely raked Tucker over the coals as he should. Tucker's a fucking nut job.
Benjamin Netanyahu also said if Tucker Carlson is saying it's about Israel, then they're not MAGA.
Right. Shouldn't they just switch names then, dude?
I ain't gonna lie, got onto something.
Bro, I can't believe it. Alex trying to attack a widow like that, bro. Man, is there any more bro? What is decency in our civilization, bro? I don't know if it was like the denied travel visas, or maybe it was like the denied access. I don't know what's going on, bro. But that's a widow, man.
Who's a widow, bro? My misogyny don't discriminate. You got a dead husband, dead wife, I don't give a shit. If you're a woman, you're getting it.
What about Samo? I do see his point though, and I see others. Like I hate this kind of like almost like weird thing. Like we're gonna elevate her to some prominent political position because of her husband. And when I look at other like true like I'll call them patriots and whatever for this country, we haven't had this really happen a lot. Like Martin Luther King's wife wasn't elevated to some summarial role that was up there. We really don't do this on either side of the aisle. This has been a recent phenomenon, and I don't really particularly like it. I mean, the first one
it does feel like a reality TV show, right?
Hold on, wait. I just want to finish this point real quick. Hold on. I like Eleanor Roosevelt, you could kind of say, but she was still the first lady. She did elevate some people, but that was like the Red Cross. That was like a lot of aid. She was doing a lot with the war effort. So, like, I'll give her props for that. But like now, I hate this. Like everybody that's tied to a political movement now to summarial role with some title, and it's like really dumb to me. And I don't listen.
Well, I think it's the organization that you represent. Like with Turning Point USA sitting on a board for like the Air Force Academy, on like what type of criteria is being utilized to advance people within their education, it would make absolute sense that the movement that's going to these college campuses were to have like an earshot of like what's going on.
Yeah.
Also, like respectfully, Brad, we see this with cabinet appointments and like kind of lower level cabinet appointments. You don't typically see it with Secretary of State, those types of things. You certainly saw it with I'm blanking on her name. Trump's first administration. You got Secretary of Education. But you certainly see this across the board with a lot of these lower level cabinet appointments, and you see this with ambassadorships and that kind of thing. You see a lot of this, if you want to call it nepotism or pseudo nepotism, you see this stuff all the time. Like, you can disagree with it, and I tend to agree with you. Like, I tend to disagree with it as well. And you see it thick throughout the Trump administration, where he's picking people that he trusts, right? Like, he's having Jared Kushner, who, as far as I'm aware, never got a Senate appointment or was never confirmed by anybody, like, basically deciding policy for the Middle East or being a huge policy advisor for the Middle East. So again, if you want to say, okay, that you disagree with it, I tend to agree with you, but to say that this stuff is like it fell out of the clear blue sky, I feel like this stuff has been going on for a really, really long time.
But on principle,
I gotta say something.
Generations, bro.
Others like Zan and Brad, these are the type of conservatives that like, right? They're not like, they don't just fucking juice when it's given to them. They think about the juice before they drink it, right? They test the water. They make sure it's clean. And then it passes the fucking test. Then they ingest it. They don't just blindly drink it like some more.
Yeah, but also still, like the culture, like normatively, like meritocracy is something that meritocracy is something you venerate, right? So you want the right person for the job to get the job. No.
No, I agree.
But I also see it with Donald Trump, who's people that are like, and again, you can I get where the disagreement. Donald Trump appointing so many people that are close to him for these permanent roles, but Donald Trump didn't come from politics, and so he's picking a lot of people that he feels that he can trust. Like, trust for him is way more important than qualification. Like, he wants people that are going to do what he wants. So
what are you talking about? What are we talking about? He's not familiar with.
If you look at the contrast between his first term and this term, what he's done is he's placed a quote-unquote loyalist at the top of the food chain so that they can convey all good information, or like what he believes is accurate information to him. And that's like a good way of like management, right? Oh, so when these roles, like historically, are for the political of like how generations are going to be molded, yeah, the administration is going to like send this to reflect their agenda.
Sure. Let me ask you a question. Does Trump have anyone around him that can say no to him?
Yeah, Putin, duh. Putin's got it. Putin's got it, man.
Melania told him to stop listening to Trump. Or to,
can we just see what we can do? So did you see what he said about J.D. Vance today? Or yesterday? What did he say? Yeah, so J.D. Vance is a person that philosophically like disagreed with like his position, and then he adds to that with all of the information that I had, I made a decision that a lot of people on the cabinet didn't like. Right? So there are people like Tulsi Gabbard. There are people like J.D. Vance. There are people.
Oh my God, Simone.
Just hold on, come on. These people don't like what they're doing. So he'll sit people, and he's given this strategy a million times. Go ahead, and he uses the what? The doves and the hawks, right? He would say John Bolton is a hawk, and then he would get like a diplomacy guy on the other side, and then he lets them debate it out. Give me all the information, I'll finally make the decision if we're going to go or if we're not going to go. So sure. If you're not keeping...
Everyone you named is a cuck.
God, it's horrible. Yeah, but they're the ones that also
Democrats literally have
Don't stoop down to their level, Jessica.
Amen.
Democrats literally have
used to kind of like it makes some adherence to it, because Bolton's strategy, which he disagrees with Trump, but he's happy that there's means in that. Bolton wanted a full-scale invasion. He wanted boots on the ground. He wanted complete decimation of the internal structures of Iran. That was Bolton's original plan, and Trump just used him as a levy and ignored literally almost 90% of his advice. And Bolton says this in his own book.
Right. So, and again, I want to answer to the person who like said Trump is surrounded by cucks. Trump is surrounded Democrats literally have an expression called taco. Trump always chickens out. Right. And again, I have my issues with Trump, and I have my issues with this administration. I have issues with him. A lot of issues with Trump across the board. But the reason that quote unquote Trump
Steele, you're hot, Mikey, bro.
Trump will oftentimes change his position on a variety of different issues. And then, again, conservatives will rake him over the coals for it. So what Trump does are oftentimes two very, very different things. He governs actually, I would say, pretty daggone moderately. Again, to the earlier point about not getting in forever wars and all this kind of stuff, he's not governing like a neocon by any stretch of the imagination. He's pretty loose on even things like abortion. Like he ran away from abortion during the election because he didn't want to be put into a corner with that, to the chagrin of a lot of like super conservative.
Yeah, probably because he's had a few of himself.
Yeah,
been responsible for a few, I should say.
But my point being is like he's not afraid to change his opinion on a bunch of variety of different issues. He's not afraid to surround himself with people that may disagree with him or know more than him on issues. I mean, a guy that ran against him, and Marco Rubio, is now one of the most powerful people in the country.
Okay, I do give you that maybe the people around him do know more than him, but that's it, because all of those people are yes men. All of them. Yes, they are. Dude, they are.
No, they are not.
Yes, they fucking are. Y'all, dude, you see every day. This is horrible,
All right, there you go right there, right? The idea that he changes his mind is because there's multiple options out there. He'll say one thing, change his mind, and go to somewhere else, right?
So they'll do that there, right?
Also, it probably benefited him a little bit more.
Hold on.
I don't like him shit voted in Democrat.
The idea that he's able to go through all these different choices that you guys say that he's quote unquote shuffling on, right? Means that there's multiple options that are like conveyed to him. So that means that there's people in his cabinet that say number one. And there's other people that say number two or number three. But that doesn't align with what you just said when you said they're all yes men.
Because whatever he wants to do, it will happen. Whatever lines him and his buddies' pockets more, he will do that. Period. That whatever will benefit. It's not the benefit to you, Samoa, or any of us. He is not for the fucking people, Joe. He is not for the fucking people.
You are silly. You are so silly.
So I want to address Ben's statement real quick. Just to rewind real quick. So when you say that statement is objectively false. Governing like the neocon is responsible for doing with interventions in foreign nations and using forward American power to push forward American interests overseas. That's exactly what governing like a neocon means and what they have been doing for the last couple decades. I don't know what delusional world you're operating in, but this is exactly what Trump is doing on a regular.
So I think that
I agree. I'm just being respectful to Ben.
This ain't American.
I think taking out Soleimani, not having massive boots on the ground in a lot of these different things, like not wanting to get involved in super long, crazy long conflicts. I mean, they're saying about Iran. I guess time will tell, but I would be shocked if this thing in Iran lasts more than 2 or 3 months. Like, I would be shocked just based on what's coming out of this administration. The administration clearly knows that the United States does not have any appetite for a huge long war. That is so counter to John Bolton. Why am I blanking on his name? A guy from South Carolina, who's quite obviously gay. Lindsey Graham. Again, to say that Trump is doing his usual with the Republican Party or that he's some kind of a neocon, it just shows a complete ignorance of what those words even. It's like to compare this to the Bush administration and the way that the Bush administration conducted business. They're so ridiculously completely different.
So I think the person who needs to go back and just Google real quick what governing like a neocon means is you, because the way that you're explaining it is actually inaccurate. So how about you take a second and actually look at the definition of what governing by like a neocon actually means: hawkish interventions overseas, going through and using American firepower to push forward American ideology overseas. That's exactly what governing like a neocon is. Your narrow definition that because he's doing it with ground, so it doesn't count as government. It's ridiculous. It doesn't even align with what governing like a neocon actually means. So how about you check yourself, do some research, and maybe you understand things before you make statements that are factually inaccurate.
All right, I'm cool with Mother now.
Why? Because Mother said something that you didn't have the heart to say. Go ahead, Ben.
No, I'm just being respectful. Hey! Debating, bro.
I guess we'll have to agree to disagree.
Absolutely important. Go ahead, Ben. Not bad.
No, go ahead. Like I said, I'll end with this. I think of politics as usual from these various administrations with Obama through Bush, through Clinton, etc. And obviously we had Biden, and I don't even know where Biden fits into this whole puzzle. But like again, if you want politics as usual for the Republican Party from the Bush era, Trump does policy completely. He runs the country differently than the Bush. Like to compare him or say that he's running it, like again, if that's what I think of when I think of neocon, that's what I think of. I think of the Bush, the 8 years of George W. Bush. I can't think of a president more different than George W. Like Donald Trump is it's just a completely different strategy.
Okay. So again, I don't want to repeat my point, so I'm just going to let this go.
If you want to get in a semantic conversation about like neocon or if it meets the exact definition, sure, I'll cede you. Maybe that's my point. Was that Trump is running the country completely differently than the George W. Bush era was.
Interesting. It's kind of interesting because I didn't even think people considered this point of view, because my position is we're doing exactly what America's been doing for the last 30 years. I don't see much of a difference, but I think if your position is we're not exactly setting boots on the ground, and that is a significant enough difference, fine, I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot less.
From an approach perspective, it's very similar to Bill Clinton, Trump, Obama.
But it's a lot less dead American soldiers, right? So, like, I think that's a huge, huge thing, right? Like, we're not doing this whole nation building, taking entire countries and just running them, trying to institute democracy in these countries that never had democracy, don't have any desire to have democracy, or at least a large scale don't.
One thing's been always the same. That's for
Well,
I think it's important to kind of look at something and ask the question. So he was asked the question, hey, are you going to kind of promote democracy in Iran? He said, no. He was like, no, it's fine if they keep the religion. It doesn't matter as long as they see it fairly, right? So you can clearly see that that's not a motivation. That's not a motivation for him to like change the structure of like how Iran runs certain things. So I think that's been attributed to him.
As long as they treat us fairly.
Yeah,
you could be a dick. You're asking them to treat you fairly, like
something like this. Like let's open up lines of market. We'll remove the sanctions. You guys no longer do this thing. Make sure that we share the money. It moves all around the country.
It sounds like they could have done that without all this nonsense going on right now and dropping bombs. They did try it.
Of course they tried it.
Line, so, oh my God, they didn't. You don't.
Bro, 2017, they tried it, bro.
They tried what in 2017?
Yeah, so like in 2017, once they jumped out of the JCP, they tried the whole maximum pressure campaign.
How's maximum pressure negotiation? How's maximum pressure negotiation? You know what a negotiation is?
Yeah, I'm gonna get there. Like, if you cut me off there, then you're going to be lost. So if I'm able to finish, then you'll actually see how I'm tying these things together. I'm saying that there was a max pressure campaign with sanctions to bring them to the negotiation table. Then, unfortunately, he lost the White House. The next administration came in and changed the position, created a whole new, path of, I guess they did something about Iran with, unfreezing certain monies that were being seized or whatever the hell that was, right? So anyways, there was a new thing. They got a new injection of money, Iran, right? And then they kind of moved a different path. Trump came in and he picked up right where he left off. He said, Iran, we're right back to where we were in 2017. I'm bringing you guys down to a point where we're now at the negotiation table. And then new information revealed itself, right? And now it turned it from a negotiation to a leveraging point of imminent proportion. And now they're finding out. That's how that works, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah, I guess we finding out, huh? You know what I mean? So you can't punch someone in the face and say, yeah, sure, let's negotiate now. It's nonsense.
No, you punch him in the face.
Hold on. Obama had the right idea. Obama did the right thing. We should have continued the course the way we've done with other countries. If what you're saying is, well, Trump wanted to, they don't care as long as we treat it fairly. Well, treat the person fairly, right? We've been dealing with Saudi Arabia, which is as oppressive, if not more than Iran.
right? And we've been dealing with them since the 1940s and buying their oil. As long as they agreed to for payment in dollar, we didn't give a fuck what they did. The women in Saudi Arabia just started driving 2 years ago. 2 fucking years ago.
But does Saudi Arabia shout death to America and death to
Yes, but are you worried about death to America? Did they not fund the people that knocked down the towers? You scared of death to America? That's what you're scared of?
White boys scared of
Let's not like, we just have
white boys
Wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree? No, my bad. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. You haven't heard from Joe.
No, I just was going to say that guy. Oh, thank you. No way. Jose needs to get up.
You're a white girl.
You need to get up.
Call you the biggest.
Wait. Let's leave the chat friend.
You a white girl.
He needs to get up.
Shut up.
Put up his
You a Trump supporter. Fuck you.
No, I'm a J.D. Vance supporter.
Yeah, fuck you too.
Yeah, you don't even know that, do you?
Weirdo. You a white girl.
I know you are, but what am I?
A white bitch. Oh, you almost got
Don't do it.
It didn't come out. It didn't go out. It didn't go out. I caught myself.
Alright, listen. I think I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Andrew.
No, you're fine, bro. Wouldn't you agree, Ben, that Saudi Arabia started funding people that led to a shitload of terrorism, started funding the ideology that led to Islamic extremism in many cases, right? But we still do business with them. I'll give you another example. They sent agents to go to a sovereign nation, kill a reporter, put his body in a furnace, ship his body parts out, right? And then we're like, yeah, we should totally send him 5th generation fighter jets. That's not a problem, right? I think what God is trying to show is that the reason why it's doing something obviously are going to be distinct from the reason, the other reasons that make them tribute bigger factors of why they do it. I don't think that's preposterous to say. I think that's extremely reasonable, probable as well.
Sure, and I'm not going to sit here and say that Middle East politics or Middle East, the running of the Middle East is easy, or that I'm an expert on it. I'm not, but I'm also going to and obviously if you look at the Taliban, and during the Clinton administration, and that whole thing, the Afghanistan Civil War, watch Charlie Wilson's War, great movie, underrated movie, Tom Hanks, Julia Roberts, great movie, about the Afghanistan Civil War, right? The United States has played both sides of a variety of different Middle East conflicts, and certainly there's the losers and funded it that way. So there's very, very often times that America is rooting for one side of a particular conflict, and both sides are shooting with weapons that we provided them. So obviously the United States does not have clean hands in all of this, and I'm not going to sit here and be naive and say that that the United States does have clean hands. It obviously doesn't. And I disagree with a huge portion of Middle Eastern policy when it comes from the United States. But if we're talking about the Trump administration and the way that they're doing foreign policy when it pertains to Iran, again, we'll see how this whole war thing. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and it's just more business as usual. I'm more than happy to recant that and say, hey, yeah, I was wrong. But this seems like a departure in the sense that it looks like an in and out type of operation. It doesn't look like a huge nation building type of thing. So maybe that is politics as usual. Maybe it is. I also think that when it comes to the price of gas, when it comes to all of this kind of stuff, and granted the United States doesn't get a ton of our oil from that region, a lot of it comes from South America and that kind of thing, but I guess I'm being non-interventionalist until I became a realist, and then I was like, okay, I guess the United States does have to take sides in some of these world conflicts. It doesn't mean that we have to take stances on literally everything or take a part in every single thing. And I certainly don't want to see that. And rather the United States not going to Cuba. I think that's a whole other thing, right? So I have my disagreements with this administration, as I've said before, and I'll continue to say I don't like everything this administration does. But I think that what they're doing in Iran is a departure from business as usual. So, and again, I'm open to being.
Man, with everything you just said, which by the way, I agree with the analysis, right? And then for you to say, oh my God, they scream death to America, I can hardly take you seriously when you understand that, yeah, we don't have to invade. What do you think the victims are going to take? Keep forgetting that the United States gives Saddam Hussein gas the people of Iran. And you're surprised to say death to America? Like, how would we feel if we're in a war with Mexico and Brazil, Mexico gas us? You don't think we're going to hold a grudge? And that's the thing. And like I said, I can appreciate you saying, you know what? And I can appreciate you saying, you know what? We are not perfect. We've done some stuff, but also apply some analytical skill and logic and say, yeah, I can understand why they will scream death to America.
But you're also ignoring the current facts on the ground. So again, like when we look at it and say, oh yeah, we're going to take the past. Like these people are upset from 1970s, okay, 60s, 50s, all right. You got like what, 2, maybe 3 generations in there. So now you're looking at it, but then the facts that are correlating to today, what led up to this, right now, you can say the whole history, but right now, the actions that say Iran, since that's your claim, is taking the 60,000 terror attacks, the controlling of the street.
You keep saying.
Wait. Stop. So, like, when they attack on the seas, they fund various groups of terror organizations. That's not hyperbole. That's not like, hey, you have a nation that is supporting terrorist groups around the world globally, and they are interfering with not just one nation, not just, it would be okay, your statement would be okay if it was just America. And maybe even England. No, they're in fact affecting every type of shipping that comes from every nation and attacking it. So now you got to say, all right, in the government, what does the ruling supreme power, which is the United States, what is the top tier nation supposed to do when everybody's looking at it saying, you need to solve this problem? What is your solution? Because we tried bribery, we tried peace talks, we tried lifting sanctions, we tried all that. And then we put more sanctions on. So, like, neither worked.
And just really quick, because I'm logging off because I got a meeting at 4 o'clock. But I appreciate you, Brad, for saying that, because really that's what I was trying to highlight with the Death to America comment versus what's going on in Saudi Arabia. Is like if Iran wasn't the giant sweltering boil in the Middle East that it is in terms of, like, if it just existed on its own. There's plenty of oppressive regimes all around the world, China, North Korea, like there's plenty of oppressive regimes around the world that were not in the business of taking over and trying to topple regimes. It's like, I think the United States and Iran is going in and trying to topple a regime because it's a massive threat to not only our allies in the region, but just our interests in the region, whether they be economic or whatever else, right? So, like, that's what I meant by the like, one side shouts death to America. So, and again, I got to log off. I got a meeting at 4 o'clock, but appreciate the conversation.
Good talk, brother. Come back with more. And then, you bro?
No, yeah, I just wanted to say a lot of the times we look at like this and say maybe this is equivalent to what's happening in such and such administration. But the whole goal of it would just be to destabilize the region, right? And so the thesis of we're acting like a neocon state, right? Or like neocons, that's exactly how neocons would destabilize, right? Just because neocons are neocon doesn't mean that they would go for their act in an unpopular manner, right? Like if you want to change the regime, do a couple more things. Yeah, maybe boots on the ground is necessary. But if you just want to distance, that just could be the case of it. And then I also agree that there are cases where we're going to have to intervene, right? But keeping those at a minimal and trying to go for more diplomatic fixes usually, in my opinion, tend to be better, right? Especially given the state of our economy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm not convinced that the full purpose of this would require boots on the ground. I really think the goal of this is just to destabilize the region. There's a lot of advantages to that. We've hit multiple targets, both economically, our competitors see the needs of quote-unquote boots on the ground for me to be this seems like how neocons would act.
Iken, I got a question for you. Maybe some of the other Christians in the room. Did you see that apparently I think the troops are being told that they're fighting this war for Jesus, apparently, for Armageddon? Did you hear about that?
Yeah, I did. That's people don't know that Pete Hetz has also funds pastors that have they go to the White House and have these Bible meetings in which this eschatology is preached. If you think about like the wide range of like Christian beliefs in our country, right? This type of eschatology is like very specific, right? But I think that that alignment with that is, something that like we should be very obviously scared of. Like the quote was, and Trump is the anointed one, and this is like the end, like Gog and Magog type of stuff. And that's just like weird, right? This is also the concern of Christian fundamentalism in the government. We look at the report by those soldiers, right? Soldiers are not just like concerned that this guy is just a whack job. They're actually concerned about the military, right? And how this is actually like accepted, right? And this person feels so comfortable that he has no problem like pushing these beliefs on them so they can have like reciprocal beliefs, right? Yeah. I was surprised by that too.
So this idea that, and I know people don't get challenged enough from it, and I know why you keep repeating it, 60,000 terrorist attacks sponsored by Iran is a crock of shit that cannot be proven. It is all rhetoric and talking points coming from Fox News so they can support it, right? They will say, well, Iran support Hezbollah. I don't think Hezbollah is a terrorist organization. Not any more than ISIS that the United States supported in Syria, or TPKA that the United States supports. Even if you were to say, well, Hamas is a terrorist organization, I don't think they are. I don't think they even fit the description of terrorist organization. They can't even prove that number, 60,000. That cannot be proven. But he asked, what's his name earlier for documentation. Brad cannot prove that 60,000 attack of terrorist attack. He can't even do it. That cannot be
Is Hezbollah listed as a terrorist organization?
Once again, I don't know by the world. If the United States deems you a terrorist organization, doesn't make you a terrorist organization when people invade your and you're trying to fight off. Like the idea that just because I oppose your oppression, that makes me a terrorist is bullshit and nonsense. You know it and I know it. If a country invade us right now and we fight them, then we'll say we are terrorists. Are we terrorists? Like the idea that one man terrorist is not a freedom fighter has always been true. Just because the State Department says it makes it so, because it's their enemy. ISIS was a terrorist organization. Al-Qaeda was a terrorist organization. But yet we welcomed Jolani in the White House when it was convenient for us. But yet we fund these people when they're doing our bidding. We happily fund them. Like it's nonsense, it's hypocritical, and that's the issue with it. Secondly, saying, we can talk about history. 1993, most of us, when we damn Saddam Hussein gas to bomb the fucking Iranian. Like we're talking like this shit like 1800. No, we weren't alive in 93. You're talking about today. What has done to the United States in the last 10 years?
Hold on. I just want to address that. So the paradigm that you want to do is what you believe is not a terrorist organization. When NATO allies, the UN will decree these people terrorist organizations. So fine, you want to bucket, you want to say that, okay, great. Then they're not. Then we have every justification for the fact that they actually attacked U.S. military boats. They've attacked U.S. bases. We can go and say, hey, you know what? Fine, it's an all-out war. Then they all deserve to die. Either way, your argument falls flat because, again, they haven't just attacked the U.S. They've attacked Europe. Wait, hold on. They've attacked Kenya. They attacked South Africa. They've attacked Egypt. They've attacked multiple locations around the world that aren't necessarily direct allies with us. They've even attacked Saudi Arabia. So the idea that somehow that the Hezbollah is not listed in your opinion, because that's all you said was, in my opinion, I think Hezbollah is not a terrorist organization, is there. The second thing, when we fund or help the terrorist groups that are related like ISIS or the Taliban or DPK or any of these others, is actually for controlling interest. And a lot of conservatives had qualms about that. They had massive qualms about that because, again, we always thought, hey, you know what? This could come back on us, and we really shouldn't fund these little proxy groups to go out and commit hara-kiri on literally all these other nations or all these other groups, because after they're done with that, they're just going to carry it on and go ahead and you probably eventually do us. Like the $4
You don't even disagree with me.
Okay, So the point I disagree with was literally your whole statement, because all you said, my opinion is these terrorist groups aren't terrorists. And
and
the rest
somebody
of the world disagrees with you. Multiple nations don't agree with you. Multiple councils don't agree with you. In fact, so many of it, which is the majority of the fucking world, disagrees with Matt.
Okay, so
now,
yeah, right. You
now
know,
we
white
have
people
that.
decided
So
they
now,
are terrorists all of a
white
sudden.
people, it wasn't just white people, it's Asian.
Not if you say they are terrorists because Europe decided you're a terrorist. White people decide you're a terrorist, you're a terrorist.
I've never heard anyone say ISIS is not a terrorist organization.
Yeah, but the U.S. support ISIS. The U.S. supported ISIS. The U.S. support ISIS. Now what?
So, sorry, Matt, I have to do this real quick. I don't know what makes you guys think when Matt and Brad are going back and forth that rest of you can just come off mic and be like, hold up, or let me say this, like, no, wait. Matt and Brad are going back and forth. Take it, chill. Yeah, that's what's going on. Matt and Brad are going back and forth.
Let Brad finish.
Go ahead, Matt. So we can move the...
No. Let Brad finish.
Okay,
Let Brad finish. We can move the conversation. It's on Brad. My bad, Brad.
Go ahead, Brad.
Yeah, so can we speak now, brother?
Brad, you don't want to go? Brad, I muted the stage, Brad. You're muted.
He might be.
Oh, I was muted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Now we're going to move on to some other speakers. Go ahead.
So, like I was saying, there are groups out there, like FARC is a prime example in Colombia. Do I agree with it? When they attack civilian schools? No. Do I agree with it when they attack churches? No. When they attack government entities? Yes, I can say that. I can actually go ahead. But Hezbollah does not believe in that. Hamas does not believe in that. They attack civilian populations. They don't attack military engagements, and they make big splashes. So for you to say, hey, you know what, these people aren't terrorists, they're just defending themselves, yet they go into another nation to commit such atrocities, who aren't at war with Iran because nobody was invading Iran, now all of a sudden, your claim lays flat to me.
No. Is he done? I think Matt got cooked. Go ahead, though.
All right, so see, yeah, you can label whoever the fuck they want to off those fucking whims, because and it's not to sit up here and defend ISIS or any of these other groups, Taliban. No, it's not to defend this shit. It's all about pointing out hypocrisy and certain biases that's going on. So you're telling me that you can sit up here and tell other nations, right, specifically this nation, in a nation that's pulling their strings, which is being pulled by a whole other group of people. That's another story for another day. Point is, you're telling people they can't have uranium deposits in their country, they can't have nuclear capability, but you can have it, right? And then conspire with other nations to say, well, this is what people are much terror do the world. And we literally witnessed America go up the Panama Canal and take that shit from them for the exports of that whole little situation out militarily, and kill not only the soldiers in North Africa, but kill up innocent, you know. And apparently testing out laser weapons on the people. And then of course going into Vietnam, where they had no business being over there.
Operation Northwood.
Yeah, Operation Northwood. You know, you also have what we witnessed just now. You know, even after Iran said that they were not going to, they agreed, mind you, they agreed to not use any uranium deposits, right? The very same week, by the end of the week, we started seeing Israel and America start dropping bombs. And then here it is, you have people who are so pro and gung-ho for this stupid ass war that is going on, that you'll sit up here and call these people terrorists. Yeah, they're launching missiles at these other countries which have military bases of the United States occupying these different nations, right? Which that should tell you a whole lot
no fucking accountability. There's nothing but fucking excuse. Saying, well, they should have built a military base 100 yards away from the school, from 100 yards away from the school. Well, if you have the best military intel in the entire world, how the fuck do you fuck up that bad? You know what I'm saying? And then there's nothing but excuses and no accountability. That just means that it's a bully and a real terrorist telling convincing other nations because they have a beef with another nation that these are the terrorists. No, take accountability and say, listen, that's no terrorist, labeling schools a terrorist. Who's not? That's in the eye of the beholder. All right, now man here. All right, I know this is an emotional. If you're gonna call somebody a terrorist, only three that other people call you a terrorist based off of your track record and your resume to shoot you from. And that's all. And to me, when I hear these people out there, and it's funny it's coming from these, left thirsty, right. I don't understand the logic behind this shit. If there are a bunch of terrorists in this fucking country, the goddamn terrorist country. It is what it is, man.
Okay, and I just wanted to say this to Matt as a follow-up point. Like, I look at the KKK as a terrorist organization. I think they should be locked up. I think they should be, like, literally for life. In fact, I would enjoy shooting squads, but I'm a little too extreme for that. But I look at them as a terrorist organization, and I want further penalties on them. But if your claim is that, people can fight for themselves, again, then you're giving credence to the fucking KKK. I just want you to be aware of that. Like, that's where that line starts to go, oh, well, but you are, based on your thing, because they want to, quote, take their country back and make it all white. But the KKK, to me, is a fucking demonic fucking whatever, and whatever you Christians say about these things, I would throw in there and then say we should just round them up and shoot them. But I don't get to have my way with it. I wish, but we wouldn't.
So when you invade a country and the people of that country fight you, we can do terrorism. To compare, that's like comparing Hamas to the KKK. It's like, it's not even analogous, right? KKK were American citizens, and they were not even fighting the government. They were fighting other citizens of their own country. That was a dumb comparison, Brad. Secondly, even if you were to say Hezbollah is a terrorist organization, Hezbollah does not operate, well, at least Lebanon Hezbollah does not operate outside of Lebanon. Iraq Hezbollah does not operate outside of Iraq because they have very clear objectives. You got to have the same people that are like, well, our Hezbollah is a terrorist organization and Iran is supporting them, therefore supporting them. When the Kurds, who have no country, are fighting in 3 different countries, Turkey, Iran, and Iraq, but the United States happily supports them, arms them, and gives them everything they need. Also, get betrayed every chase they get by the U.S., but I don't see you calling them a terrorist organization. I think the hypocrisy is why we don't trust the system. Because you say one thing, like I said, I would appreciate the honesty of us saying, hey, we are on our imperialistic shit, and we're gonna do what we wanna do. I appreciate that part. But when you guys do the moral game of like, well, we're doing this for this and that, we're fighting terrorism, motherfucker, you a terrorist yourself. You sponsor Israel, that's been killing the Palestinians since 1948. What are we talking about? They're not the single. Israel is the person that introduced terrorism in the Middle East. The 1947 King David bombing, the very first terrorist attack in the region. But I don't see you condemning that part. And that's the part that we can stand. It's not even about support for the US and that blah, blah. None of that matters. It's when you get on your high horse of morality when you're not wrong. Just be honest with me. And I can appreciate that.
How dare you talk about my great Israel?
Wait, hold on, because I love how we jumped to Israel. So Israel's politics regarding Gaza, I think are shit. Like, you're not going to get a big argument on me. I can condemn some of the politics that Israel does. I hate the mowing the lawn policy. I hate the fact of what they did on the West Bank, and then fucking act like it was all civil and nice. I don't get greed and stuff. Wait, hold on.
That's a part of the argument.
We also support Saudi Arabia, who murdered fucking Khashoggi. But, like, you know, we're not going to sit there and so stop talking, dude. So, like, you get this hyperbolic thing, like, oh, and we got to point to Israel. We support a lot of nations. Fuck, we support China, and we allow them to have fucking Uyghur camps. So, like, we support Russia, who makes fucking people either drink tea laced with poison or puts them inside fucking Syria in concentrations alone to freeze to death. Like, there's a whole lot of things that global nations do. But when you talk about terrorist groups that exist outside of a nation and go into other nations or go into international waters to commit or attack on a variety of nations, that for no reason or justification for it, which, hey, Iran wasn't fucking invaded. They didn't just attack Americans. They attacked Europe. They attacked Asia, India, African nations, Central and South American nations. So now, when you have this going on and they're just attacking everybody, but they don't, Iran doesn't, quote, claim them, but actually funds them, and we have proof of that. So now we can say, hey, Iran, stop supporting terrorists. Stop doing Hamas, to me, is a terror organization because they operate out of Qatar. They go into Gaza, and then they attack internally in Israel. But my point more selectively was they targeted Americans. And I don't like entities that try to make a political statement, raping, torturing, killing fucking Americans on the streets. I have an issue on it, especially young kids who are at a music festival. Now, had Hamas attacked the military bases, which was originally suggested as the plan, and had they stuck that targets, then you would have a compelling argument for me. But not to sit there and go attack kids at a festival. To me, that makes no sense. To me, that denotes that you are purely terrorist. You didn't want to have the actual fight. What you wanted to do was fucking make fear into people. Which, okay, that's how you want to play it. Now the rest of the world can look at it and say, yeah, we're going to classify this as terrorism because those kids were just non-combatants listening to shitty music and enjoying getting high. And that's pretty much what they were doing when they got attacked. So, like, again, spare me with that whole morality clause because, quite frankly, you keep waffling on it every step of the way. And I pointed out FARC. I pointed out the KKK, who says they're attacking their civilian sides and attacking us. And I think the fact that they have targeted and hurt black people, not just 100 years ago, but as literally as 6 fucking months ago, they have done that. They have committed abuse. They have beaten up a black man almost to death. He had to go into the hospital. But to me, I consider them a terrorist group because they will not go toe-to-toe with the National Guard or police. Instead, they'll pick on a fucking lonely black man walking home in the middle of the night and try to have that. So to me, they're a terror group. They're not interested in actually winning a war or having a fight. They're interested in provoking fear amongst the populace or civilian neighborhoods in order to affect their outcome, which is just completely terror. That's a terrorist group.
Brian's saying this like the U.S. didn't shot up a school with 173 kids. Brian's saying this like we didn't shot up an airlines with 298 people in it. Brian, like, are you listening to yourself, bros? I don't think you're listening to your arguments.
So did Iran fund and help support Hamas, who took 117 kids and killed them?
Once again,
are you upset about that?
Are you
upset at that?
I'm not, and I'll tell you why. The UN
because all those kids were from all over the world.
When you are occupied, you cannot be a terrorist. Simple as that. That's UN law. That's it. UN, we all agree to this. When you are occupied,
the UN doesn't recognize Gaza.
Are you that dumb, man?
No, I think you're dumb, man. The UN is not recognizing Gaza as a country. It doesn't recognize it as a country. It doesn't recognize it as a nation.
Anyway, when you are an occupied entity, you all cannot be classified as a terrorist if you are fighting for your freedom. That's very clearly stated.
Yeah, that's what Ukraine's doing, but it's a good try.
Right,
Too bad Gaza's not declared. Too bad Gaza is not declared a nation. Too bad Gaza has no formal government that is recognized by any members of the UN Council. And too bad that Hamas is not the prevailing authority, which is the majority of Palestinians, if you will, really don't like Hamas and don't want them in control, but they have to live there in fear. But they're the governing authority at this point in time over a territory which is not recognized by anyone in the fucking world.
Gaza is part of the Palestinian. It's part of the Palestinian.
You should go read the UN charters then.
The PLA is a member of the UN. The PLA
That's not Hamas, dipshit. You don't have... PLO is a separate entity. Not Hamas.
Right.
I swear you don't read things. You just say shit
because the Democratic Party and the Republican are not part of the United States. That's how dumb you are, Brad. You
Hamas is not recognized by any nation. So give me the UN charter that recognizes Hamas as a ruling authority. Give me the UN charter. Give me the UN. Give me the UN charter, man, because again, you're wrong. You're absolutely 100%
Show me the country that recognizes the Democratic as a country. You don't even know the difference between a country and a political party.
Dude, are you retarded?
You are retarded, Brad. Yes,
tell me the charter that recognizes Gaza as a nation. Give me the fucking charter.
Gaza is part of the Palestinian Authority. Gaza is part of the Palestinian Authority.
No, it is not.
New York is part of the
Tell me
United
where the
States.
charter is recognized as a Palestinian Authority, even going further. Where is it recognized in you? No.
Gaza is part of the Palestinian Authority. It's part of the... You're making yourself look bad, bro.
Admit it and say, you know what? I'm just trying to make hyperbolic statements and get my point across, but and do this tap dancing because I gave terrorists a whole blanket fucking excuse because they're just defending their nation. If that was the case, then you got what? Afghanistan deserved to get invaded because they attacked the U.S. and killed the civilian population because they were, quote, defending their territory, but we weren't in that country. We weren't attacking them. We weren't doing shit with them, really. And they attacked us. Russia should have the rights to go into Iran and murder everybody because guess what? Iran funded an attack in their Moscow without actually any provocation. Without any provocation because Russia was a fucking ally of Iran. So again, you sound
setting up a military base in your country. We are not doing anything in your country while we're setting up a military base in your country. This is fucking crazy. This is wild. The wild shit people say just to obfuscate their point so they can support such shit.
The dumb shit you're saying, there's a lot of reasons we set up military base.
Brad would be screaming right now if Kamala Harris was president and was attacking Iran. She would be calling her all kind of dumb and stuff. We all know why Brad support this bullshit that he knows is not right.
You know what? I know why Matt supports this bullshit because he wants to give this two-stepping bullshit. Dumbass fucking thing. So you just think, so now it's
I didn't attack you. I just tell you why
you just said it. This bullshit, and I'm just supporting Trump. I have a lot of criticisms of Trump. You, however, if Kamala attacked in this way, I would be okay with it. I actually would support her on it. I wish Biden had done it.
No, you wouldn't, Brad. At least be honest.
When my 7 sailors were sitting on their fucking knees, goes to their head in international fucking waters, dipshit. I would support this. I would have supported bombing the nuclear facilities under fucking Biden. Because even Biden tried to restore the fucking Iran agreement. And you know what? He had to walk away. He was so frustrated with their bullshit and others that he was like, yeah, there's no peace to be made. And in fact, the war plan that you're bitching about now wasn't even fully orchestrated under fucking Trump. It wasn't even completely there. This has been in the works for multiple administrations. Trump is just dusting off the book saying it's time to enact it. That's it.
Also, he was really critical, though. Correct. He was critical.
Absolutely true. What Mike had said was absolutely true. What say you, Matt? Silence. See?
I'd take it a step further and say that Trump was critical of Obama of trying to go to war with Iran during his administration.
What?
And now he's on board with it. It just seems a little like convenient for him. The man who claims
There's always a tweet. Jessica, there's always a tweet or a soundbite. There's always a tweet.
Yeah, but I thought his criticism was that Barack Obama didn't go far enough.
No, that's not what his criticism.
No, he
literally tweeted that Obama was going to basically start a war as a distraction and win the election.
Exactly.
Then he said Obama was going to start a war because then he said he was going to start a war because he was a bad negotiator. Like he literally tweeted about this stuff.
All right. So then, what was his rationale for getting out of the JCPOA?
What? Can we not interrupt Samoa so we don't involve that?
Yes. What was the reasoning? What was the rationale that Trump was using to get out of the Iranian nuclear deal with America that Barack Obama facilitated?
I don't remember.
Oh, it was an.
What does it have to do with what she just said?
Nothing. He just likes to move the ball.
That has nothing to do with what she just said.
Let me help you out, brother. Okay.
We're gonna pivot. It's called pivoting.
Oh, maybe it's because you didn't understand. So let's point this out again. She said Donald Trump was criticizing Barack Obama for doing something, and I said for a timely thing to win an election, right? So this is a timing issue.
There were multiple criticisms.
Just
multiple years.
We're gonna go one by one. Hold on, we're gonna go one by one. Okay. So the thing is that Donald Trump is like a hypocrite.
Stop writing
because he said Barack Obama,
such a bad luck.
Lady, relax. Because Barack Obama was accused of trying to go to war. What you're implying there is that Trump was like, we shouldn't go to war, right? Okay, so your three examples, Finley, that you provided were all critiques on how the president was operating in the steps before you go to war. He was criticizing his negotiation ability, right? He was criticizing the agreement that they all kind of just fell on, like the JCPO, right? He said it didn't have enough in there. It didn't have the ballistic missiles. It didn't have the facilities. It didn't have the production sites. It didn't have any of that in there. So he got out of it because he said it was a negotiated bad deal. That's consistent with the things that you provided, right?
What?
Now, hold on. Now, to address Jessica before Finley get in there, sorry, Finley, didn't mean to do that to you, bro. Yeah, you can critique a president for going into war to win an election and not for what the merits are on what's in the best interest of America. It's a timing thing. It's the motive, the reason why you go in is very important. If Barack Obama's reason was only to win an election, then I think we can blame all politicians that prioritize their own political ambitions above the best interest of the country. He's not saying you should never go to war with Iran in any of the examples that you guys provided. Hello?
Yeah, you created that out of thin air. That was great. I keep telling you, you should go work for the administration. You should go work for the administration, fam.
I don't know why you want to write so hard for any of these questions, Joe. This is.
You extrapolated all that from tweets, fam?
Bro, the claim was
from tweets.
But why don't you guys fight back on his point, though? You're just giving a pushback just for pushback.
No, because I agree with him, Brad. He's correct. No, he's absolutely spot on. It was a timing issue. I don't disagree that we shouldn't be at war, and it is probably a timing issue for that as well, as Lion has pointed out so many times. Okay? So I'm just saying, why does everyone still ride so fucking hard for Trump? He's a fucking liar. He's a felon. He's a piece of fucking shit. And I'm not saying any of these politicians are even better.
So, Jessica, you're saying we should win the war with Iran? You're saying we should win?
She's agreeing with
I'm saying we're at war, and I'm going to support my fucking troops. And I think that I go for America hard. So, if we need to get oil, let's get it because these gas prices are fucking killing us.
I'll ask it again. If Trump's critique of Obama was because of timing, right? That means that you agree that we should have went to war with Iran.
If that's what we needed to do, and Obama said we're going to war, what? I would have said, okay, Mr. Obama, thank you so much.
So you blindly follow any administration, even if their foreign policy is bad?
No, but I think that Iran is doing some bad shit.
You can make an argument for about. You can make the argument about
46 years. 46 years is suppression of like a whole
47
population, you know.
You can make the argument that
it is 47 because I was born in 1979. My birthday's not yet.
That any nation is doing bad crap, therefore we can go in. What the hell does that even mean?
Wait, who said that?
That's what she said.
What did I say? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Finley.
I said.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
That's exactly what she said.
Wait. What are you saying? I'm saying.
You said that they're doing bad stuff. You want it back?
Listen, I'm saying, listen, I'm saying that if we have to go to war, then we have to go to war. You know, it's really fucked up that I literally stand on no fucking war. If you're gonna go to war with your own fucking government. Burn the fucking house down the way we should have done. Okay? So don't get me started. Don't get me started on fucking war. But at the end of the day, if my president says we're going to fucking war, don't be a fucking bitch, and you have to fall in line at that point. That's what I'm saying.
To which I said that you would blindly follow.
I don't blindly follow any politician.
Let me say what I'm going to say. I said you said that if our president says we're going to effing war, then we need to fall in line. To which I said you would blindly follow an administration into a bad war.
No, bro. Like you're talking to my father fought in Vietnam, and he is embarrassed for his fucking service because of a terrible war. What are you saying, Finley? No, I don't blindly follow any politician. That's it. I'm done.
Jessica, my dad also fought in Vietnam, right? But it was a truck. It was hold on, let me say what I'm going to say. Let me say what I'm going to say. I'm going to talk fast. I want to say Tom. So my father, you can hold two things to be true at the same time because he was a troop and he got drafted, right?
Yes, he did get drafted.
On one hand, he said, I'm going to go serve because I was called to serve.
No, he didn't get drafted. No, he fucking went in when he was 17.
Let me finish saying what I'm saying, Jessica.
Sorry.
He's going to agree with you right here.
Two things can be true at the same freaking time.
Yep.
Number one, my dad was drafted. He did not attempt to dodge the draft, but he also acknowledged that the war was trash and should have never been over there.
Right.
There you go.
I agree with you.
Jessica said.
Literally, we're on the same page.
I'm saying, as a citizen, as a private citizen, right? Just because the president said we're going to go into war, I don't have to agree with that crap. Because sometimes
I didn't say I agree. I said I fall in line and I support my troops.
And in my opinion, almost every war since World War II, we've been wrong.
Well, just like Finley was wrong. So you guys were saying
Listen, this shit is a fucking religious.
Let me go. Just to clean it up, Jessica said, when you asked the question, would you blindly follow, right? She said no. But she would still support the troops because she's an American, regardless of what
that's totally separate thing, Tone, you know it is.
Hold on. The two different lanes that you just drew for her, if she's in the right lane on this one, is that you could go and serve, but not agree with what the policy was.
Yeah, this is
amazing. That's her position.
I swear to God, this is one of the most amazing gymnastics.
Mr. Finley, you're not wrong, though.
I've ever seen. She literally said, "My president." That's the administration, not the troops.
Fuck that guy.
Oh, she said she could disagree with the policy, that's the administration, but support the troops that go out there and fight.
That's not what she initially said.
That's exactly what I fucking said.
That's not what she initially said. That's not initially.
This is where Matt was going to lose the money, right? This is where Matt was going to lose the money.
We agree real quick.
So she said, let me just tell this up real quick again.
Come
on, bro, let me clear this up real quick, bro.
All right, that's up, bro.
So she named Iran specifically, right? She said Iran's been doing some fucked up shit, right? From that, Finley was like, oh, So you're saying that if countries do fucked up shit, we should be able to go in there.
Blindly.
And I was like, hey, yo, that's not what she said, bro.
That's exactly what she said.
Okay, so
I just acknowledge what she said verbatim, bro.
I just want to make this clear that I'm not for war.
Yeah, no, I understand this.
You're a woman.
Let me go.
Dude, what am I supposed to do, Mr. Finley? Not be a fucking American? I have to fucking live in this country, just like you.
Listen to what you're saying.
You
said I'm not for war, and then you said, but it let me go, then I got deported.
Bro, do I have the fucking ability as a woman in suburbia to fucking not go to war if my country, if my president says we're going to fucking war? What am I gonna do? No, we're not saying. Dude, I did. I do. I do. But I do support our men and women that are serving our fucking country. Period.
Cool. Let me just say
but
this.
Jessica,
Right?
if we can find a better solution, to fight war, you don't think that would be better?
Honey,
I'm trying to hear Matt. What'd you say, Matt?
Also, what's with the idea that we always got to go fight war to support the truth? I support the truth by not sending them to go die for bullshit.
Yeah, I agree. I don't.
Listen. I don't understand.
Support this war doesn't mean we don't support the truth. It just means
I understand that as well. I agree.
Like I have my own personal stories with friends that I went to high school and college with, and they went to fucking Iraq and fight for George Bush and came back fucking mentally retarded.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And guess what? It's an impact on everybody in the country. So when people say we don't want our friends, brothers, sisters, whatever the hell it is, to go over there, and then you already know how they get treated when they come back. A lot of men that are homeless in this country you used to be part of the military. They don't get the adequate help.
I get you. I agree.
So look, I think it's very simple. I know what Jessica, I was just trying to advocate for what Jessica saying. I think she's saying something really simple. Look at Vietnam. Look at the way the troops were treated when they came back. Where were they when the Senate voted, to go to war, right? Where were they, right? They probably didn't want that to happen, right? And so the way that America treated those two was a very messed up way, right? They treated them very badly, right? And it's because they saw the news coverage and they're like, these people are guilty. They had no choice in decision making. They were literally drafted. All that Jessica is saying is like, look, I can recognize that I don't agree with the administration and their actions. The people that get sent over there aren't the people taking those decisions, and they're putting their life at risk, right? And so, I would support them while not supporting the administration. You could even make the case she even sees them like needless victims, right? That are fighting wars of billionaires.
You can go. This is so dumb. You can go more than that. Like for those that hated Biden, if Biden was captured by the war he started, it wouldn't be like, well, hey, no, this is your motherfucking country. You'd be like, get those motherfuckers. He started it. It's his fault. It's not the best thing. It was the worst thing. But they took the president and started it all. You'd be like, well, how fucking dumb are we, bro? This is our fucking country. Like it or fucking not, bro. Right or wrong, I fucking stand with it. And I understand purely what she's saying. It's so dumb to think otherwise. Fucking.
Yeah, that's all I was pointing out here, bro. Exactly, man. That's what I was trying to point out. Like Jessica's supporting the people that are putting their life on the line.
You're trying to clean up, bro. What the?
Yo, look, Samoa, listen,
oh my God,
listen, bro. Today, you can see that you're just antagonizing me, right? You're just leave me on, right? But then when I say shit like horrendous, has more ingenious ideas when it comes to filmmaking, you're gonna get defensive, right? So can we just calm down?
Man, I wouldn't jump in on this. You literally down more than you are ago. Said terrorists are just fighting for their own country.
Sticks and stones. They break bones. Sensitive to your people some more.
So nothing I said
contradicts around the world.
Nothing I said contradicts what I just said. I don't I know I speak with an accent, but I know you don't. I didn't say anything.
I didn't care about the accent. I didn't give a shit about that. What I gave a shit about is the fact that you said terrorists just fight for their country. They're allowed to do their shit.
Yeah,
and
they
I
are.
said, well, we're allowed to label this and go kill them. And I'm happy to do it. I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I have brothers and sisters who get fucking enjoyment out of doing that shit. And will glad if they ask me today to sign back up and go do it again, they don't even have to fucking pay me. That's how much fun it was.
Well, there you go. It's fun for them.
I was listening to the communications between an Israeli pilot and an American pilot, and those guys are on their job, bro. Like, regardless if you agree with it or not, they're on their job, and they take it serious.
Listen, and I have zero beef with the guy doing his job. But when the decision is fucked up and I don't agree with it, I think I'm gonna voice that. And me voicing that doesn't mean I don't quote unquote love the country or my country. That's nonsense. It's bullshit.
Yeah, but you don't actively jump. Like, imagine we're at a game, bro, and they score they get a touchdown, and you're jumping up and down, bro.
Absolutely.
You guys are like,
This is my thing. If I live in New York City, any country that went to drop a bomb in New York City, yeah, it's on and popping regardless of who the president is. Let's say Donald Trump was traveling from here to Germany and somebody shot down the plane. I don't care how much I hate Donald Trump or love him. Yeah, it's on and popping. That's a direct attack on us. But when we go and attack other people, I don't really like that shit. And then we complain about, oh my God, they're punching us back in the face. Yeah? What else were you fucking expected? The same way we would punch them back in the face if they were to come here.
Well, we didn't attack Afghanistan or
you were attacking Iran. You were attacking when 2 Saturdays ago when you didn't have to.
So, but they were doing terrorist attacks for 47 years.
You're wrong when you say this.
Dude, I'm right when I say this. 47 years of funding and supporting terror groups around the world. And you're like, oh, the U.S. attacked them a few days ago. That's why they did it. You can't go back in time. That's the dumbest logic I have heard of here. You make concrete sound smart. That's how dumb your logic is.
You said 47 years ago? What the fuck did you say? Hold on, concrete. Relax. You said 47 years ago that they started attacking us 47 years ago? What was the attack 47 years ago?
I said that they have been funding terror groups around the world and supporting terrorist organizations. They've been doing that shit. Yes, 47 years.
What was the terrorist
attack? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. We got the Beirut bombing, we got the TWA.
1992.
Okay, so what? I don't give a shit. I would have blown up Iran 9. I would have gone in and blow up every single person there.
Right.
Do you think I'm fucking nuts? My Marines are sleeping there on a peacekeeping mission, and they didn't have any bullets in their own magazine. They didn't have fucking magazines in their own fights. But you want to go give this karma and say it's okay to go attack, but leave America to the side. They didn't fucking France didn't attack them. Fucking England didn't. China didn't. India didn't. Kenya didn't. Fucking South Africa didn't. Nigeria didn't. Fucking Egypt didn't. Fucking Belarus didn't. Fucking Indonesia didn't do it. Japan didn't. Japan didn't. They fucking attack anybody since World War II.
A lot of this organization, but I don't see.
Oh my God! You're just running. You're just running. You're looking for something real. Just going nowhere fast, dude. Just
what happened to the plane we shot down? Exactly, Brad.
What plane? Which plane? Which plane?
It was flight 388 in 1988. Go Google it. You don't even know what you're talking about.
So we shot down our own plane?
No, we shot down an Iranian plane full of with 290 civilians in it.
Okay. And also. Okay, so wait. You can't blow a Marine Corps. You shut the fuck up, you fucking retard. So like this whole thing with your pussy boys.
You know what this
I'm not the and attacked. You say they can attack the military men that were sleeping on a peacekeeping mission and fucking put it down there. And you say, oh, well, the U.S. later shut down one of their planes. We should have fucking bombed the shit out of the country. We were in a whole nother country. We weren't in Iran. And they still fucking blew up sleeping Marines on a peacekeeping mission in combination with UN forces. But and they weren't even armed. The Marines didn't have bullets, which we had to reform policy now when we're overseas, that our guards most assuredly now will have weapons loaded, cocked, locked, and ready to rock. That actually changed the policy. You're so full of shit that you don't know what you're talking about. You dumbass. You're a fucking retard.
You have no idea.
I'm telling you. You're saying it was okay for them to do an attack in another country, attack military assets, U.S. men, and then you're bitching about 10 years later, they shut down a fucking plane. Dude, God, man, you are sad. Please go back to Haiti. Go back to eating cats.
I'm after Brad. Okay, cool. So, Matt, obviously, we see that people are entrenched. You said this earlier.
They are right.
This is no. See, you keep going to the extremes when there's a middle point. There is the open-minded on one end of the spectrum that are willing to hear new information and change their position. Then there is the opposite end of the spectrum, which is the radical who is, willing to do anything given the set of beliefs, right? Then there's the people in the middle who say, no. Yeah, on this scale, it'll be the middle, slightly to the where they're deeply entrenched, not radical, and they're not open to what we would think is a reasonable response to reasonable information, right? Maybe that's not the middle, but anyway, so that's where I think a lot of people in this conversation are. They're not radical. They're not in the middle. They're in the middle of the radical in the middle, right? Which is they're deeply entrenched. They don't care about the information because the information that they don't care about the contravailing information because the information that they have is more important to them. So the way they've weighed all the information is that but the thing is, they don't tell us really what they're relying upon, right? What we have to do is kind of infer it, and what we can infer, I believe, is just being on a winning team. When your team is winning, there's a certain type of person who is not going to change their team, even when they start losing, because they ultimately think there's a chance that by the end of the game, they'll be up. And so they don't want to jump ship and be a disloyalist when the chips were down. So it's almost part of their character, a positive part of their character that they hold on while the ship is taking fire, right? So I don't know. While this person is in that mode, it is what it is. So I think what you do is what we're doing is we're doing we're doing check-ins, right? We're gonna every time the information changes, we check in with them, say, hey, is enough now? And the answer is basically no, right? And it seems extreme that America is in a war with Iran, but it's actually not a war with Iran. It's just a military excursion. So while you might characterize it as a war with Iran, therefore you should admit that you're wrong, they can rationalize it as a momentary excursion. Yeah, it's not the best, but it's not enough to abandon your dog, right? Your homie, the nigga that you got it out of the mud with, right? So that's not a radical. That is a loyalist. There we go. I think we got a better term, Matt. We got a loyalist. So you and I are definitely not loyal to Trump, right? We've never been loyal to Trump. So we are automatically disqualified as a loyalist. And we're definitely not a radical, right? So you got to figure out how to deal with loyalists, which is interesting because they are, they're justified. They're legitimately justified in their loyalty. Thank you. Have a nice one.
Yo, Concrete, when I was a kid, I was fortunate enough to be invited to meet the GOAT, the basketball GOAT, Michael Jeffrey Jordan. I was excited. I had my replica Jordan jersey on and, my Jordan shoes. I was excited. A little country boy from High Springs, Florida is going to meet the GOAT. Me and a bunch of other people. I wasn't by myself. The GOAT stuffed me, sniffed me, right? Didn't get autograph, didn't get a handshake, didn't even get a high.
Wow.
Right? I'm hurt. I mean, I'm a kid. I'm all of 8 years old. I'm hurt. I'm upset. My hero is nutting me. Thank you, She-Wolf, again for saving me with my bad vocabulary. And from that day forth, I hate this dude. Today, I don't like Jordan. I don't wear shoes. I don't like Michael Jordan, right? I'm sharing this story with a Jordan stan. You know what a stan is, right? A Jordan stan. You know what that stan had the audacity to tell me I wanted to punch him in the face? Well, if you were that kind of superstar, maybe the pressure is so great, that he just, I understand, because I couldn't imagine. I wanted to punch him. My point of telling that story is everybody will justify the tomfoolery of their when they're a stand, of their heroes. They can do no wrong. They can do no wrong. The president said I can shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue and not lose a vote. I think he said that. And he was right. They would justify it. They would say, why did that person step in front of his bullet?
Are we still wasting time trying to point out the obvious and participate in the right-left divide instead of recognizing we need to start constructively building a new path?
What's the new path?
But the new path is retribution, baby. The new path is punishing these individuals. It includes Democrats, it includes Republicans. It means changing the law so that it clearly lays out the very harsh punishments, corporal punishments, for individuals who hold high office and tell certifiable lies. Think about how simple it would be to have a representative form of government then. One of the most glaring failures of the public in modern times is the recognition of the simple fact that a person who has responsibility for a little bit should have consequences for failing that are appropriately sized. When someone gets all the way to the White House, they hold the highest office in the country, and they tell outright lies, that person should be lynched. That person should be driven out of town. That person should be tarred and feathered. That person should be dragged and beaten. There shouldn't be any ifs, ands, or buts about it. And every single person who supported them, every single person drawing a paycheck from the public trust, taking your tax money, or worse, saddling you with debt for the privilege of politically representing you and supporting and endorsing the outright lying, the fraud, the deceit, should also be lynched, tarred, feathered, and driven out of town.
Yeah, but then you won't have a country left.
You will always have a country.
This is a wonderful idea.
Conception of reality.
I wonder why it hasn't been tried yet.
Imagine a political system without outright fraud and deceit, as if we didn't already have courts that
it's kind of baked into the pie, buddy.
If you want to kill yourself,
we're doing away with.
I'm not going to stop.
are you saying, Sharon?
You have literally the same cadence as Obama just now. I had to come to the fucking.
I just watched a clip of Obama. I was telling Obama.
You were.
So that's probably what inspired the term lynch, right?
Did we have to do the necessary work? My fellow Amerians.
By lynching, right?
We being flagged from the pulpit of the highest office in the country.
Yeah,
Donald Trump got up in front of you.
I'd like to endorse.
I'm next, bro. I'm actually next. Come on, man.
I'm calling next. So I said I got tonight.
Bro, I put it to you that
I'm asking
have consequences. We have to hold those people responsible for the things that they say, especially when those people are elected representatives. Pussyfooting around, blackpilling, horseshit is counterproductive. And I know that you're going to spend the next 10 hours, and maybe the next 36 hours or even more, jerking each other off, arguing about how you're going to vote for Democrats in the next electoral cycle. But I promise you that that's not going to change anything. Just like I didn't change anything. Okay? So we need to actually articulate and explicate. That means to say specifically and to write down, to make real what we will and will not accept from our politicians. And I want to be perfectly clear. If you're thinking of some witty response or you've got some argument you'd like to make, understand this. If your response to anything I just said is, well, politicians are always going to lie, I want nothing to do with you, and I hope that you die in a fire. I hope that I will achieve power. I will be able to remember you, recognize you, find some evidence to convict you for your stupidity, your cowardice, and have you tarred and feathered, lynched, beaten, drugged, and otherwise disregarded by a polite society that would be so intelligent as to give retribution power. All right,
you want to say something?
Thanks. You're a good man. You're a handsome man. You're a handsome man.
All right, go ahead, Senator.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Go ahead, Senator.
Your name is not overlay.
So my ideal congressperson is running in the Democratic. Well, no, he's running. He's a Democratic candidate.
Mr. Plummer, get your signal together.
His politics and the way he approaches.
Yes, tax Newman. Tax Newman, always.
You're not in the matrix. Go ahead. Okay, thank you. So he is my ideal candidate. He has done a bunch of fundamental, other than being a divorce Christian, and practice James Cole, Democratic candidate in Texas. A guy that is running against, well, I don't know who's running against yet because the Republicans haven't picked the candidate yet because they don't run off. But anyway, he's ideal. He practices his faith. He's not attacked Trump. He's attacked his policies. He didn't even talk about Trump much. He talks about the policies. He's focusing on his own lane by talking about Texas politics, which is what he's supposed to be doing. And he's taking a pledge not to take any corporate PAC money. This dude ran a whole primary election and he didn't take a dime of corporate PAC money. All of his donations, 100%, were from regular donors, right? And there's another group that's recruiting congressional candidates to take this, not to take any corporate PAC money. And there's a handful of candidates, including the fisherman over in Maine. I forget what he fishes. Something nasty. Anyway, but he's my ideal candidate. He's cool, calm, collected. He's Christian first, but he practices the faith. He does not weaponize the faith, which is trash. He calls for the separation of church and state because he said, listen, if they're in the same bed, you can't hold them accountable. And he's right. And it's one reason why we need to divorce money from politics, because the problem in America is that the money interests that we worship are in bed with the politicians. See, back in the Rockefeller, Carnegie days, the government understood you gotta hold these freaking people accountable and not be freaking free, right? Well, but now, actually, I'll let you land, brother.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I did it. I landed.
But now,
come on, man.
But now, we worship them, right? We
regardless of the party, and we allow them to write the rules. And then when they write trash rules, we let's do it because it's against that person. When we're all in this freaking same house together, we're burning it down. We're all burning it down. This angry, your neighbor is evil because they vote differently than you rhetoric is dumb. It is dumb. And what's funny is that I think Republicans, there's a Republican president that had some of the greatest quotes with respect to the House, right? We give him credit for a lot of the quotes, but it was just scripture he was quoting, talking about Lincoln. But like, what happened? Like, why can't we get back there? Because we're done. We're drunk on power. It's all about win, and it's not productive. But if y'all want to know my idea, it starts with guys like Tallarico, who I think would be he's perfect. It's perfect as a candidate that we have, and that's a good start.
All right, I want to be clear.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. All right, cool. So
shut up, relax. I would like to reserve this.
He was next. You can go after Simone.
Yes.
I think Concrete telling Simone.
Yes. You should be used to third place. Yeah, be used to third place.
Simone. So Simone, Diogenes, and then Concrete.
No. It's Simone, then Concrete, then Diogenes.
I'm gonna leave you.
Simone, Concrete, Diogenes.
There we go. Doctor, I just wanted to point out that Finley's only saying what he's saying because of what Sugar Billy has done to him, and that the candidate that he is talking about defeated. Well, she's the cause of the animus here, and the reason why you're looking that way instead of looking at what he did to the candidate that he robbed out of a position in our Senate. Let me go. What are you doing? Misogyny, racism, all of these things. I mean, the dude's Italian. You guys hear Eric on here? You guys know how they get, right? You guys also heard Jacobus. You guys know about the herpes epidemic. Just saying. And these are the type of people that Finley wants to align himself with. For whatever the reason. Wait, not for whatever the reason. We know the reason. It's because Sugar Belly is a strong, intelligent woman that speaks like Jasmine Crockett. And these women can't exist in government. They can't be anywhere in proximity to power. And this is why I'm going to Finland. We gotta go to like one of these, I don't know, like reimagining camps. Huh? Wait. What? Oh shit. I'll defer those in my country.
All right, thank you very much, brother. Good to see you, brother Simone. Is Matt here? Yes, brother Matt. Bitch ass nigga. Oh, look, bitch ass nigga lion. Oh, what's up, bitch ass nigga lion? Who else is here? Coco, what's up, brother Coco? What did I do to you? What's up, Mr. Philly? How you doing?
Y'all was gonna do that. Y'all could have just let Diogenes go. Y'all get all that fucking talk bullshit.
Excuse me. What's up, Nikki? How you doing, brother? I hope all your short positions are shortened.
Yes, sir.
But please, brother, beware of crypto. It is a
you can't get any shorter, Concrete. You can't get any shorter.
And I promise y'all, the next time somebody in the room that's actually trying to have a conversation on topic, I'm gonna skip you out the fucking queue. I'm gonna skip you out the fucking queue to talk about shorting Bitcoin, right? Because there was people here that wanted to talk about the topic, and next time you're gonna get skipped because you don't want to be on topic. You want to kill the room.
Hello.
I just want to say thank you, Concrete. I just want to say thank you, Concrete, my post-Stone Age brother.
Listen, y'all boys. You know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna play Concrete Luther King, and we are gonna have a piece of it between Samoan and Inca. Yes, we are. We're gonna have fried chicken, collard greens, watermelon for dessert, and we're gonna sit down and hash this out, perhaps with some adult beverages, you know. And no women. Absolutely no women. Why?
Because you're a faggot. That's why. That's why you don't want no women around, because you're a faggot.
All right. So, I don't know if you have
some nice Psych Cola, like in the picture.
Psych Cola? I'm not looking at that picture. No,
it's just a
anyway.
picture.
I feel like it was a Diddy track. Anyway, if anybody noticed, I have not said one disparaging word to She-Wolf, nor is her white savior here, nor did I cause him to leave, right? So the white man that she wanted to be here is not here because of me, nor have I said anything disparaging to her, but yet she wants to get out of her body because I'm saying what's up to the crew. This is what we call, and obviously not what's up to Lion. Lion is not a part of the crew. I just want to make that clear. Obviously, this is what we call misplaced aggression. It's not wherever you should be placing that aggression. It's definitely not towards me. I forgive you. Please, get your shit together. And to Matt, what do you think about my submission on the loyalist? You think we can do regarding the loyalist? And please, brother, do not repeat the claim that they are radicals. They're not radicals. These are good, clean Americans. They just aren't gonna change their position. Oh, Trump's a liar. Oh, well, that's never gonna. Oh, not gonna stop. Or Trump's, in the Epstein files. He was just friends. Trump started an unnecessary war. Iran was going to attack Israel. So basically, as you could clearly see, everything that we think should be a non-starter, a defeater, they can rationalize. Well, either you can take it as legitimate or illegitimate, right? Because Iran, quote unquote, is a threat. Now more so than before, I think. Trump did say he disassociated from your boy Epstein. Lying is a part of leadership. If you're not lying, you're not trying. And I think pretty much anything you have, there's a reasonable, rational explanation. And what you're saying at the end of the day is the accumulative effect should be enough. And the game's not over. He's got 2.5 more years or whatever. And so they're saying, wait till the final scores is up before we, say what we're going to say. And that's fair. They said we're in for the long haul, and that's fair. I think we were in for the long haul for Obama. I think there were points where we could have jumped ship. Not as egregious, obviously, but Benghazi, what was that? The one with the guns.
Fast and Furious?
Fast and Furious, yeah. With your boy Eric Holder, the DEA.
Secret Service prostitutions down in South America somewhere.
I don't remember. What was the name of that scandal? I don't remember that one.
Right? So yeah, listen. Yeah, I think maybe radical is too much of a radical term to use.
Yeah,
I don't agree with loyalists because I think loyalists have a duty to tell each other the truth even when they are fucked up. The friends that you are loyal to and that are loyal to you will tell you when you're fucking up because they are loyal to you and to your well-being. Maybe we can say fanatic. They're a bunch of fans. So I'll leave it at that.
I'm proposing a new rule, right? At least when I'm moderating this, I'm going to tell y'all how I'm going to moderate from now on. When we're talking about this Iran situation, this war stuff, when there's veterans on the stage that want to talk about war, they're going to get priority over all you other fucking idiots that think you know what you're talking about and want to posture like you know what the fuck you talking about because you're on this masculine chest beating bullshit. You want to pretend like you know about war, right? I'm gonna skip all you motherfuckers, and I'm gonna let Viking go, and I'm gonna let Diogenes go, and I'm gonna let any other veteran who fought for this country that can actually talk about war from a real perspective, from experience, and I'm gonna let you other fucking Monday morning quarterback fake geopolitical, ain't never fought for a mother in your life, but maybe toilet paper during COVID at the tree store, right? I'm gonna skip all you fucking idiots and I'm gonna let the real men who fought for my freedom and this country go because y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about.
That
think that's a wonderful idea. We were
Thank
talking
you,
about
Samoa. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
we were talking about war, but we weren't.
Recent event has shown us that the military men don't decide when they go to war, because civilians actually make that decision. And this is too easy.
Wait, are you talking about a civilian like Benjamin Netanyahu or a civilian like...
Listen, the President of the United States and Congress decide when we go to war, not the military. The generals don't decide. They just follow orders. Like the idea that we take a regular soldier just because they were a soldier, their opinion.
But the whole point is nobody gives a fuck because your fat ass ain't did shit for this country. Or Haiti for that matter. You ain't fought for Haiti or America, so nobody gives a fuck what you have to say about real men who fought for this country and are real Americans. That's the whole point. Nobody gives a fuck. Nobody gives a fuck about your opinion. You ain't fought for this country. You ain't fought for Haiti. You ain't fought for nothing. I wish I knew what fucking Haitian did. You ain't fought for nothing but maybe like some cats and dogs, some barbecue cats and dogs, nigga. That's the only thing you fought for. That's the only thing you fought for. Yeah, y'all want to talk shit. Some motherfuckers like Brad and Diana that actually did something. And it's fucking sad. Like I said, stop fat back Monday morning quarterbacking. You fat back Monday morning quarterbacker.
What do you call that?
God
What do
damn.
you call that? Where do you country go? Because I want to know what we need to call that.
This is wild. Any sentence I'm listening to that says I gotta yield to Brand is just insane. That dude is just violent. He's violent. He's just violent. Right? He's just violent. That dude will go to a war. Between the flag, man. That's what he is. I'm not gonna yield to him and say, that's just.
To be fair, I think Trump, based off that logic, I think Trump should be president because Trump is Mexican. Sorry. Finley, what are you doing? I think I was in the Matrix.
Cell phone service been parking up lately. We're gonna be spending that money on our cell phone service instead of spending $1 billion a day buying rackets at fucking Iran for no good reason.
If you think that we don't have a good reason why we're out there, something else going on, bro.
Samoa.
America first, Samoa. America first, brother.
Absolutely. Let me ask you this question. Does your property after renovation go up in value or down in value? Just saying.
There's such a thing. Jessica's here. Jessica can tell you. Some renovation and I did renovation.
Yeah, then you gotta expand. You gotta create the Riviera.
In fact, if you can find a house that's original and revamp that one, that's better because then you don't have to fix everybody else's fuck ups.
See, told you, but she's Riviera.
You don't pay attention,
bro. She said in some cases it can be bad, but in other cases it can be good. And I'm saying that in the good context, she's pro Riviera. Right, Jessica?
I don't know. I don't know anything about Riviera.
I don't know how people answer more. I do not know how people answer more.
How did we get on the Riviera? I'm so confused by that.
Samoa uses that as an example.
Yeah, you guys didn't hear about Donald Trump's golf course that's going to be run up for the golf district?
How do you feel about that, Samoa?
Samoa, you need to stop eating Twinkies while you're talking. Come on, bro. You're nowhere near me, bro.
This fucking fat guy talking about Twinkies. He's just jealous. He's like, hey, when I'm in the room, stop eating Twinkies, bro. You're going to make me fucking break my diet.
I don't want to bring up the thing from yesterday, but Sabah, why you let Incan do that nonsense argument yesterday about the weapon thing?
No, it wasn't me, bro.
Oh, that wasn't you? Okay.
I wasn't in the argument. First it started with Charlotte there, then Nathan came in and beat him up a couple times, then got beat a little bit, then took a kick out Kendo beat him up. Bro, it was these guys.
Stop gaslighting. You have to have good arguments, right? If you can't do that, then y'all don't deserve to get into this.
That was a terrible argument, man.
That was a
It wasn't that bad. Don't let them tell you that, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, you know what? You're mad, bro. All they have is gas.
What was the argument, Aiken?
No. I'm gonna move you down. I'm gonna move you down still.
PTR, bro. Everybody PTR. Just because of that. You don't want to start this nonsense? PTR. Yeah. I got this.
Nathan's right. I did get you to agree with me that first day.
Yeah,
I can see what you're saying. Yeah.
PTR, guys. Anyway, they try to gas that. You know how, like, when people wish evil is, like, given to them instead, right? Look, they try to paint me as a racist Nazi who measures skulls. Okay? This is how bad it got. Because all that I said was like, look, if we only had this data, this extrapolation, what will we do? And that's it, bro. And you know what happened, bro? It turned on Nathan. I don't know how, bro. It just turned on Nathan. And Dawn was the Rothschild and tried to fund by throwing gold, right? She came out a victim too. It's like God took my enemies, right, and took their evil wishes and turned it on them. And that's why, today I stand before you.
May fall on your right side, 10,000 may fall on your left, but it didn't touch you.
Even though I go to the valley of evil life, even go to the valley of death, I fear no evil. Yeah, man, they really try to gaslight me, bro. They were triggered, bro. It's crazy. Anyway, it's all love. Shout out to all my post-Stone Age brothers out there.
I actually think that the only reason why yesterday happened, right, with all the drama, is because of Aiken. Because Aiken is a person that loves to start drama. And I'm going to put that narrative out there. If it wasn't for Aiken starting drama with that argument, none of what happened between me and Kendall would have happened.
It's on you. It's on you. You try to make me a racist. Oh my God, here comes Jessica, bro. That's crazy, bro.
Listen, the reason why Kendall and Timothy got into a fight, right, was because of that argument that Aiken provided. No, because that argument Aiken provided.
Endo said it was because of Don, bro. Listen, bro.
The reason why Brad jumped up on the stage to defend Kendall was because when they was getting into that argument, them two was like, it was like a slow escalation. One person would say something, and then the other person would escalate it and say something more offensive, and it would keep on going up to the part of Timothy, calling my boy, Kendall, like a drunkard or some shit like that. And then Kendall talking about, I'll fuck you up, blah, 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 blah. And that's because of Aiken. And the only reason why Brad came up on stage because Brad thought that me and Timothy were jumping Kendall. So Brad jumped in to defend Kendall. And I didn't know it's my ass down. You remember? Because of Aiken. Thank you, Aiken.
The real reason is because you decided to start white savior for Stone Age people, bro. What happened, Glenn, bro?
Are you telling me that Thea Dawn was instigating yesterday too?
Oh, bro, let me tell you, bro. So the two main culprits are the following, right? Like, these are two main culprits, right? One is Nathan, right? So you know how Nathan says don't do the white savior thing, right? What if I told you that Nathan engaged in that behavior yesterday for pre-Stone Age societies, bro? No one asked him to go there, but he was like, no, you don't struggle. They're different, the circumstances, and you're just being insensitive. You're just racist. You're like a treat skulls, right? And then Don, right? Look, this is by Kendo. Kendo said he wasn't going to get into it. He thought it was a great troll, right? This is Kendo's words last night, right? But then Don decided to be a fucking Rothschild and offer all the gold that she had on her account so that Kendo could quote unquote destroy me. Only then did Kendo engage. If Dawn's hatred for the brownness that's on my skin and inside her soul would just like not be present, we could have had a shot at peace. If Nathan had not been a white savior for pre-Stone Age civilization, we could have had peace. And if a certain somebody could have put sticks and stones, now that's just being insensitive. Anyway, those are the shoulders that I put the blame upon.
Yeah, no, we got her. She's no longer innocent. Dawn is found guilty for her.
Damn, bro, you're so wise. I wish you were more wise before you get into these easy money bets. What the fuck?
Look at some. Yo, Samoa, were you trolling earlier about Terrico?
Yeah, what the hell?
I'm about to say, I know this dude troll.
Just having some fun, man. Why not have some fun?
Shout out to Samoa for being a good sport about it too. I appreciate that.
I just want to make sure people are aware. We have a guy named Ben in here, bro.
Oh my God, bro! Please, bro. Last time it ended bad for you, Nathan. Don't do this again. Learn from your mistakes.
No, it can't back up. This was an argument. So most no. I said that I will bet on Samoa right now that Texas is gonna turn blue.
I just want to point out that there was a guy named Ben in here earlier, and there was a guy named Incan that was super quiet. You didn't have any of these impulsive interruptions at all. What he did was he put batteries in the back of other people so he can watch from a distance to see what angle he was going to go in on. And I was just observing, and I'm like, bro, why aren't you trying to get that stroke? And he was like, oh, I'm just trying to be respectful. Man, has Agent ever been respectful, bro?
Multiple times. Peace treaties between you and me for you to vote for them. Because, why would, pre-Stone Age civilizations, honor treaties are, concepts that go above certain people's head. Today, I made space for you. I made space for Finley. I made space for Jessica. I was interested in them responding. I tried to get in, say, hey, can I say something? Multiple times, people just talked over me. I just let them go and say, hey, can I say something without bitching about it? And then you started antagonizing me. And I was going to be quiet, right?
This is how you know Agent is not being honored.
You know who jumped out too? Miss Stevie just jumped out to me in chat. I was like, bro, made it public, yo, I'm just being respectful today. Listen, I responded to Ben, right? That it seems like people have an issue, right? They want me to. So I did that, bro. And now look at them. Now they're crying.
So if you were doing that, hey, hold on, buddy. But if you were doing that, right, then you wouldn't have been doing the whole Ecuador cheerleading dance when you thought Mother was landing points. You wouldn't have been off mic coming, yeah, hyping it up, right? You were instigating at that point.
I said that I agree what he said about neocon. The whole argument was what does it mean to be a neocon? And then Ben
No, that's not true. It's not true.
What?
All right.
What did he mention today? What are you talking about?
So neocon was mentioned in a specific domain by Ben. And what Mother did was attempted to expand the domain to a universal generalization. I think I read that somewhere. Attempted to do that, right? While you were sitting there, Mr. I'm not going to instigate. I'm just going to be calm. I'm going to stay on mute. And you wanted Mother to take all the shots. Pause. And Mother did take all the shots and then fell. And then you asked this sneaky little question. Hey, Ben, you would agree with me that the Saudi Arabians and the prince attacking a Washington, what was the newspaper called? The Khashoggi was a part of? Whatever it was, Washington Post. Or was it Wall Street Journal? Whichever one it was. You would agree with me that a regime that would do something like that would be totally this and that. trying to get Ben on your side.
That was reasonable, and I was asking like questions about the subject. Oh damn, find me guilty, bro.
All right. I'm just pointing out that when it comes to the new guy that came in here, I don't know if he's a new guy, but I've never experienced like being on stage with him or anything. But you didn't want that smoke. I'm just saying.
What do you mean I addressed Ben?
No.
I don't know what you're doing, bro. I did address Ben. I said that, hey, look, you may be looking at this from a perspective that neocon would do regime changes, but that's not necessarily the case. Like, what if like to destabilize the region? This importance to it, right? That's all that was said, bro. Like, that's not crazy. And by the way, Ben agreed with Mother about like being like strict on the neocon. He just wanted to say, look, there's a difference. And like Mother was saying, yeah, but the difference is not that they're not neocons, right? And then they both agreed to that. There wasn't anything preposterous as being said.
No, you're wrong.
And by the way, like
Ben said,
the claim that you have to contend with, right?
Come on. He said, I mean neocon like Bush. That's what Ben said. And Mother still
questions. But
and Mother still agreed. Mother said, I don't see a difference in any of these administrations.
They have a right to disagree. Like, why the fuck?
I thought you said they agreed. Bro, you just said they agreed. They ended on an agreement about what a neocon was, bro.
No. They agreed. They agreed that under what Mother was describing, both of them were neocons, right? And then Ben shifted from saying, look, maybe like they're both like neocons in this definition. Right? Cool. Like I'll concede to that. But I think that there's a difference in the way that the Bush administration handled itself and like this current administration, which is completely fine. That's no longer a disagreeing statement. Statement number one, hey, look, they're not, this administration is not a neocon. It's different from this administration. Statement number two, no, they are neocons. Like both of them are. Then concedes to one. That's an agreement on that. That's fine. I don't know why you're making me responsible for like two people having a disagreement. It's just weird. Like, do you have a point to this, man? Like, we're just holding.
Do you think Ben agreed?
Shit right now.
You think that Ben agreed with Mother's definition of
this is like some meta cuck shit. Can we just like?
Yes or no?
I think that they agreed. I think that like Ben conceded on like them both being neocons by like the definition.
No, you're wrong.
Proposed, right? Yes,
no,
they agreed to that, right? Even said like, look, by the strict definition, yes, then they are, right? I don't think they agreed on like whether there's valuable differences between these two administrations. Okay.
All right. So when Ben says that's not what I'm talking about,
this is so weird, bro. Go ahead.
Where's the agreement at again?
Wait. Can you say that again?
Yeah. When Ben says that's not what I'm talking about, this is what I'm talking about. Where's the agreement again?
Yeah. If you just take that out of context, which I'm not talking about, then there wouldn't be an agreement. Okay, cool. Think about it. You'll go like
and then Mother's response was, they're all neocons. Every administration is neocons. All of them. And then Ben said, whatever.
Wait, Samoa, did you hear about that? I'm looking at this right now. I don't know. It says, bombshell. Women who falsely acclaimed Trump.
Oh, yes.
Now fraud. Okay. Women who falsely accused Trump of rape at 13 with Epstein now faces fraud and theft charges. Katie Johnson hit exploitation. It says right here.
The senior.
Yeah, it says right here, 13 Epstein. It says now facing criminal charges of fraud, theft, and exploitation of an elderly person. Interesting.
This is crazy that you would even say that. Like, you're just wanting to discount a victim of sexual assault because they defrauded an elderly person. That's crazy.
You're almost right. I don't know, but I don't want.
I don't know, but I don't like this victim, like, shaming bullshit.
I don't want to do anything, but I can't help where my brain goes when I can't look at the entire thing. It's not a desire. It's just basically, it's a fucking result of a thing. So
Mike's my favorite.
Do you really think I'm gonna
Look, Justin,
we agree that
if you were to read the Epstein files, look at the statement that was made.
Authoritarian. First of all, I'm trolling, right? First of all.
No, I know, but like.
Okay, good.
Yeah, like, your God, you see, what the fuck, bro? Anyway, look, authoritarian, right?
I swear, like, if I ever had control,
Jesus Christ, bro.
the world would be
Sticks and stones, they break my bones. Someone take notes, you probably don't know that. The word sticks never hurt me.
I don't know what's so funny, bro. I'm clearly smarter than the guy.
Yeah, oh my God, bro.
Go ahead, Small, speak to Jessica, because she's
Right, Jessica, because you're a way better reasoner than this guy here. I mean, I thought he would be more happy since we just liberated his country. But yeah, Jessica, so like there's this lady, right? She's a lady now. If you go through the Jeffrey Epstein files, there was something that she said about certain events that she was sketching on as far as like where they were, the timing, and all these types of things. She said that she did them and all these types of things, right? And then it goes to like, I don't want this to involve like itself or to convolute my civil suit. Like that's a statement that was made. So that right there kind of brings up, hold on, there's multiple things that are in action here in 2019 where there was like money trying to be made, certain things like that. So this kind of feeds into the like what her motivations are, especially around this time in 2016, 19, when he's the president and there's like a lot of money to be made when Jeffrey Epstein got arrested in, I think it was July of that year.
So what are you saying? So you're saying that she shouldn't have a civil suit against somebody else or him? Or what are you saying? Are you trying to discredit a victim?
No. So these things have nothing to do with each other.
What are you saying?
Well, alleged, right? Because after the investigation was done, she was like deemed as like uncredible or not credible.
You have to believe especially if it's a woman. I'm serious.
Cool. Oh my goodness! All right, so we should also believe the same women that lie, right?
So, Jessica, let me ask you a question. If somebody makes a claim,
y'all are getting me hot and bothered.
Okay, I'm not trying to. So, if you don't want to talk about it, I'll stop. Do you want to stop?
You can ask your question and then I'll let you know.
Okay, so if someone makes an accusatory claim, does the default position in your mind start with the one they're accusing did it, did not do it, or they don't know? We have to wait.
I think that anyone accused of a crime is innocent until proven guilty.
Okay.
Okay, but I also believe that if I'm sorry, that's the fucking way of the country. I don't know who said that.
Don't worry about that.
That was dumb. But I also believe
that... you got a Ninja air fryer, bro?
What?
Oh, sorry.
You're just trying to piss me off?
Sorry about that stuff. I'm sorry, a Ninja air fryer.
I'm sorry, Jessica.
And it's because of my liberal heart that allows me to stay in rooms like this and take
you'll never be the same.
So that I can form my own opinions, not just blindly fucking be led by a fucking bullnose. Okay,
don't
so
take
stop.
Jacoba's jerky.
All right, that's rude.
Do it.
It's because of a woman's liberal heart and mind that this fucking piece of shit world goes round.
Jessica,
stop it.
He's fucking around.
God damn.
Go ahead.
So I'm just saying that as a woman, if somebody came to me and said, "Hey, Donald Trump fucking raped me," I'd be like, wow, that sucks. I would believe her. Let's figure this out. Am I going to go hang Trump without trial? No.
Okay. So okay. Yeah, well, kind of. You're saying, so I was speaking general, right? But you made it more narrow because you specified the Trump thing. So you're saying if somebody makes a claim on Trump, your default position after the claim is made is to believe them.
Well, I would hope that their fathers and that their brothers and their uncles and their cousins would also believe them. You see what I'm saying? It's the culture of this fucking
Well, hold on. Look, I get.
It disgusts me.
Well, hold on. Look, I understand. Look, I understand a family bias, right? You're gonna have more of a bias to kind of like lean towards a position, right? But what I'm asking you is this: it's very simple. So. Someone accuses. So, like right now, if 5 people just came out and said Trump did X, you would just start with, "I believe all of them," right?
That's way too general of a statement to even respond.
Okay, then actually that's very specific because I went general. I said my original claim was this. Right? Question was this: if somebody makes an accusatory claim, do you start with the person they're accusing did it, did not do it, or pending until further evidence?
Pending until further evidence, but I still believe that the woman experienced something, because why would she lie about that? Look, it's not cool to just make up a lie about sexual assault.
That's a separate.
That is my point. That is my fucking whole point.
Okay, hold on, but look.
So stop all these men on this stage right now.
You're only talking to me. You don't have nothing to do with anyone else. Look,
no,
logically,
that's my whole point of coming off mic.
That's a separate thing. Look, to say that you believe that they went through a thing doesn't mean that the person did the thing.
I never said that. So what the fuck?
So you said if a girl came up to you and she said Trump did a thing, you would believe her, right?
Yeah, especially if she came to me, I'd be like, damn.
Okay, that means you are saying that. You're starting with the position that the person did it.
If they came to me, is what I said.
Yes,
not what I heard in the fucking news.
Okay,
so let's be clear about that.
That's fine. That's fine. Either way, if you're a detective, if you're somebody that someone's coming to, you're going to start with this idea that they did a thing.
I'm saying me personally, not as a detective,
I know.
like me in the world as a human being.
Look,
you have to
I get it.
people
Look,
when they go through something, they're not just
that has nothing to do with
up.
anything. That has nothing to do with anything. Okay, but like, fine. If they came up to you, you would start by saying, "I believe it," but then you wouldn't do anything about it. Or would you?
I would refer them to a lawyer.
Okay. To a lawyer? You mean law? Or what do you mean a lawyer?
To a lawyer to get some help, to figure out what's going on and how.
So you would refer to the legal system, right?
Of course, yes.
And then the legal system would.
Oh, God.
What do you mean? What? I'm
here's the thing. At the end of the day, I don't mean to get. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. My point is that it is not cool to just blanket and blame victims, as I have seen time and time again.
That's what you're doing with Trump.
I'm not done talking.
That's what you're doing with Trump. I know. You're going to talk about your anecdotes. I get it.
I'm not talking about an anecdotal experience. I'm talking about what you're seeing in this room from fucking people.
When you start by saying I have seen time and time, that's
time and time again.
Yeah, that's anecdotal.
It's victim blaming. No,
that's your experience. That's your experience. I have seen time and time again X, right? Anyways, the point is this. The lady makes a claim. You came off saying, I don't like what I'm hearing, in the sense of basically people kind of challenging the victim based off of something, right? The victim made a claim, right? And it was very convenient at the time to claim he's running for election and so on, and this happened. And now you get some type of something established. Does it mean that he didn't do it? No. Does it mean that he did do it? Hell no, because all you have is somebody saying a thing, right? Which you said, if somebody speaks broadly to the media, you wouldn't default that as a yes or no. It would be pending for further evidence. So the question is, what is the evidence? And if someone's in trouble, right, for fraudulent activity, is that evidence against the character?
No, it is not. Just like you could say the same thing about fucking Trump. Are you kidding me, Mike?
Such as what?
Give me such as grabbed by the pussy, such as I date my own fucking daughter, such as being the fucking guy who walks in on fucking Miss Teen USA children. Fuck you. He's a
hold on. Look, here's the thing. Those were also claims made, right? So the claim is made. The daughter thing is weird. I don't even know why people make a big deal about it. He was just trying to say he thinks his daughter's beautiful.
Well, that's not how you say it. As a dad, you know that.
What are you talking about? That's not how you say it. It's not about how you say it.
You would say that about your daughter? No.
No, here's the thing, though. But here's the thing. Like, it does. I don't speak like that, but I can understand what he means by that. Sometimes we use.
As a father with a little girl, I can't understand what he meant by that. The fuck are you talking about? Do you have a daughter?
What'd you say?
I said, as a man with a little girl myself, my very own daughter, I did not understand what he meant by that.
I easily understood. It was easy. It was very easy. It was like super easy.
To be quite said to another grown man. Hold on, pause real quick. Let's get the context here real quick. He said this to another grown ass man. in regards to his daughter.
You think who he's talking to matters and what it meant by it? Like, that's the dumbest thing in the world, bro. This is fucking stupid.
Saying to the church,
he's basically saying he thinks his daughter is fucking beautiful. And he's saying, hey, look, if my daughter wasn't related to me, then I would date her. It's like, okay.
Ew, that's fucking weird, Mike.
What do you mean that's fucking weird?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Wait a second. Look,
What do you mean?
what do you think he's trying to say? That he's, like, attracted to his daughter?
Yes.
That's so dumb.
Okay.
That's so dumb.
Okay.
That is so dumb. Do you, wait, do you have kids, right?
Oh my God, bro.
Do you have kids?
He's a fucking
Do you have kids? You do have kids, right? I know you're not. Why? Because you would understand what it means, and that's why you say that's why you start saying there's a way to say it. You don't say it that way. Which means that you don't like the way he said it. You don't like the way he said it. Fucking weird, bro. Yeah, that's just a fucking, that's like a fake way of being outraged. Oh, it's just like this guy's gonna go in the public and be like, ooh, I'm attracted to my daughter. That's so fucking dumb. It's desperate. You guys gotta do better than that. You gotta do better than that, bro. You gotta do better than that.
For women specifically.
And now we're gonna go back to that. Yeah, let's go back to that one.
Disgusting. Stop fucking writing hard for me.
What do you mean? Why are you guys like, you guys are so desperate to make something out of nothing?
It is.
And you're speaking to another man. Like as if he should be talking to what, a fucking dog? Well, fuck it, it's so dumb. This is like so weird. Why didn't you put that quote on ChatGPT and see what it thinks?
What's the point of discussing, guys, before you continue this screen movie talk?
What?
What's the argument?
There's no argument. Oh, actually, there is an argument. They can go ahead and say it from now in front of people. Fucking people trying to pretend like it's bullshit. Well, it started. She can explain if she wants to.
Well, it started, Louie, by Mike and Samoa coming off mic and trying to discredit yet another sexual assaulted victim accused Trump of sexually assaulting her. And I'm disgusted by that behavior, and it snowballed.
What was the discredit? What was the discredit?
Is it possible for you to repeat what the headline was?
Hold on, it was she got in trouble for fraud and theft, and then Samoa started going down this path of like her, like not wanting to.
Bro, I swear to God, is biting your balls and you're trying to get it away.
Please.
So then Samoa started going down a path.
Someone come out against trust saying that she's had.
Samoa started going down a path of like she didn't want to say something like as a civil case or some shit like that. Then I started questioning Jessica, like, where's her default position if somebody makes an accusatory claim? And she says, if somebody says X about Trump and they came to me, then I'm gonna believe them. Okay, cool. So that just means, and she's like, but stop making these blanket statements. Which means if somebody says something about Trump in relation to like something accusatory in the context that we're talking about, her default is believe them. Okay.
Because of his record.
Because of his fucking record. So what's funny is she's saying, don't reduce the victim's credibility because her record of lying and stealing, but do it to Trump. That's what she said.
That's right. Because
that's right.
Is the president, and it's disgusting that these men on this stage, Louie, always go straight to
now we're going
right for Trump and victim blame.
So let me ask you this. Is it the frequency or is it this specific case? Like if this was the first time it happened, you wouldn't have said anything. So is it the amount of times it happens or this specific one? Where's the outrage coming from?
You know, I think it's the amount of times, honestly, Mike, because I love you very much. And I do not appreciate anybody victim blaming. I think it's gross, and not just for women and sexual assault, but all across the board. If somebody is going through something, the worst thing you can do is be like, oh, well, how short was your skirt there, darling?
No one's doing that. Wait. No one's doing that. No one's ever done that. No one's victim, but no one said, y'all, you could have prevented. Like I'm not one to say, hey, you you should have locked your door. Otherwise, then your car wouldn't be broken into. No, because I hold a position. Even if you fucking leave your door open, no one has a right to go into your car, right? So, like, I don't know why you're bringing that up here in this case. It doesn't matter.
Because it's the way
all I was talking about was something where it just seems like there's always some weird shit when it comes to people making this accusatory thing. And then we move to Trump saying that he fucking would, what did he say? He finds his daughter attractive or some shit like that?
So wait, Mike, should I not have said a thing and just let
I didn't say that at all.
Sit here and fucking discredit another sexual victim? Like,
no.
I'm not going to do that. It's gross.
You can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. But what's funny is this, is that, like, I could also do something too. So I'm not here to silence anybody. I never didn't tell you not to talk. In fact, what I did was I asked you, I said, look, if this makes you uncomfortable, then I'll stop. And you said it depends on your question. Ask your question and I'll determine that. So I'm not here to make people feel uncomfortable or force people to start talking or stop talking. I'm just saying I'm going to speak how I feel in a moment's time. And you guys are hearing everything.
And I did the same thing.
Yeah. And why are you saying that? I never would tell you not to stop talking.
Can I answer your question?
Yeah,
cool. Because if I say something, Donald's just gonna get off mic in case if somebody else interrupts. She won't.
Don't do that. Say what you're gonna say. Don't do that.
Donnie, you just fell for it. He got you.
Yeah.
No, I'm doing it, Mike. When you're here, you all the time.
That's exactly.
Incan. Please stop doing that, Incan.
Does that answer the question? Because I'm gonna go on mute. Because
he got moved down.
Oh my god.
I didn't do that.
I'm gonna die from.
He probably sent himself down to make you look bad.
Just want to say this.
Wait, just ask your question first, so then I can.
Thank you. Please, I just hope that no scandal this.
Oh, look, we're feeding into it now, dude.
Listen, so are you just asking under what basis do you qualify or do not? Because I know the questions you asked are just trying to see how do you qualify a claim to be true or not? Is it based on what multiple experiences, right? Or is that what you're saying, Mike? Obviously there's going to be a level of credibility that you can give people regardless of the accusation.
Yeah, something like that. It's just it just seems, it seems like the opportunity to make money or I don't know, play the game of politics has certain markers on it. And those are times where people come out at certain times. And the thing is, it's kind of protected in a weird way to where if you challenge it, the timing of it or the authenticity of it, you're automatically not automatically, but you can be automatically seen as somebody that's insensitive to a potential victim because you don't know when they come out. They can come out 20 years. There's all those things in play. So in a weird way, it kind of reminds me of this. You know how this room always says things about the anti-Semitic fucking landmine? You can step on one without even knowing it, basically, right? You just say something. So to me, it's hey, look, this chick that says this, that came out at a convenient time when he's running for office, makes this claim about a thing, right? Never filed for anything, never did this. And now it seems like something entirely unrelated, but fraudulent and theft, right? Is oh, well, look, she seems like somebody that's willing to kind of bend the rules to benefit her way, at least so it seems. She hasn't been convicted yet, right? I'm saying, yeah, that could be seen as a pattern. And so, if I say that, and then the fucking point is, oh, look, it doesn't mean he didn't do it. It's okay, fine. But besides her words, what more is there?
And then why isn't that so convenient on the other side? Isn't that so convenient that she has no evidence? She is I don't know this person that we're actually talking about, so I shouldn't speak about that. But what I am saying is that people that have been sex trafficked since they were children have a completely different perspective on this fucking world than you do.
than Samoa does, and I do. Okay, and so it's important for us to lend to the unknown of that perspective before you just jump down somebody's throat and say, "Oh, you're a liar, you're fraudulent."
Did anybody do that today? Did anybody do that today? Who did that today?
Seems suspicious. It's what they say.
Okay, see, look. If you
talk right now, I'm so upset.
Okay, that's fine. If you think this seems to be suspicious is the equivalent as you're a liar, then we have a problem when it comes to understanding certain words. Because that's not saying it's suspicious.
I hear what you're saying there, Mike, and I'm not going to take the bait, but I am saying don't be a dick.
I'm not.
I think what you're saying is beautiful, Mike. I understand, like, where you're coming from. I understand, like, you're trying to quote, like, what we say, qualify certain claims and certain.
Dude, I'm a Trump biased guy. Like, you can get me for that, right? And maybe you can say, oh, no matter what, he's gonna be this. I think something from what I heard.
Why would you go so hard for somebody that doesn't care about you and your family?
You know, I'll tell you why. Because your threshold for hard pause is like it's something that I find to be reasonable, right? I think challenging somebody, right, to say, hey, what more do you have besides just saying somebody did it, right, is like not unreasonable. And then I think when you see a person that's able to do certain things like fraud, a type of lying, theft, right? It's not a form of lying, but it's a form of being dishonest, right? It's like, and you're going to say, well, look at Trump. And I'm going to say, okay. So now we have a standard where we're going to look at people's patterns and pasts. And then from that, we're going to place them in a certain position. So we're going to do that with this guy, with this Trump guy. But we're not going to do it with this girl. And the reason why is because it doesn't mean that this means he didn't do it. But does it also mean that because of Trump's past, it means that he did do it? Not necessarily. So all we have are letters, and I'm just saying, okay, well, hey, I didn't say, oh, she's a liar, he didn't do it, or I'm not saying any of that. It was a topic, and it got brought up, and then Samoa was bringing up something more, because I don't really know more than, I'm not really into this bullshit anyways, and then from that, somehow, you came to this position that, like, I was victim blaming.
You know, it's my fault, Mike. It's because I can read through the fucking lines way too hard.
So can I.
And it's just gross.
So can I.
It's gross because I see is disgust.
Okay, look, so could I. My caliber, my intuitive caliber is very high, right? And so, like, I relied on that most of my life. I think it comes from PTSD, right? But one thing that I also do is that I'm careful to kind of like take my finger off the chess piece, right? What that means is this: I'll move my finger and I'll keep it on tentatively to say, hey, I'm gonna fucking move this person into this position right here. But I'm not gonna act upon it because right now all I have is my intuition based off of whatever, my subconscious, my non-conscious, my conscious, right? And it could be for many things, right? And so from that, I'm like, And sometimes I'm wrong. I would say about 20% of the time I'm wrong in life. I have like an 80% accuracy, right, in the sense of me assessing people's character. I don't know these people. I don't know anybody, so I can't even say that my radar qualifies for that, right? What I'm saying is this: speaking in the abstract, generally speaking, when you talk about people, how they perform, their resume in the sense of how they interact with the world, right? I don't know, man. Look, to me, it's not just so cut and dry to say because a person says a thing, it's therefore the fucking thing.
Yeah, but what my point was, Mike, is that it's not our fucking job to determine if he did it or not. It's the laws, right? But what I'm trying to mitigate is fucking people just absolutely trying to, like in a general sense, say victims, oh, well, you know, let's look at their background. Let's look at this. It's like it's hurting women in general. It's hurting women. Don't make me go sugar belly on your ass because I don't.
You don't have that ability. She's a different level.
Thank you.
No disrespect. Sugar belly is.
That's my point, though, Mike.
She's my champ.
That's my point. Right?
No.
Is that it hurts women when fucking men sit there and say, "Oh, well, what about this? She's not so fucking innocent."
No.
You know, and it just is.
I would love if Sugar Belly came in here
to
hear what she would say. Well, here's the thing. We'll start by this. When you say it's not our job, I'm not making it my job. I'm speaking based off of the feeling that registers in my mind that comes to me that I don't choose. You don't choose your thoughts, desires, whatever. They just arise after you see a thing. You can process it after you pause a little bit, right? And so that's kind of what's happening, and that's what like conversations do. But it seems like my conversation with you so far is basically based off of the very fact that you guys even challenged this girl based off of this recent arrest is something that you should not do.
Right.
And I'm saying why?
Because it hurts women.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
How?
It's not your business, first of all. So
what do you mean it's not my business?
It's not your business.
What's not my business?
You don't have any authority. You just said it's not your job to mitigate whatever this lawsuit says.
But I'm not mitigating anything.
So then why are you speaking on it?
Because I have a feeling about it. I'm speaking about how I feel about it.
Why are you drawing attention to something
because it's something that something that caught my interest.
It is bad. I agree.
I'm not just talking to you.
Yeah. Talking to you, Jessica, this is bad. Like
all right, I won't say a fucking word when you guys troll women. No, it's fine. Fuck all the way up.
All the way up.
Like, I just want to say, I completely understand what you're saying. You're saying obviously people are going to have a confidence on things that they read when it comes to accusations, right? Yeah. And then they're going to be based off this. Should it be consistent or not? That's a completely
I've never claimed to be a good debater. I'm saying y'all fucking talk shit, and I'm sick of you fucking slaining women in this room. So stop.
Nobody does. I don't know, man.
What do you mean nobody does it?
Wait, hold on. Let me add something here. Because I don't. Hold on. Let me add something. So, victim blaming is not what this is. Not what Mike was doing.
Thank you.
Mike was attempting to read a headline, which has to do with something that we always talk about in here. We always talk about this subject, right? And it was interesting to me because this is one of the people that supposedly that accused him, right? So, but I don't see this person as a victim yet because he has not been convicted of this crime. I do not take all people's word for it ever, because the accused has not been convicted of it in a court of law. And that is what's fair. And let me tell you why. I have seen it in real life when the accused has been innocent and it is life ruining.
But we're talking about Donald Trump.
This idea that, like, you have to be, this idea that you have to be, right here. This idea that you have to be, I'll end it right here, and then you can go.
This idea that you have to be convicted, you're here for you to be like, to say like, oh, I would believe that someone is a fucking sex offender because they have been convicted of it. That's an insane position to hold.
Can I finish what I was saying?
You don't believe that. You don't believe that. If you knew that there was a pedophile that was around, lurking around, but he hadn't been convicted, you would still know. Like, you would never purport his innocence. That's you're not being honest with yourself.
This is bad.
I also agree with Louis.
This is really bad. So I don't care who it is. I don't care who it is, Louis. Unless we're talking about the worst scum of the world, pedophile, 50 fucking times accused, right? 50 times convicted. So
what's the difference between 50 and 13?
I'm sorry, Trump is.
Why is 50 the magic number that you actually consider this person like a real threat?
Can I finish?
Yeah, you just say a lot of dumb shit, honestly.
Am I really, or am I just saying?
Yes, you're saying a lot of dumb shit, yes.
Can I fucking finish? Or are you guys in your feelings, right? That you can't allow me to fucking finish my oh so dumb fucking point, right? Because you're in your fucking feelings. So, what I'm trying to say is, She's not a victim yet, right? Because he hasn't been convicted, right or wrong?
Wrong. That's retarded.
Oh, it is retarded? So
yeah, that's retarded to say that. That's retarded to say that. That my sister was raped. My sister was raped. My little sister or little brother was raped. And I said, no, she's not a victim yet.
We're not talking about her little sister.
That's retarded.
Yes, we are. We're talking about headlining fucking news.
Generally,
we're talking about a woman who might have had monetary gain from this.
Dude,
you had a civil case at the same time.
Yeah, this is bad, Don. I'm going to agree with Louis and I agree with Mike. I think that the men in this conversation are right.
I don't care who you agree with. It's my go.
Okay, then let me know when you're done. Because I think that Louis makes some good.
I don't need to let you know when I'm done. You'll know when I'm fucking done.
Whoa.
Anyway, so that's my position. Just because you have a hard-on for hating Trump, I don't care. I have no feeling toward him. I don't care.
That's a lie. You love Trump.
Even if it... No, I don't love Trump. And even if it were fucking Biden... You know, I love Obama more than I love Trump, but that's just me personally.
Why is Obama? Why is the Obama the counterexample?
Because I really did like him. Anyway.
Okay,
No, I really did like him.
No,
anyway.
I don't like this.
Because he was the most eloquent, but whatever. Anyway, besides the point. Last thing I'll have to say is, I think it hurts women when we assume every accuser is telling the truth. Because then when it comes out that they have lied, look how much damage it causes.
Good thing we're not on the jury.
That is so harmful. And it's harmful to the innocent person. It's life ruining. That's it.
Okay, cool. So let me say this, right? I think Louis is absolutely right. We don't operate in the way that Dawn says. Obviously, she doesn't either, right? Right? Like, we think that people are guilty or not guilty, right? We either think that they did or they didn't, right? So let's say that it's the case that your neighbor's kind of creepy, right? You're going to have a degree of confidence of whether they did or they didn't, right? It's not like yes or no in your brain, right? Like, that's just not the case. So we've heard, like, many, we've talked to Dawn enough to know that she thinks that some people are guilty before the court case has come out, right? So I think the Louis' proposition of, like, well, we can't label victims or treat people that we have a degree of confidence that did happen to them as victims until the court case is done. I think that's just preposterous. That's a dangerous narrative. That's dumb. Also, on the same side, I don't think it's completely illogical to, like, recognize that we have a degree of confidence based on evidence around it. Look, if somebody says, I got assaulted in this place, right, and there's no evidence of them getting assaulted, you're clearly going to have a less degree of confidence than someone who got assaulted and they have bruises all over their body, right? Cool. None of them have been convicted. None of them have all this shit has happened, right? You're clearly taking evidence in, right? So that's why I agree with Mike and I agree with Louis, right? All that they're putting forward is that there's another standard in which we make degree, like we have credence to certain beliefs, right? On whether this did or didn't happen. I don't know what's so difficult to understand. I don't know why it's getting this heated. Obviously, we don't act like Dawn acts where we're like, our opinion depends on what a jury says, and until then, we suspend all judgment, right? And we also, like, don't act to the point where, like, we never question an accusation and proven otherwise, right? We never just treat people as guilty until proven innocent. Very simple.
But because the person that she accused is disgusting, it's very easy
Cancel culture with your engagement
that it's very
Jessica,
possible.
go on, please.
That's very possible.
Why? I didn't hear her call next. So cancel culture is wrong.
Now?
Right?
Okay, got it.
No, we don't.
Yeah, Dawn, you just
want
went.
to start
You just
again?
went. I went, and then Jessica's going.
Yeah, and I'm responding to you.
Yeah, so was Jessica too. You know what?
So-
I'm good.
It was? So you're on now?
No, it's okay.
Cancel culture. Yeah, I'm not. Don't bring my name up anymore.
Matter of fact,
cancel culture is wrong. Is it not, or is it? And he threw himself down. I'm not throwing him down. So, is it or is it not wrong? Should we just cancel? Should we just start accusing? Should we just say everyone's guilty who's accused? Is that fair?
You're totally blowing this out of proportion.
No, I'm not. You blew. Mike was trying to read a headline and you blew it out. That's what happened.
So you're gonna come and rescue Mike? Like
I'm not rescuing Mike.
Like you blew
it out. You blew it out, and
we don't say automatically that everyone who's accused is guilty. Obviously not. I think that's being a little tricky by saying that, right? But at the same rate, we wouldn't say anyone who isn't convicted is automatically innocent. That's a ridiculous standard that no one goes by. You don't even believe that. You don't even believe that. If someone predated on someone in your family, you would never say, oh, because this person hasn't been convicted yet, the trial's still underway, or there's an investigation that they're innocent of the fucking harm that's done to your family members. You wouldn't even believe that. You would know that position if it happened to you. So it's like it's easy to say these ridiculous things like, yeah, a child molester isn't, unless until he's convicted, he's innocent. It's like, there's actually no fault at all. We shouldn't even be talking about it. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. You don't believe it. You don't believe it.
I don't know what
the headline. Oh, go ahead, Jessica, and I'll reset for Red Room. Go Red.
I just don't understand why you are going so hard for a known sex offender and felon, the President of the United States of America. What the actual fuck are you saying? This is not a blanket cancel culture fucking argument, okay? This is Donald Trump. He's a liar. He's a known felon. What the fuck are you saying?
Wait, are y'all really saying he's a child molester?
I never said that.
What it is, look, Mike.
What's the reset?
Mike came in. He read a headline that a girl is being taken to court for fraud, an accuser of Trump's, right? And he wasn't even allowed to finish the headline because we have people with true liberal, and respect to that. They have true liberal hearts, right? And they have a feeling that we should believe all victims. I don't feel that way. That's what Jessica said. No, that's what she said. And I don't feel that way, though.
I came off my...
I didn't hear what... So they cut off Mike in the middle of him talking about it and did what?
That did not happen. I never cut off Mike.
We're doing Lois Mike of all people.
I'm asking for a reset.
Because why is everybody triggered? Yes.
You're triggered at the mischaracterization. That's what we're triggered at. We're triggered at the mischaracterization.
So she's lying. She's not giving me the full correct picture.
I'm not trying to say
somebody else should give it to me then.
Not for Mike. I'm saying that it became a back and forth between Jessica and Mike, and now others are giving their opinions. That's all. And I got heated because Louis came off Mike in his feelings and wouldn't let me finish, and he was yelling. So that's why he's coming off Mike right now, and I'm not even done talking.
I thought you were done. What triggered me right now? What Dawn said that triggered me.
When I'm done, you will know when I'm done.
What Dawn said that triggered me is that if somebody is only accused and not convicted of pedophilia, that means they're innocent. Because they're not convicted, they're innocent. a case where a pedophile predates on a child and doesn't get caught? Is that person innocent because they are not convicted?
Or is the person not a victim?
Or check this out. Exactly. Thank you.
Sued for lying, like for example, like I'm sorry, like y'all forgot, was Jussie Smollett a victim, or did he lie and so stop it. Obviously he was not a victim, so the way he portrayed it. So Jessica, that fell apart. But Louis, you were right.
You're right. He was given a pardon.
Louis, you were right.
He was given a pardon, so he is considered innocent. I'm sorry, you guys don't uphold the law. He was Jussie Smollett, or however the fuck you said it, and he was given a pardon, so he is considered innocent. And if you guys don't believe in the system, then you can say you don't fucking believe in the system. And when somebody is found not guilty or innocent, and you still want to call them guilty, that's you. But if you believe in the system and you uphold the law and our justice system, you will call that innocent. You will call OJ is not guilty. OJ is not guilty. That's how it works. That's how he's not guilty. He's not guilty. You don't believe in the justice system. You don't believe in the justice system, and that's fine. But OJ Simpson was not guilty of the murder of Nicole Simpson.
I just think the way Dawn said it, I think what she meant was, I guess, the part where they say the same innocent to proven guilty in the court.
Exactly.
I think that's what she was talking about.
You guys come after the fact. You and she came after the fact. You don't know the context of the situation. What Dawn was trying to say was that because there isn't a conviction, we shouldn't even the conversation we shouldn't even be talking about it. Like why are we talking about it? This isn't even something who's convicted.
True.
You were making it seem like you're a liar. You're lying now.
You've been trolling all day.
You've been trolling all day.
I swear.
You're making it seem. I'm going to keep going. You're making it seem that a conviction is necessary to even have a conversation. Right? That if this person isn't convicted, then it shouldn't even be in question that this is something that they done, which is ridiculous, and you don't believe that.
It's not at all what I was trying to relay to you at all. Yes, it's up for discussion, and I started talking about why we're talking about it in this room, because we always talk about this subject, right? And I think it's important that if it's headline news, yeah, let's talk about it. That's not what I was meaning for you to try to understand at all. No. But I do think cancel culture is wrong, right? And I do believe in the justice system, innocent until proven guilty. But do I think people are entitled to their opinions? Absolutely. Yeah, sure.
I think I don't think, Trump's going to get canceled. He's a president, so it's not, it's different with him. But I see both sides, and I agree. If it's something going in the court of law, by law, someone can be found innocent, but still have done it. Like, I'm sure everyone in this room truly knows that O.J. Simpson killed those people. I'm sure you guys truly know, but, it was in accordance of the law.
Yeah, that's really weird to say that you know that. I don't know how you think you could know that.
Wait. Okay, so you want me to make it personal and ask you the question that, do you believe, take off the law, you yourself personally, do you believe he killed those people?
I don't know. I truly don't know.
So your answer is you really truly don't know?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
If you really don't know, that's so. If that's your answer, that's hard. No.
That's just easy to tell. That's not true. Like, you can just say, oh, you're not being real, but I really don't know.
She's not being honest with herself.
I'm not being honest with myself. Whatever. I'm telling you honestly, I don't know.
I don't respect that answer. Like, it's fine. If you truly don't know, that's good. For me, like I said,
I could easily lie and be like, no, he didn't do it. I really think he didn't do it, but I'm not doing that. I'm honestly telling you, I don't fucking know.
Right. That's fair. I mean, that's like
your whole argument hinges on him not doing it. So the fact that you're unable to say that he did,
my whole argument hinges on him being found not guilty. My whole argument hinges on him being found not guilty. That's what the argument hinges on. He don't have to actually be innocent. He don't have to be innocent. He just gotta be found not guilty. That's what you don't realize. You don't even. The fact that you're saying that shows me you don't even understand the argument, because the argument is not hinging upon his true innocence or not. The argument hinges upon the fact that that jury found him not guilty. That's what the argument hinges on, and you're completely missing that.
Hey, She-Wolf, you made a good point about the point you made that was really good is the question of should we believe in the justice system?
Correct.
At this point, yes, and at this point right now we should not. When we have a justice system that has the abundance of information and evidence that will let a man get away with murder if you got enough money and you got a lawyer team big enough to get you off of a murder. So that's one strike we had 30-something years ago. Now we fast forward to today of a crime that has been committed for the past 20 years. And we're talking about whether people are guilty or not. We can't even get to the point of trying them because they will never be tried. They will never see their day in court. And anybody on our side or off our side needs to get real about what we're really talking about as far as the Epstein files and everything else that's been going on. We're talking about children who have been victimized, who have never seen their day of justice. Some of these kids are dead. And the president that we all fucking hyped up, I'm one of the people that was down for Trump. Every one of us is distracted by the fact that we're fucking blowing holes in Iran right now, and 90% of the interest in the Epstein files has depleted. Nobody gives a fuck because we look at this shit like it's a trend until it's one of our fucking kids. Think about how many black fucking kids that have been
Thank you. We can say retarded shit until it's our family involved.
Yeah, and then on top of this, it's crazy that this political shit is like where I got people that are really trying to fucking take for this dude. Fuck this dude. This has been a problem before he showed up. We got 3 to 4 fucking administrations that put his ass in bunker on. It's like the fucking Odette. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about me. They don't give a fuck about our children. Our children are going to have to eat this debt and get raped at the same time because there'll never be any legal recourse for these people. They are not afraid of us. We got all the guns in the world. We got all the freedom of speech. We got freedom of speech. We're too busy out coping and taping. And it's time. We had millions of, we have damn near 250,000 Americans show up because of election, which I will know is going to be in there on January 6th. I'm in support of every motherfucking Canada trucker that show up. But you won't show up for kids? Like, we won't show up for these fucking kids? This is the you do not have
like you're in a matrix.
If our leaders are going to become
Blake, you're chopping up right now, bro. You're chopping up right now.
Hey, bro, I can barely hear you, bro.
Yeah, Blake, if you can hear me, I muted you. Okay, yeah, I muted you.
Yeah.
You're better now.
I'm just end with this.
No, you're better now.
I'm gonna end with this. We don't have a justice system. We don't have a country if we are going to allow our leaders to be complicit in covering up raping children. If our leaders, so that's the only thing that matters right now. We got to bring that back to the forefront. Fuck this IRS shit.
And this girl that we were talking about, Red Room, if you saw in the chat, was 13 at the time. I'm just saying.
It's just like, it's so crazy. In no other setting would you guys so flippantly dismiss sexual assault allegations that children are coming out with. No other situation would you just be like, no, that's ridiculous.
Okay, I didn't know about that. I was talking about the OJ thing just for clarity.
Me either. In no situation would you be like, we have to wait for him to be convicted. In no situation. It's ridiculous. And it's actually appalling that you have that position, Don. It's appalling.
It'll be different if he was brought, if these people were brought to the tried. It'll be different if they were actually tried and there was an actual investigation. But the problem is they're covering it up and they're preventing it from getting to that point. It's on my desk right now. Oh, now, okay, well, it's not really on my desk. Yeah, 2 weeks. It's really not on my desk. Actually, here you go. It's redacted. All hell. I mean, like, come on, these fucking people. Like, we're gonna have to accept what it is and get down to it. And then you wonder why people like Candace Owens and what's his name, Alex Jones exist. Because you gotta use your imagination in this fucking world. You come up with conspiracies when these motherfuckers are conspiring in your face to hide shit like raping children. And then tell you that they care about the American people. No moves that they're making right now, you shouldn't even think that any moves that the government, no matter who's running it, whether Trump is in there or fucking Kamala Harris or whoever fucking is next, you shouldn't believe a damn thing they say if they say anything about caring about the well-being of Americans if they do not nip this one in the bud. If they don't, if we do not show up in D.C. in the next 5 years and do something about it, I'm not saying violent, but if it turns violent, then what do you fucking do? Because this is the same country that allowed the whole fucking country to burn over a fucking fentanyl user. So I'm saying, if we ain't gonna show up for kids, then we ain't no country. And we the people have handed it over to fucking money, blood, fucking adrenochrome thirsty, Jew-loving fucking pedophiles.
So Blake, do you think one of the reasons why most voters voted for Trump was because of the Epstein case?
Yeah, I think so. I know a lot of people was wanting them files to come out, and he ran on that shit, and he also ran on No More Forever War, that he lied on both fronts.
So don't you think that's alarming in itself, that people voted for a person due to the fact of a murder case? Rape case?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So don't you find that odd that people voted for a president due to the fact of a case?
I don't find it odd. I find it confirming and alarming of which state we are in where we end up with a president like Trump. Trump is a reaction to all of the bullshit that's been going on in D.C. for as long as most of us been on stage. So we get a whip of a guy that seems different than what we've gotten, and we rolled with it. It sounded good. It felt good. You know? So, I mean, we voted for a half-dead president the last go. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, we voted for a president just because he was black. You know, so, I mean, our track record and who we vote on both sides is no good. But this one is an example and indicative of what we've been doing. You end up with a populist candidate like Trump when you got a country that's been fucking passing the buck and bullshit. I mean, this Epstein thing goes back before Trump was the president. And he's just the man that has it in his hands right now. And he's choosing to do the same thing that the last people did, except he ran on exposing it and he backed down on it.
You know what, really? I think that, you know, either we're going to be allowed to have our opinions in here or we're not, right? And I think that I mean, you're making it sound like I'm way fucking off base. I'm not. Like, I don't know if my next door neighbor fucking shot the dude in the foot when he got accused of it. I have no fucking clue. I don't know if this girl did that, accused Trump of doing that, or he really did do that. I don't know. I don't know. Right? So, I don't think don't know. What is so appalling about that? What is so appalling about that? Because you
No, it's not even about. This is separate from what I'm talking about is independent of Donald Trump. There's something you said that because someone is convicted, that we can assume innocence. That's ridiculous on like an astounding. Especially like these people who we know have the power to fucking. We know Ghislaine has the power to, even though she's in jail for sex trafficking, she's able to be moved to a minimum security facility, and with like fucking like ice cream and fucking doggy time, fucking stress dog, like stress dog. What is it? What do they call them? What are those dogs that fucking
stress dolls?
No, fucking. The dogs that like are just for like people.
Service dogs. Service dogs.
Service dogs.
Emotional support dogs.
Yeah.
Emotional support dogs.
But like this, like we it's already established that the most powerful people in the world, they skirt responsibility. They get to sidestep responsibility. When Jeffrey Epstein was convicted for soliciting a minor for prostitution, he was able to leave jail, going to and from jail, like leisurely as it required. He could leave for business engagements, and so that's not the same as us. You know, if Louis sits in jail and Louis' black ass doesn't get to go fucking anywhere, right? That's what justice looks like, right? But there's not the same standard of justice across the board. To feign ignorance on that is strange, right? And to feign that, to say this the idea that, a conviction is the only standard that like of guilt that we like must hinge upon for us to even have this conversation. You were making it, and it's like don't like I'm not dumb. I was born at night, not last night, dog. You didn't come to the conversation with this I don't know attitude. But I'm just saying I don't know, like you are now that you could be professional, right? But it was very much so like you put a surgeon on anyone because there's no conviction, which is ridiculous.
We're here for the beginning of the conversation, Laurie.
Absolutely was.
And I didn't come at this conversation like that. And I absolutely did come at it saying that we should be talking about it because Mike brought it up and it's breaking news. It's headline news. And the room should be talking about it.
We did talk about it.
Isn't that the first thing I said? That's the first thing I said, Louis.
The reason I came
and people are entitled to their opinions. And I've been generous when it comes. And I've been generous when look, let me not yell. I've been generous when it comes to people having their feelings about this, right? The only time I got heated is when you got so emotional that you wouldn't let me finish my point.
Yes, I'll be emotional.
That pissed me off.
You need a conviction.
And you started attacking me. And then I have to defend myself like you're doing right now. Can you stop doing that?
I understand.
Can you stop doing that? Because I can't hear you when you talk over me. I can only hear myself.
Oh, God.
I cannot hear people when they talk over me at all. So look, you're misrepresenting what I'm trying to say. I'm saying in a court of law, they're innocent until proven guilty. Do I know that they're innocent? No, I don't. Are there guilty people that that are sitting scot-free? Yeah. Great examples. Yeah. There's examples for everything, right? Yes, I do. I know that. But still, I'm not ready to, I I'm not the type of person to say, look, I've been seeing too much shit in my life to say, yeah, they're guilty. No, they're innocent. I really don't know. I really don't. That's all I have to say. And I'm not trying to sway anyone else's opinion. And you guys are entitled to yours. That's it.
Somebody who really doesn't know would never like do take and
You're in the Matrix, Lindsay.
And not, you'd be less likely to hand.
You're better now. You're better now. You don't lie to him.
No, I'm just saying people who take the position of I don't know. Is it really? Hello? My shit bullshitting, so I should shut up.
I'd like to make a point if I may.
You're breaking up. Yeah, I got called next, but go ahead, Jessica.
I didn't hear that. I just wanted to say to Don that I did not overtalk Mike. I did not overtalk Samoa. I did not come off mic until the smugness started, until the two men that were discussing this 13-year-old's experience is now discredited because of some new information. And it disgusts me. And I couldn't stand it anymore. So I said, this is enough. That's how it went down, Don. So don't mischaracterize me by saying I flew off the fucking mic just to fucking say some fucking bullshit. Okay? I was standing up for women because it's disgusting to watch people do that. And I see it a lot in this room. That's all.
Yeah, right. I do want to second that. I do think that Jessica would be... Okay, go ahead, Don.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that Jessica's telling the truth. I was there. That's like par for exactly for what happened. But I think there should be a very clear distinction right now because we can't hide behind I don't know, right? It's like we're talking about degrees of confidence, right? So let's say that you believe that somebody did X. You don't know that they did that for a fact, right? But you treat them accordingly to believe that they did or that they did not, right? And so what Louis is proposing is completely reasonable, right? There's this idea that's like, oh no, this leads to cancel culture. That's a very dumb thing to have because we operate that for many, many things, right? Like, or people think that they would have, or baseline are like when they go before Congress, they don't get asked about their convictions, right? They get asked about things they're not convicted about, and they're not going to be convicted there. By the way, just to be clear, it's not like they're going to be sentenced there, right? But they get asked about these things, right? It's not that they know or they don't know, right? They find it valuable to have the belief that person did or did not do that thing, right? If they're to be appointed to like this place in office, right? So it's obviously a different axiom of the way that we interact with the perceived actions of others, right? It goes beyond like definitely knowing or definitely not knowing, right? Which is this belief or not belief of it. And I wanted to point that out because to have the idea that you must suspend judgment until a jury has passed it, you're going to immediately be presented with cases like Anthony, like that woman who killed her kid, right? She went off scot-free, right? We all believe that she did it, right? Well, a lot of us do, right? Anyway, it's just people of how the justice system is not always going to be a good measure and how we definitely don't interact that way. So I find Louis' option very reasonable. Yeah.
Really generous. I've been very gracious. You guys are mischaracterizing me on purpose, and I'm not going to allow it. So, whatever. And you can ask Mike how it went. I don't care. Incan even said himself, Jessica, that's a horrible argument. it was horrible. But no, I didn't. Excuse me. I don't know. You can ask him what was horrible. I didn't make that comment.
You just said.
I'm not horrible. I didn't say it was horrible.
Incan said
I didn't say it was horrible. Incan said it was horrible. Right?
Can I ask how what do you guys talking about? What happened?
Please
go ahead.
All you gotta know is that all the men in this situation have a reasonable, good point.
Stop it.
That's all you gotta know.
Stop it. You're an agent of fucking
Okay, fine. I'm not. Look, I'll just.
Yeah, you are. You're terrible.
Look, I'm not trolling.
You're being terrible. You are.
Just you just come off mic and let them know when she was not here.
Wait,
Anybody can just come off mic and let them know when she's look. Mike says, look at this headline. The headline says 13-year-old girl that accused that was in the file that accused Trump is now being investigated or convicted for a fraud and abuse of a senior, right? They kind of trickle back and forth, right? Because the implication is that the testimony that was made by this person is probably less credible, right?
Yeah, it was that.
Yeah. Jessica comes off mic, says you can't do that, you have to believe them, and this is the reason why you have to believe them.
No, she goes believe.
Yes. In the part where she messed up, she's like, yeah, well, you should because Trump has all these previous things, right? And then Mike picks her up with okay, so it's completely fine to look at previous data to make assumptions of guilt or not guilt for a person, but it's not okay for me to do this for this person, right? That's why I thought it was a bad argument. Then Dawn goes, Dawn goes with I just suspend judgment and until they're convicted or not convicted, then I believe that, right? That's why you shouldn't have an opinion on whether they did or didn't until they're convicted or not. I think this is a horrible judgment. I think this is discongruent with the way people act. Louis comes off the mic and goes, wait, what the hell? Obviously there's going to be, excuse me, please, it's not only my abuse. Listen, Louis comes out the mic and basically says, no, that's not true, right? Look, here are multiple examples of the Justice Department in which they're not accurate, right? Here's how they treat the elite. Here are cases where you might disagree. There's the example of the OJ Simpson, right? And showing that to interact with the world where you just suspend belief about somebody's actions. Whether a jury convicts him or not is preposterous. Don goes off mic, says hey, look, this is cancel culture. So I think that the arguments presented by Don is a really bad argument. I actually, if I had to take it back, I wouldn't say that Jessica's argument is horrible. It's incongruent. I do think that Don's argument actually is horrible. I think that merits that. I think that Jessica wasn't that bad given all the points, right? And I find Louis and Mike's position pretty reasonable, right? In which you could take evidence and come to conclusions. And yeah, I think that's fine.
Oh, he misrepresented what I said. I said, I don't know if they're guilty, whatever, but it's a discussion we should be having. Jessica didn't really want us to be talking about. Why bring it up? So this question yes, it is.
No, it wasn't my point. It was discussed.
Yes, it is. You didn't want us to even discuss
these men
because it damages the women. That's what you were saying.
It's disgusting.
You didn't want to talk about it. You were getting hot and bothered.
I didn't say you shouldn't talk about it. I don't have any fucking authority to do that.
You really didn't want us to be discussing it because you said that it was dangerous to the women.
Yeah,
so when I came off mic and a submission, I said, I think it's important to talk about it because it is headline news. It's something that we talk about in this room all the time. So we're discussing this, right? Mike simply was trying to read a headline. Samoa was a little more opinionated, but he wasn't saying too much. He was in between Mike trying to give his headline, right, read the headline. And Mike wasn't even able to finish. And Jessica did on Mike. And she was very bothered because Mike wasn't even able to finish the headline. Yes, it is true.
You're siding with the brown man over the white woman. Praise God.
Shame on you, Jessica.
Trump's the real victim.
Shame on you.
They're really on my ass, Mike. They're on my ass, Mike.
Shame on Jessica.
So why see like what you're saying? I'm coming to your rescue, Mike.
Just a second.
No, I appreciate it. Look, here's the thing. Look.
Mike, can I get this out? Pay attention to make it racial. Timothy just made it racial. It wasn't racial. It wasn't anything to do with racial. It was talking about the topic and how leftists, liberals versus conservatives and Republicans think. So Timothy had to jump in with his race war. Go ahead.
Here's the thing, like, this is all like,
those are my people. That's the joke.
You're right, guys. Everybody that's involved, or like, I like you guys all. I don't want to make a big deal about this. It was a joke. Jessica, I'm good.
Peace and love, brother. Peace and love.
Yeah, like this is not like something that like, Timothy, you're my fucking guy. So I'm like, who cares? Fucking let it go. Like, it's not worth it. Like, you guys are regulars. You guys are fucking my people in here. So I don't want to create any type of like negative tension among somebody that fucking doesn't matter. I like you guys all, dude, so we can just move on.
Yo, Timothy, what would you rate my PTR?
Mike, just before we move on, are you okay? Because I didn't want you to feel like I cut you off and you didn't have time to let everybody know the headline before I rudely interrupted you. Are you okay?
It's called sarcasm, Mike. It's called sarcasm.
Yeah, nah, I'm fucking, dude, this is good. This is nothing.
That's just a passive aggressive dig at y'all.
Also, my bad, Jessica. I said it was horrible. Maybe it jumped. I don't think it's like consistent, right? But I don't think it's horrible. Not that.
Timothy, I know that you're getting a lot of backlash from white requirement. I need you to continue the onslaught. I need you to continue the asymmetrical warfare because lives are at stake. Thank you.
Well, yo, Mike, I gotta ask you. You're pretty leftist. How do you feel about the whole believe all women movement?
I am not a leftist, sir.
You're pretty close.
Nobody, no, I'm not. I'm just not a Trump
said that knowledge.
I'm just not a Trump tart. Any person that says believe all women should be. Do you remember what the Spartans did to their? No, let's not go there.
That was never said. That was never said.
I'm sorry. Apologies.
You mean more like the one China, the one, what's it?
No, we're not going there. We're not going there. What do they call it?
What's the one?
No, you're doing trigger alert. No, that's not good. That's not good, Timothy. We're doing too good.
Okay, what about the Bedouin Arabs?
I don't know anything about that. No, stop. Too much, too far. Listen, I definitely heard Jessica plead for more leniency for women and better treatment of women. And I gotta tell you, it is one of the most effective.
On this app?
Yeah, earlier today. It's one of the most effective articles of propaganda that I've ever witnessed in my life. It is the reason why countries have been lost because men have given too much power to one thing.
No, I agree with Jessica. I think misogyny is rampant on this app, but I think women are like responsible for it too. So it's like you need to begin with introspection.
You're saying misogyny, please?
Escalating misogyny is
bigotry, but women are 100% just as guilty of it. As in, it's internalized, isn't it? But misogyny are big to women, so basically like
bigotry,
hatred of, so like an unjust discrimination.
How are you using the word discrimination?
So you basically afford like greater privileges or rights or better treatment towards one group without warrant.
How do you know it's not warranted?
No, that's what it means.
No, you're using it in this instance. So you
so
have
now
to
you're
give us
asking me how do I know that misogyny is a fact? Because I know really smart women.
No, that's not what I asked you, brother. You put those words there. I didn't say that. My words are going to be
very definite. No.
No, we're going to go with my words now. Thank you.
No, I know. I'm just telling you why I'm responding.
I know what happened.
Yeah, but can I just say this? No. It's one sentence. And then
no.
Can I go?
If you go,
Can I go?
you have to let me talk. If you go, you have to
of course, you just did. You just did. Now you're trying to encroach on my fucking time.
No. You go.
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyway, so you used the word bigotry when it comes to women. You said that was a prejudice or mistreatment of women, unwarranted. And I just want to know, how do you know it's not warranted? And I want you to give us an instance of a mistreatment of a woman that was unwarranted. Here you go.
Okay. So an instance, I'd say like lots of times Cora like has something interesting to contribute on like Andrew kind of stages. She gets like overtalked, and then for some weird reason, people get like really butthurt when she's the one who corrects them, as opposed to like if it's me or someone else who corrects them. Just like as an example, there's that woman who's recently become an RDO woman. She seems really smart. Similarly, she gets like kind of overtalked, and when challenges someone, it's like the vitriol in response is just always disproportionate. Just to be clear about what I was saying before, I wasn't trying to cut you off. I was saying it seems to me to define it, and then you ask me, why isn't it without warrant? But I'm saying the definition is just that. Like it just means without warrant.
No, you missed my point.
Yeah, you're asking me for a case of misogyny, which you ended up doing. But I'm saying that's the reason I interrupted you.
No, it's fine though. I don't care about
that. That's a couple examples.
So what you have to do is you have to show that it was because of her vagina or breasts or a combination of, and not because of her own style of navigating the world. And so for Cora or whomever else, you're gonna have to show that, and I don't think you can, right?
Well, I can.
What we can do? I don't think you can. But what we're gonna find. One second. All right, I got you. What we're gonna find, it is going to be, from my explanation would be the enabling by gentlemen such as yourself in times like these that leads to the encroachment on other people's time in a what's the word, entitled manner. In fact, every time I see a woman elevated, it goes to their head. They're doing all kind of weird and wild shit. Earlier today, saw what she was, and we saw it pretty much as soon as she got the mod badge for basically trying to do a protest room and run mutiny, right, or whatever, right? She literally got rewarded with more power. And do you think that would like make her more of an issue or less of an issue? Obviously, she became more of an issue, just a different type of issue. And so that is what I noticed with women, is that there will be a gentleman who will cover for their bad behavior, reward them for their bad behavior, and then that emboldens them to continue and amplify their bad behavior. And unfortunately, it's almost like we can't stop you, right? Because in this instance, you're going to say that Cora, who we have intimate knowledge of, is being hated on because she's a woman and not because she's an over-talking, entitled, obnoxious weirdo, right? And we know that you're never going to be able to disassociate in our minds or bifurcate her behavior from the response.
Oh no, yeah,
right? So we know that her.
We should.
Look, we can talk about whomever we want.
Well, concrete.
Then we use it as an example.
There's crazy asymmetry in talk time.
No, it's not.
It is, bro. You've been going for like a whole minute.
I'm getting interrupted, and I'm trying to make my point.
Just now, I got your point.
And I'm going to land. But I know you got my point, but the rest of the room might not have got my point, and I want to highlight the problems with your position that you're never going to be able to.
You had to anticipate 7 arguments. Just like, let me respond to one of your points.
All right, good.
Is that fair? All right, cool. I don't think you use Cora number 1. I don't think Cora's that, like, she's smart. She's like above average intelligence. She's not particularly that smart. I just used her because I thought it should be someone, like, I think Joy offers like someone who's really smart. And there's a girl in there, she's been in this room and debating abortion once her name's Megs. She like knows Joe Schmidt and stuff. She knows like all of the fucking theist arguments, fine tuning, all that kind of stuff. She barely gets the word in edgewise when we're having conversations, because she's smarter than most of the guys talking. There's a chick, a Muslim child, there's a Muslim girl called Unknown. She's in the Muslim rooms, and she is like a legitimate beef, like actual powerhouse, like knows a lot, right? And when it comes to the Muslim guys, again, she's another one, doesn't get a word in edgewise. Everyone wants to mansplain for her. When she makes a point, someone has to always one-up her because it's a woman making a point of defending the deen. And I think you'll find that it's a pattern and it's cross-cultural. You'll find in pretty much all these different environments, in all these different rooms, where there's just undeniably really intelligent women who get either shouted down, as in, so one of the instinctive responses is to be super triggered and insecure that a woman's like correcting them and challenging, to almost always devolve and get really vitriolic, or when when one of these really intelligent women is representing the side of the argument that, like, let's say, and there's at least male interlocutor, is the one other male interlocutor is on, he feels the need to explain or emphatically sort of like, you know, punctuate the sentences to make the point his own, because I think that, and then if you want to do if you want to do a broader topic, no, you firstly made the point about Korah, so I was saying, look, we could just move away from her. So that's the response to that. And by the way, just between us, yeah, check out the people I've told you about. That's a scouting report. Go listen to them. These are undeniably very smart women.
Somebody that we both know, Korah. We both know Korah. And so all we have to do is control. She has antisocial behavioral issues. Yes, I'm like, all right, let's remove her. Okay, so I'll grant you that she gets this one. Just remove her off the list. I'm not So now you look at somebody else. We can waste that. No, I can tell you that this is evident. This issue. You're the one who proffered her as an example.
Do you know how stuff like this works? As in, if you say here's a if I present you research and you say here's a confounding factor, then obviously what I'll do is show you more research, wouldn't I? Like, what do you think happens at this juncture?
Yeah. Okay. Well, at this juncture, what we can do is get you to admit that you'd never be able to find a woman who was demure, demure. One second, brother. I'm responding. What are you saying? Well, I mean, this is like hidden information for me.
Okay, so I said
hold on, brother. Demure, wicked smart, and still getting like regularly mistreated. And it wouldn't be, these women that I have that I've never met. It has to be a critical mass of women, right? So your work is bigger than, I know these two women that are demure, wicked smart, and they keep getting mistreated. Your task is that it happens on the average basis, and you like defeated yourself because you appeal to just smart women. We beat up on not smart women, right? Why? And it's better for my hypothesis because, well, it's second in your worldview.
What the fuck?
Right? Obviously. He just shot himself in the foot.
Yeah, deserve is crazy.
You literally just shot yourself.
Are you on there?
I'm like, you just disqualified yourself, advocate for women. This count. So what he saying?
Deserve to be abused, or what's that? I don't get it.
All right. I'm gonna
No, you're saying no, but wait. I mean, wait. I mean, just to be clear, I mean abused in this context, not like in the real world or social. I just mean in the context of we're in an environment.
Clarification. Can I go down?
No, I'm saying. I just don't feel like you're operating in good faith anyway, so you can tap.
I'm tapping. What did you say?
Bro, I'm tapping out.
And still, you're a champion.
Listen. The whole canard that women are mistreated because they're women is probably as old as time, and I think that it should have been thoroughly debunked by now, because every man has a mother. Every man has a woman that he loves. Every man, not every man, but a lot of men have sisters. A lot of men have fucking aunties. And all of those examples, or at least hopefully, there's a lot of people in those examples that are awesome fucking top tier human beings, right? Your mom, your grandma, your auntie, the woman that you love, your sister. I would hope that you have a plurality of top tier women, right? In some way, shape, or form, even if they fucking hid their their most demonic nature away from you, such that there isn't a general disposition to hate women because they're women. I don't know how that hasn't gotten debunked yet. People die for fucking women. They like, yo, I will give it all up. And you're saying, oh, but we really hate them simultaneously.
Is he finished? Well, the good Lord took them both out. Thank you, Jesus.
Yo, I fucking died with concrete like, well, yeah, well, that's why we eat up on the gun. What the fuck?
Right.
He's like,
yo, isn't somebody saying you hate me because I'm a man equally as dumb as you hate me because I'm a woman? Like, when we say you hate me as a man, everyone would laugh at that. But if we say you hate me because I'm a woman, we're like, oh no, you. They defend themselves. They defend. It's just crazy.
You're supposed to double down and you say, yes, I hate all women. Because it's ridiculous.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I do have some select women that I do hate, so I understand. I don't know this down there. Violet, hello, how you doing? By the way, that was a joke. You know I don't hate you.
Hey, concrete, we're talking about PCR concrete.
No, listen, brother, is some more here? I am not, brother. Keep me out of your smoke in the same. Listen, I can't even see it in any detail, but I glanced at it and I know it's something diabolical.
I can't get concrete to join
the same way. Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, fine. All right, Switzerland. Yo,
especially after what you did to fucking free range thinking. Yo, this is ridiculous.
What happened to free range? I like them.
No, me too.
And Aiken mercilessly sold for I think 2 days.
He started the whole thing, but you gotta just take it. Let me get it, man. Don't fight. Just hold it. Just take it.
Pause.
You started it with free. I'm free. Unlike you, when I take it from Dominic doesn't cry or anything like that. Just Dominic, just let me take it.
Oh my God. You from unlike me when you take it. That was his statement. What? Go ahead, David.
No, that's what you said. You said Dominic. You said Dominic. You know what I like about you? Better than free? When it comes to you letting other people take it, you just let them take it. And you smile afterwards. But this dude, I
never said that. Hey, I'm being grossly misquoted here, bro.
Well, what did you say?
Listen. I said, young Dominic, there are recent events that have led me to notice that being a good sport about, being, made fun of on a daily basis.
Yeah, I'm trying to clean it up.
It's not something that should be taken for granted, right? I thought, right, like that was like everybody that have come to see that it's a quality that is actually scarce. And for that, I appreciate you being a good sport. Everybody messes with you, but you don't let it make you aggressive towards
you. Isn't that dominance though? That's the kind of environment you encourage, right? You encourage.
No, I don't.
Yeah, it is. You encourage people.
No. I said don't cry to me. No,
actually, I give Dominic a compliment. No, I was trolling, but I give Dominic a compliment. That was like, Dominic was in another room, and he explained to me, like, A something, and I didn't know that. Like, I'm a retard, right? And I'm like, whoa, I didn't know that. I was surprised by that. And then I told Knowledge, and I was like,
what did he say?
Okay, so like, he was like explaining something about, so this is the first like interaction like I heard Dominic say, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? Somebody said something about Doc Dawkins, and he said like, oh yeah, presuppositional something in a philosophical term, right? And for me, I was like, whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck, bro? I felt like the earth shaking. I was like, okay, clearly, like,
did you feel like a homoerectus? And you felt like
yes, exactly.
So you know, like homoerectus, and you're a smoke.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. Right? And then, right, he goes into the room and I'm like, yo, I didn't know this, like, my bad. Like, I just start apologizing. We let troll about. They're like, I know that belief. I never told them, I think you're an idiot or you're a retard or like yada, 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 right? Anyway, I asked the question about like a priori to knowledge, and then like he comes to life and just responds like, I'm like, holy shit, man. It's a later. Bro. So I tell him, I'm like, yo, I just want to say this, like, yo, a lot of respect to you, Dominic. Like, you're actually like way smarter than me when it comes to like this philosophy, like, jargon and like understand these concepts, right? Like, I'm assuming he does, right? Because he knows the jargon, right? I know, right?
But what did he say? That's awesome.
He told me about like the difference between a priori and like something else priori. Like,
yes, he was like,
what did he say? And
nigga, what did he talk about?
He was like knowledge before the fact versus after the fact, something like that. It was well put. It was well put.
And I was like, okay, holy shit.
No, I know. I was saying, for him, that was great.
Yeah, and for me, it doesn't know him. Me, then, like, I don't know shit, right? I was like, okay, cool. So I then go, and I'm like, so we're chilling in the room, and I'm like, oh, yo, Dominic, I just want to say this, like, everybody kind of shit, like, you're, like, smart, like, you're, like, very knowledgeable, like, philosophical shit, right? And everybody kind of, like, shits on you, like, oh, this guy's, like, a dum-dum or whatever. I just want to say, like, yo, I realize that's actually a scary thing, right?
Position.
Yeah, no one treats him like a dum-dum. We treat him like a leftist.
You all treat him like a dum-dum.
No,
you all be saying he like his
No.
You all be saying
he's gay. That's not a dum-dum. You treat him like a leftist alcoholic, not a dum-dum.
Yeah, listen. He's not dumb. He's not drunk.
Okay, I've heard retard.
No. You all treat him like he's stupid. I never treat him like
anyway. So I just all that I did was like I actually apologized to Dominic, right? Because I was like, yo, I wouldn't believe you were like this, right? Oh, and by the way, like shout out to you, right? Because like you're a smart person, right? And a lot of the people that are like calling you this shit, like I think you're smarter than them, right? And I think it's a scarce quality to have, like, be able to, like, take it on the chin, right, and not let it get to you. I realize that now. Now, listen, on everything, my phone. So I wasn't looking at my phone. At that moment, this person whose name, the N-word, was in the audience, okay? And everything, right? But that's what was happening. Like, that's exactly how it went down. But I was never telling Dominic, like, yeah, I like the way you take it. That's just a very positive moment.
Imagine if I was in debt about $50 million and no one knew. And then for some reason, Aiken called at my bike statement and he started at $50 million. Oh, dang. You know what? I didn't believe you in the beginning, but here's 60 cents for your trouble. Like, get that shit out of my face, bro. That's like, hey. That's you, Aiken.
That was a great analogy, bro. You come up with that on the spot.
So, Aiken, you're just passing out sarcastic, non-meaningful apologies today? Is that what you're doing today?
Wait, can you say that again?
Aiken, you're just passing out insincere, sarcastic apologies today?
Insincere, sarcastic apologies?
Uh-huh.
No. Oh yeah, I did. Oh yeah. No, not at all, Monica.
Okay, just checking.
And yo, Tim,
I sent Monica her $20. I don't think she ever got the other 20 from Kendall. Just clarifying that.
Yeah, I thought Kendall was the defender of women. So you should pay that woman her money, no?
Wait, Monica, did he send you the other 20 or no?
Let me look.
I just want to set the
world on fire. That's fucking knowledge, bro. What the fuck, bro?
That tune. Have you seen Fallout?
So good.
No, I just watch clips, bro. I'm a Gen Z. Most of my knowledge is
posers. You guys are posers. That game came out 15 years ago.
Go get a flannel shirt.
Go watch your YouTube shorts, bro. Go watch your YouTube shorts.
I want man. Do you all remember when they did the whole clap and strum like 3 and a guitar shit? Do you remember that?
He gets all of his information and pop culture references from YouTube shorts.
No, I watched 40-minute documentary. That means something to my generation.
Every time I go on YouTube and I see YouTube short, they piss me off. I'm like, what the freak are these little freaking channels? Who the freak? I'm like, who watches these?
I know.
I'm like, oh, okay. There are people that watch.
Yo, we're both on Instagram. Pack up, chill out, bro. Like YouTube shorts are just like YouTube shorts are just like less ethnocentric and less fascist. That's all that YouTube shorts are, all right? And they like every chat, bro. That's
every meme that I get from Ink and includes SpongeBob and Patrick, bro. It's like
that's not true. Wait, that's just factually not true, bro. What are you talking? Wait, I said just.
I'll screenshot it.
What? Yo,
it's SpongeBob millennials or Gen Z.
No, that's a millennial thing, bro. That's like, yeah, that's a millennial thing. Yeah. Maybe I'm just trying to communicate to y'all in a way that y'all like maybe understand, right? Like, I mean, I'm not there to give you a vitamin B12 shot, right? I'm just trying to harken some memory, like see if anybody's home.
I still believe, and I can prove the claim that for the majority of the left, they can't meme.
Oh yeah.
It's a baseless
Timothy.
There's no proof. Okay.
So look, Monica said this about the left, right? And so I don't care.
I don't care. I genuinely.
Okay, that's fair. I just think the meme is not right. I think it's literally just a.
That's a fact.
Yeah, it's literally a generational thing. Like obviously, people on the left meme about other things that aren't political, right? And it's not because you're like a Gen X or Republican. You understand humor, like. What? That's why you can't just be quoting Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan podcasts out of nowhere, bro. You get caught up like this.
So do you know? Hey, Nate and King, fucking knowledge. Are you there?
Fucking knowledge, are you there? Fucking knowledge. Fucking knowledge, are you there?
Do you guys know Danny the homosexual?
Yeah, he used to be, right?
No, he's still kind of gay. I mean, he still looks gay, but look, anyway. So, he went on, Danny, Jack Extract Danny.
Yeah.
Danny the homosexual.
Yeah.
I'm in a gym full of people saying this as well, that's crazy. But, anyway, Danny, he went on that 20 versus 1 with Jordan Peterson. And he had this highlight moment, and it launched his career. He's like famous now. So if you know,
Danny?
Go down, yeah, Danny. I'm not saying Danny, but you know.
Wait, which one?
So do you know the 20 versus 1? And he basically, Jordan Peterson asked him to. Jordan Peterson is such a retard, I could say. Danny basically cornered him on Catholicism because he's claims to be a Catholic. And then, I can't remember how the exchange went.
He's the guy who said you believe a whole lot of nothing? Is that the guy?
Yeah, like if you
are you serious? Yo, that guy is a G. That guy's a G.
No, but he's on Discord now. Anyway, he's a prominent TikToker. He went from our community, TikTok. Obviously on TikTok he used to just debate all the Muslims and Christians, to beat them up. Like he used to use problem of evil and just beat up everyone. Obviously really low level. But the talent scouts from Jubilee obviously saw his TikTok and thought, because I think Jordan Peterson was meant to represent theism, but he's such a dishonest, retarded man. Yeah, he couldn't even defend his theisms.
That's not.
Danny called him.
He takes a weird position.
Danny called him out basically in the middle of the thing, got him all flustered. he had something insane like heat exchange. They used that for the trailer and the YouTube short. Then Danny blew up and he started getting calls. So he went on Piers Morgan. He debated Andrew Wilson, I think, on the whatever podcast. And now he's like a mainstay on that, that circuit of like politics. Like, like Destiny.
That's how I followed him. That's how I followed him, bro. When he's like, yo, he's like, people don't believe all
Danny who? Andrew Wilson. No.
You know I met Danny, bro?
I know about that name, by the way. I don't know about Danny. I was sexual to the career, but that was
Dr. Nate.
Come on, I'll be quick. I was gonna say, you know what I find interesting? All these so quote unquote intellectuals like Jordan Peterson, what's his name, Ben, whatever, any of them, all the big names, none of them
Shapiro.
Yeah, that's what I meant, Ben. Yeah, that's what
you're looking for the last name.
No, I wasn't. I was thinking about another person. I was doing Ben, and I was going to go on to the next person.
Just take the help, knowledge down, nigga. Just because it's like man that gave it to you.
What?
That wasn't the point. The point I was going to make, from all these big intellectuals, every time they go on stage and someone actually wants every time someone wants to bring up a Bible verse, they go, I don't debate the Bible. We can debate God, but I won't debate the Bible. I find it interesting, when it comes to Bible verses, none of the big, quote unquote, bigwigs, intellectuals debate Bible verses.
I haven't noticed that. It's on you, Nate. I'm after Nate. You think they should?
Listen, I was going to say,
you're not.
I remember Danny from YouTube. That's how I ran into him. Because this was before I went on this sport. I ran on YouTube. That's how I met E-Mars and everything like that. The art doctors. And I met Danny in this YouTube live, but I visit frequently, and I kind of code. I was there, bro. It was like from decent people came there at one point, and that's how I ran into Danny. And they didn't like him. The group didn't like him, and ever since then, me and him didn't have a good a good friend, I guess, friendship after that. Every time he saw me, he was reminded that they made fun of him with that bully gun. And that's how he always.
He called you a bitch.
What year do you think this was, Nate? If you had to try to remember.
This was 2019.
Okay, because that's when I went to Tom's room from a Dark Dawkins video. I think that was about it. But yeah, and Danny was in those rooms back then. But Danny, I remember Danny being all that. He was cool. He was studied. He was well studied, but he kind of tried to play the middle ground. If I remember correctly, between he's a Christian.
No. He was a rent boy. He was somewhere in the south. He was from somewhere in the south of America. He got deconverted by Jack Angstrike, the problem of evil.
I know his backstory.
No, they pimped it out. Like a weird story.
I don't know about that.
He got weird. I promise you, man. Yeah, they kind of pimped him. Yes, bro.
You say pimp out, you mean in the figurative sense, or
no? He was making money in New York. He was making money in New York as a fucking rent boy.
You don't use the term rent boy in America, so you have to translate.
You didn't remember all this girl back then?
I figured it out.
You're right because he's not he's good. Compared to average, he's good. But compared to that community, it's not cold. Because remember, Jack Angstrike is superior. So he's not cold. He's been Ariana ate him up, Stasha ate him up. Loads of people pause. Giving the comments. But he's shit. So this is literally not.
Given the context.
If these public intellectuals, if these public intellectuals came to this space, they get savaged. They get fucking savaged.
Yo, Emily, did you ever meet someone named King Xerxes?
Yeah, I know Xerxes. He wants to kill Albedo one time. Yes. No, he's trying to kill Albino.
Yep. That dude was racist, man.
Yeah, hello.
He converted, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a Catholic now. Yeah.
Oh, they always go there.
Yeah. King Xerxes, bro. Anytime he would open up a stage, a debate stage, he would have easy 400 people. 400 minimum on his stages.
Dude, I thought he was in his 50s. He's like younger than me.
No, I
Yeah, he's young. Because of the voice. Yeah, and he was in the military.
Oh, yeah.
No.
He used to say he was in the military. He was a sniper. He used to say a bunch of crazy ish.
Wait, you can't say ish? What? You can't say shit?
Nah, he says the crazy stuff.
I'm at soccer practice with the kids.
Oh, okay. When it was protesting, bro, he made a slick comment. It was me, him, and a couple other people in the military. And people take their hand off, right? And he said some crazy stuff like, I wish I had my sniper at one of those parades. And don't forget that, bro. I was like, yo, this nigga, what I'm saying? It's so crazy, bro. And he just said it. I was like, I got fired. And then the whole stuff about him being a racist started to come out. And I was like, yeah.
Then he fall in love with someone, and they
It's all good. It's two people. It's either Mary.
Remember
it's either Mary. The first Mary.
The first time he got dogs, it was hilarious, bro. They were like, "This is the person. This is the guy."
What's the name? What's the name again? Lumberjack Joe. And he doxed him first. This was on Discord though.
Yeah.
Days, bro.
Why?
He was on that
box penis models to me.
It was either Trini or what's that weird dude thing?
No, YouTube.
Wait, what?
You saw that video?
I was googling Darth Dawkins because you guys were talking about the motherfucker. So I'm like, let me see what this is and see what he's about. It's apparently like a theist apologist or like a Christian.
You're using a different definition.
So I searched him up. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this.
No. That's a whole different definition of doxing. When we say doxing, it's like someone who doesn't want their identity shown, and if it's available on YouTube, it doesn't count.
Well, yeah. So I searched him up, and I see like this video. For the song. Shit.
You're cutting out.
It says on P-Mark. It sounds like P-Mark.
You're cutting out. You gotta start over. You're cutting out. Yeah, you cut out.
Yeah, watch it.
Yeah, all together. Did you see Tom Records video with him? That's the video you're talking about?
Wait,
No, it was just him. I'm in the
Thank you, Mom.
Yeah, he's in the Matrix. But I think he said.
Are you talking about the video of P. Mars?
I think he said that no, it wasn't a Tom Rabbit video. So.
No, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't Tom Rabbit. It was him. It was like a selfie kind of video, and he was saying, "I'm P. Mars. I forgot what he said. He's like." I forgot what it was.
You saw a sub video, not even a.
Yeah, it's just some random video with like 300 views or some shit.
That's from TikTok.
Yeah, no,
that's a recent video.
That nigga Doppler, that's the house.
But wait, you're still the P-Mars that the
You're cutting out the video.
What you said on Timothy? I'll go after Timothy.
I said, dog is desperate. Like, imagine your fucking, one of your acolytes is, one of them's a gay porn star. What's the name? One kid was a virgin in his 30s. J. Robin left him. Bartologist literally has a quarter of a human brain. Mighty have fallen.
Bar spot.
I just wanted to say you were all right for claiming on Timothy earlier. He's I'm
I kind of can't think of the word. He's a
good job.
Like a big brain.
Good job.
Thanks.
Oh,
No. He's afraid of the farming lord. Every time you talk to
You ranted against the moment.
subtly reshapes your words into in a way that makes it more just for him.
Timothy, I won one debate. I won one debate against Darth Dawkins. We debated.
Oh, yeah, didn't they have you on YouTube now?
Yeah, I was on YouTube. We debated hundreds of times. We talked almost every single day, hours at a time. I won one debate out of like hundreds of debates against him. And I think I'm gonna make a belt, like a gold belt out of it. I beat Darth Dawkins one time. Pause.
No, wait. If you send the voice, they tell Robbie, make him send you a T-shirt.
Do you remember what you beat? Yeah, and do you know the topic of?
Yeah. What did you beat him off to?
So the debate was that his position was ultimately founded on foundationalism because he hates foundationalism. So I got him to concede that he was a foundationalist because precept ultimately is going to be a foundational position where it's going to be based on his axiom is X, therefore everything is Y. And I got him like at the end, like it was a long debate. I got him to say that yes, X is Y and everything's going to be based upon X, but because everything is based upon X, anything that's not based upon X is non-rational. So if you don't believe in X, then you're going to believe in non-rational opinion. I said, yeah, that's foundationalism. Bro, I want to say he rage quit. He was like, he said, I have so many books. I have so many books. This is way above your pay grade. This conversation is way above your pay grade. I'm done. And he left. He didn't kick me because he was a bot. He didn't kick me. He didn't move me down. He left. It was like the one time I think I caught him.
Darth Dawkins runs off a pre-made script, and then he goes batshit insane when you push him in a corner and can't get at him. So he probably cussed you out, told you that your kids deserve to die, and all this.
No. He's done that before. Look, we had other conversations. No, he's done that before. We've had other conversations where he's like, "What would you do if I was to go into your house and brutalize your kids and your wife in front of you?" I said, "I would be mad." He's like, "But you're subjective. Why should you be mad?" I'm like, "Because I'm a human. Humans have emotion." He's like, "But yeah, everything is subjective. So there's no wrong. There's no bad." I'm like, "I agree, but I still have emotion. That's why I would feel that way." And bro, he's done that before. He's run that script on me.
No, so, you're like insulting the kid stuff.
I'm going to just say this real quick.
No.
What Haggock described.
On the clip that I have.
But you're on the YouTube clip?
Yeah.
Put the link in the chat, man.
Yo, he attacked the kids. He attacked the wife. Yo, he did all that.
It's like fucking MO, bro.
So, Haggock is misrepresenting Darth Dawkins in one way, right? Yes, he has a script, but it's a well-developed, flawless, and he never gets backed into a corner because he's always prosecuting the dialectic, pushing it forward. And what really ends up happening is the person on the other end of the argument starts, what is his word? Prevaricating, right? They start dodging. They start playing dumb. They start doing all kind of like
obfuscating.
Obfuscating, exactly. Exactly. And that's what really happens. And so, if you're on a religious topic, you're not going to corner them. Other topics, yes. We talk about fucking social issues because he's a big Trump tard. If you talk about anything,
Dawkins is the
Look.
He's in a Trump tard.
The way to attack, the way to attack Dawkins is not to come into a room and try to debate. If you do that, you're gonna lose no matter what. You become friends with him, have conversations with him. Just have a cordial conversation and try to lean into your position.
I think that's wrong.
And
I'll be fast.
Did you beat him up?
I'll be fast. I just want to say,
I'll be drunk talking after you.
Yeah.
I'm after Millis.
Look what Nathan said. Yeah. You can do it right after me.
Yes, Mr. Whitman.
No, I just want to say this. I remember it was a time in Clubhouse when we used to host rooms with Don Dawkins. We would moderate him, and he said this, and I'll never forget it. He said, knowledge won the best gaslighter award ever.
For those who don't know what he's doing, that's what he said to Nathan. I swear on everything, he freaking started clapping his hands and everything. He goes, you know what, Nathan? I've been around these interwebs for a long time. He said, I've been around the interwebs for a long time, and Nathan, you have won. Officially, I'm giving you the trophy. You have won the Gaslighter Award of the Year. I've been around gaslighters for a long time, but you, Nathan, you have won that trophy.
Wow. Was that a pride moment or an embarrassing moment?
You know what Nathan said? He goes, me? I'm not gaslighting. No.
There's no better award acceptance speech than
there really isn't.
I just wanted to say this as omni-tellers. Look, omni-tellers. Pete Mars, he reinvented himself. He never had a problem showing his face, right? Because if you watch, because I know him from way back there, man.
Or his
He
ass.
always would go on camera. Yeah, he never had a problem showing his face. Never had a problem. So there was some Dawson that he reinvented himself. He's on TikTok now, and he makes money. He have a little word, you know. Yeah, he has a little phone.
He don't make no real money, right?
I wasn't sure if I was checking. But I was looking up at Dark Talkings. I was just trying to check the guy out, like see what he's all about. He actually has like a debate with Destiny a while back, but I feel like he kind of got this.
I don't know anyone who still watches AB's experience, but he still goes on there and trolls people from AB's experience.
I saw the Destiny debate too, Louis.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting, and I think Destiny was a lot.
I think it was like pretty simple. He was saying like, "Yo, you're just like a bull."
He was just saying this is presuppositionalism.
Yeah, like it was the same.
Under the shorts under that video, when V-Mars kind of like he was like talking to the camera, saying like, "I'm V-Mars. I debate atheists or atheist killer or some shit." And I was like, "Oh, this is fucking V-Mars that comes to chilling?" I was like, "Oh shit!" I didn't know if I didn't bring it to the room because I thought that might be doxing.
Did you ever hear the God is love argument?
Q. It's on Millet and myself. It's on Millet and myself.
I'm off the concrete.
I'll go after whoever's left.
Yeah, I'll go after Gustavo.
Millet?
I called at the concrete 20 minutes.
No one cares. I'm off this concrete.
Yeah, that's true. No one cares.
Hey, now let's let the woman speak.
It's concrete, me, and then knowledge, and then
Millet, you there, brother? I guess not. All right. We needed that submission because I was definitely going to call Cap because it sounded like he wanted to make a submission. He beat Dawkins. So I was like, he's not here. So Timothy, whomever got it, because that's what I was going to respond to.
I was going to say, to be honest, concrete, I'll bet you, he's limited, right? Dark Tokens is trash, no.
I hear Miller's story, so it's not on. Is it on?
No. Let me go. I was going to say you can take your turn, and I was just going to get you started. And I was going to start the ending, but if not, I was going to say,
I need to hear what.
Yeah, I got you. On the Destiny shit. Destiny's mad smart, right? Like, I think he is a smart guy. I think he's like mad ADHD and shit. He's like almost impossible to talk to. You see him just schooling all these like conservatives. I think he recently debated that guy. I forget he's the host of that show Trigonometry.
Oh yeah, fucking what's his name? The Russian guy, the Russian British. Constantine. Yeah.
And like just to be clear, I'm not a fan of Destiny. I think he just molly walked in there. And don't get me wrong, there were some points at which I thought Destiny was so poorly like behaved, but in terms of substance, like all Republicans really have this talking point that none of them are dynamic thinkers, that they're not dexterous. Yeah. And obviously Destiny is because he comes from these kinds of environments. But then if you compare Destiny to all of these communities he's faced, Shaq, other people, he gets cooked. In fact, I can't remember someone from this, maybe like Sunseed or someone. There was someone he literally paid in this community. So when I say this community, I don't mean children, but you know what I mean, like not Andrew Rooms, but you know what I mean, those people that showed solid. He paid someone to teach him philosophy. That's his level, yeah. And like on economics, not on politics, like beltway politics, because that's his job basically. He researched that.
He's good on economics too.
He read it.
Who?
No, he's not bad. Destiny, that's it. But
Destiny's pretty good.
I'm telling you, he's a smart guy. You know, I'm saying on any subject that like requires some like level of expertise, there's hobbyists in this environment. Fuck him up on the daily. I just wanted to say that to read to him. Like someone who's got one foot in, 1 foot out is still like better than most mainstream like public pundits and commentators, analysts, like like political analysts and stuff like that. And so just like I just want to stress you that's the levels. And then so the sectors and whatever of this world, I call them geniuses. I'm being sincere, like it's actually tested, like battle tested hierarchy. I'm just telling you, the battle tested people against the like we're talking about international community, international recognition of like intellectual, like people being an intellectual, well-renowned, reputed intellectuals. People around there fucking them boys up, you know what I'm saying? So down there, gang.
Timothy, we've known Sasha, me, Nate, Knowledge, and I think Syke too. We've known Sasha for years before coming over here, right? We've seen Sasha in environments with other debaters that aren't like I was, not to like disrespect them, but just a higher caliber because they were very focused on studying. They really took that shit seriously. They discussed papers, Stanford. Bro, it was a huge gulf in between. Let me go to one name.
I don't know, but he was a master debater.
There was one guy. Yeah, that's an easy one, right? But
yes, the artist.
Luca, his whole crew, Nate, his whole crew. Luca, Sacco, who else was in the crew? Remember the third guy with the southern voice? Sacco is an Arab guy. Hold on, Himothy. Armenian Arab, they're the same thing to me, right? Because I'm a Black American. We don't care about distinctions like that. Anyway, there was another southern guy that was in that was in Luca's crew. Remember the southern guy? He was top tier.
It begins with an S. No, it begins with an S.
Sacco, Luca.
Oh my gosh, Timothy,
Then
you
there was,
okay?
hold on. Then there was Pogan, and then Dionysus, and then remember Dionysus?
That dude was crazy, bro.
Schopenhauer, what was it? Schopenhauer. He talked about Schopenhauer every 5 seconds. It was about Schopenhauer this, Schopenhauer that. You know how Jacobus will give me, brother, you gotta let me get my shit out. You're perturbing my submission. Listen, brother, please, brother.
Didn't Colgan have a debate against Destiny, though?
Listen, Colgan, we're talking like him speaking in conversations, extemporaneously versus on the big stage, with the lights on and shit, right? How we know that changes people's presentation, right? So that's not what we're doing, right? So yeah, so those are the names. I'm trying to think of another one.
I think the queen of that crew was Venus. Okay, Venus is.
No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Oscar Luca is better.
Oh, he's not, bro. I don't know where you got that from.
Ask him. Ask Luca. Why don't
Luca, the gay guy? You think Venus was their lord? No.
I'm telling you, so ask him.
We were there. We were there. We saw the social dynamics.
I speak to them now, like right now. You're talking about some fantasy.
Oh, bro,
fractured memory. Some fractured memory.
Bro.
Why is Timothy doing the most? Timothy, are you okay?
You know what y'all do in God's talk? All day theism, but on a higher level, all day for months and years, all day on a higher level. Just think about that. That's what we did.
Just because Sasha and you hate each other.
I don't hate Sasha. Listen, bro.
You're bad for one of them. You're bugging out, bro.
Listen, the thing is, you can't compare this environment and that environment, right? And the idea that you thought that Venus was the leader of Luca and his crew, which is Luca, Sako, and another dude, they were like, they were their own separate group. Venus was more under Venus. Sorta. Yeah. Good one. Sorta. So they were. See, the thing is, they weren't always there, and they had their own little thing that they like to talk about.
They're not the same as that crew. Like
exactly.
For them, they're one crew. So and them
Venus,
they're too cool for school. Like so and Saka.
Concrete, just disengage. Don't talk to himself in a phone.
Yo, Timothy's watching the end of Rome, and we're telling him about the glory years, the golden age.
So let's say like a retard,
he's thinking about the waiting years.
When I go to.
Wait, 1 second. Let me tell you one thing, real talk. The difference between them and then and now, sir, is one Sasha was younger. I don't want to tell her business, but obviously now she's a professional. Like now she's got the qualification. Now she's got all her badges in it. Before, when she was with them, they inspired her to get into this shit. And I think Venus is undoubtedly the most qualified. He's got a master's in philosophy, and especially philosophy of religion. He's got a degree, and he's obviously like, best rate. Like if you look at, remember that tier list they all made, those cringe roads, yeah? Venus is the top of that. Like they all consider him the best, and he will tell you Sasha's better than him.
The Catholic boys, Jonathan, Matt, who else was top tier Catholic? Them dudes, they were. Jonathan Talks was in school. I think it was for philosophy. Matthew in school for philosophy, going to Notre Dame, right? So. The school bona fides aren't enough because there were people that were autodidacts, like the Dio, yes, he is a weirdo, but that doesn't mean he didn't have knowledge on the topic. It can hold his own and speak the things that were very interesting and novel approaches.
Sheamus was the highest rated. He was rated above that. By his peers.
Oh, you're looking at those old lists. I remember those, yeah.
But Sheamus was the highest rated.
Sheamus is entertaining and he's dynamic, right? He's got.
Sheamus is a retard, though.
No, he's not. No.
The drug-addicted woman daughter on Clubhouse was rated best debater in Discord.
See, the thing is, those environments brought the best out of people in terms of competition.
Okay, I'm saying, do you agree at the very least, Shay? There's no even a comparison between Sheamus and Sasha.
Listen, brother. We're talking about somebody. Hold on, brother. Hold on. You're talking about somebody at the beginning or the middle of their career and somebody who's retired. Sheamus, when he was in his, fighting weight or in fighting for him is different than Shane was today.
You mean when he was
Doesn't care about it.
and didn't have
What are you doing? He's not here. There's nothing you can do. He's not gonna stop hitting women because you're upset about it, and he's not here to shame him. You're just interrupting to let us know you're upset for the third time. I don't know how that helps. Anyway, you want us to stop saying, singing his praises? Is that it? Okay.
I'm just stunned that he had praises to sing. This is good information for me.
Okay, good. You told us that you were surprised, and now we know you're surprised, and please let us speak uninterrupted if that's okay.
Do you not think Sasha's like top tier?
No.
She hates
What was
him.
the question for him?
And let me tell you how top tier works. I'm sorry, go ahead, Miss Vicky. I'll go after you.
No, just real quick. Timothy, have you ever read this book, Native Son? Richard Wright?
No, that's not like Franz Fanon or someone, is it?
It's called Native Son by Richard Wright.
Oh, right, Richard Wright, did you say? Sorry, no, I haven't.
Richard Wright.
Richard Wright. Okay, sorry.
It was required reading in high school for me, and I think you may, look it up.
All right, I'll look it up. Appreciate that.
And you're over in the UK, right?
I am, yeah.
Okay, that is it's a good reason.
Thank you.
I think you will, kind of expect it.
Yo, when we're like a retard, like me go to like get like a grasp of this, like something, like some other times I'm God, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Like I understand what the fuck is being said. Like,
I hate to say it. But like, Sam's room is good because it's a small room. So, and like, Sam will talk to you, Mark Grant will talk to you. The smartest person on this app, bar none, is Mark Grant. Like, that man's like a half a genius. So if you could, and he's really like, you reach this level, all of like these really smart guys are interested in like pedagogy, so they like want to teach. They want to refine their own knowledge by being able to simplify it and articulate it. Which essentially the laity, isn't it? So if you ask them guys a question,
Timothy, and they all like specialize in a particular category. You know who does the same thing too, and you have to give them the respect. Lion.
You want to jump in?
I want to respond to Aiken's question, even though he didn't ask me.
And then I'll go after you, Tom.
Thank you, white woman. I feel uncomfortable with you after me, but it's okay. Aiken, I would not rely on those guys. I would start with the most fundamental concepts from the earliest stages, and then build upon those. And then after you've like familiarized yourself with the different arguments, the different schools of thought, the different heavyweight thinkers, then you get to, so there's the history and then like the cutting edge of the arguments, right? Or the most I would say contemporary or latest commentary on those arguments. So because you need both sides. And you don't know if in a conversation they're going to give you both sides. They're going to give you probably the one that they've relied, the one that they've settled on. And so in order not to get like blindsided with alternate arguments, you need both sides, and you need to have that chain of events, that chain of I would say development from the earliest arguments to the most current and everything.
So this is like playing chess.
Are you guys talking about the best learned film?
Yeah. So like, are you like telling me like this is kind of like learning like chess, right? Where like obviously, you know where the pieces move, but then you need to learn the main line deviations, so pawn, rejected, all that stuff. Like,
I want to use chess. It's really history and theory. So the theory, there's early theories and there's theories that are developed on prior theories that are like later discarded, right? So you need to know where did it start? How did it progress? Where is it now? Strengths and weaknesses. And so that's where I would go.
Yeah. I don't interrupt. Do you know like what a dialectic is? Okay.
Oh no, I'm a retard. But
Hegel.
Yeah, Hegel's like he coined the term, but like, well, actually maybe he didn't coin the term actually, but the Hegelian dialectic is famous of it. But the point is just like the idea is meant to be like you have a thesis, you have an antithesis, and you have a synthesis. Okay, I think it mirrors or it kind of tracks like premise, conclusion, like synergistic kind of thinking, but you can kind of extend it to kind of like there can be all these different little contours of theses and theses, antitheses, pairings before you arrive at the synthesis, or in this case, the conclusion, right? And like what Bobby's saying is true, which is like to learn a subject, sometimes you can just be a really good reason about shit on the fly. What helps you sort of run the maze if you know, if you have a map essentially. What the map is essentially is the history of that subject and how. What's useful to extract from the history is the dialectic, as in he first posed this argument that seemed like an intractable problem in philosophy, but then so-and-so said this in response to it. But then we realized, like, hey, there's a flaw in so-and-so's reasoning, and, like, it was highlighted by, so-and-so.
Like Platonism, binomials, like the issues that happen if there is binomials versus, like, Platonism. Like, I think I know what you're talking about, like the maze, right? Like, look at the history of the argument, like the counter examples, like what are their difficulties? But I'm asking, like, okay, I get what you say about the dialectics, and that's like something that I should like definitely like know, right? To like understand this. Is there like something else where like you could say that there's a whole framework, and at minimum to understand like the structure of the building?
It's like, you know what is in life, yeah? I tell this all the time, like to people who want to get into fitness. You just gotta love this shit. Like, if you want to see a reflection in your body, you gotta actually enjoy getting up and going to the gym. So you just gotta like philosophy in it. And if you're interested in it, it will just be like there will just be constant rabbit holes that you find yourselves in.
Exactly.
You're constantly learning. And then when you reach the level, and that's what I said about someone like Sasha, it's not just that she's really, really smart and she was good at math and physics and all that shit when she was young. It's that she found philosophy, she loved it, and she basically treats it like a profession. Like, she actually a lot of times on like reading and shit like that, like it's serious. Obviously, she's going to be better than most people. Ethan's being the smartest kid anyone knows, and I'll challenge any of you to show me something smarter. Reads more than anyone. So if you want to get good at this, you have to read like you love this shit. You know?
Exactly. Yeah, I get you. What's so awesome is you got AI, and what I would start with is what is it? Philosophy of religion? Aiken, what do you? I
feel like I have like an okay basis on like the Bible. I can tell you like a lot. Like I have a lot of them. I don't say I have the Bible memorized. I'm not, but like a lot of it. Like I have a lot of the groundwork for it. But like theology, obviously, I'm gonna be way weaker, right? And then the philosophy of like the arguments for God.
Yeah, philosophy of religion, right? So
yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
So what I would do, and I think it's Aristotle or Socrates, but I would start with the most foundational thinker on the topic, and then hear their theories, and then see who, came after them, and then how they built upon the prior theories and so on and so forth. That accumulation of knowledge and then you'll see how it branches into different school of thoughts, and then the pluses and minuses of each school. That's the way I would approach it.
And then just rabbit holing, but like I get the whole rabbit hole like thing that I like it, right? But I run like rabbit hole efficiently, like.
Far be it for me to disagree with Timothy in concrete, but learning the dialectic that is philosophy, here's what people thought. Everyone thought this at some point, and then someone came up with this, and it changed the consensus, and then we moved on to and then we had another round where someone challenges an idea and it changes the consensus. Learning that stuff is going to be useful, interesting if you're interested in it, I guess. But a lot of stuff that's being said by the fundamental thinkers in philosophy is just way outdated, and it's going to be
what? Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right, this just are you just like shotgunning it or not? Sorry, you gunslinging it? Like you're just shooting from the hip right now?
No, but like there's so like in philosophy.
This is like an intuitive position.
Well, it's just what I think, right? Like, so philosophy, right? Like, there's a lot of basically every position has like counter arguments, right? And the further back someone was writing, like less like kind of knowledge they have of the overall evolution of philosophy, obviously, right? And the more kind of like just strange assumptions and things you're going to find in their work, and more
just
like
saying they weren't perfect in their thinking, and that some of it wasn't like true. And well, you're trying to say all of it. That's what I heard.
I'm saying like more to the point. Like it's going to be a lot harder to read someone like Plato than it's going to be like, you know, reading some like modern person's like discussion of what Plato said.
But you don't have to do all of their seminal works. You can just get bullet points about the most important things that they provided. You can say, here's a chain of philosophers, here's each of their most important contributions, and here's maybe some weaker points, right? You don't need to do an entire, dissertation on each one, because then that's somebody who is per career.
No, I get that.
What Aiken is trying to do is get like familiarized, the prevailing thoughts, I would think, right? Aiken,
what I would recommend is like look into like what modern philosophers are discussing on an issue, because like knowing what Kant thought and like all of the counter arguments to Kant.
You mean Kant? Did you mean Kant?
Can y'all stop at the Kant?
Knowing all that stuff is like it's only going to be of like limited use in like conversations with people about whether God exists or whatever. What's going to be really useful in those conversations is like modern day like theologians and philosophers and what they say about the arguments.
No, I get what you're saying. That's one route to take, and with the concrete camp, I think starting from Socrates and the pre-Socratic wise, because it's an ongoing conversation, right? You have, someone like Plato was a rationalist, and his student Aristotle was an empiricist, that Kant synthesized both schools. So you kind of miss out if you just jump to the people that are alive right now. And I think it's worth doing the legwork. And like Concrete said, you don't have to get a PhD on every philosopher, but it's good to read their seminal works.
Thank you. We have defeated Millet. Hopefully he won't get back up, but we'll.
This is wild. Yeah, I was gonna troll and say like you shouldn't study philosophy because it turns you gay, but Millet upset me. I agree with Concrete.
Thank you. I think 3's the charm. He shouldn't get back.
I really wanted to troll and say don't study philosophy because it makes you gay.
You didn't troll.
Yeah, were you trolling? Because I have a hard time believing that you believe that there's such a thing as universal wisdom.
That's
Careful. She says this because she quotes Jordan Peterson's quote, "Root for life." You gotta watch out. You gotta watch out, man.
I love Jordan Peterson.
No, that's so much Jordan Peterson, bro. He didn't interrupt any of the men.
I did. I said
Socrates. Peterson's modern day Socrates.
Bro, I didn't know some bull was going to just jump on my
this, bro.
I don't know if it's a troll or not, but I love this defending of women. I don't know if it's just for the month of March or what's going on, but I like it.
What is a woman? See, that's the gay shit philosophers.
It's something that like actual men will never be able to imitate. Quit thinking.
That's crazy, man.
He called you an actual man. By the way, that was not an insult. That was a compliment.
No, that's not what I did. That's not what I did.
Philosophy.
That's not what I did.
That's true.
Oh my God, that's a backfire.
That's true. He said, yo, come down. You can just, why is he coming Look, I'm trying to deconstruct you. He said, a woman is something an actual man will never be able to be. Is that correct, Samuel? Am I just quoting you? You say that you repeat your statement without adding fluff. You just give me this statement.
Imitate that a actual man would never imitate.
Okay, got you.
Okay.
So,
right.
So you say
so that means since you're acting like a woman at this point in time, you're not acting like a man.
That's a woman.
Because actual men would not imitate attribute to the woman.
Did you see how he himself went through this statement while trying to have like a mocking voice in himself?
Samoa, that sounded kind of feminine, Samoa.
When you say dummy,
That sounded kind of feminine.
when you say dummy.
Hey, can you just tell Monica to like go download some Jordan Peterson shit again?
Can you respect Monica? Honestly, I want to apologize, Monica.
There you go.
I want to respect Monica.
Concrete, I swear to God, I was gonna come off mic and say peace be upon. That's insane.
As you should, brother. As you should. We know we can say. I was gonna say we can do it together. Pause. We can say it together if you want. Hey, how does that?
From now on, I'm gonna continue to do it. I'm gonna give you credit because.
Inshallah.
No, what's the other chant? Like I hear the people in the air.
Waku.
Yeah, it's like Alhamdulillah or Alhamdulillah.
That was a
Have you seen I heard like Somalian shit.
Oh my God.
Wallah.
Bismillah.
Have you guys seen the game of the Wallahi, you're gay guy?
Yes.
The Iranian flag, and he's pointing at all of the Gulf states. Wallahi, you're gay. No. I gotta find that shit. Did I send it to you?
No, not yet, bro. Like, I was just so tempted to go to the conference. I'm gonna send you a bunch of shit, alright?
Hey, Concrete, have you seen any of those bombs they've been dropping out there in Iran, bro? No. Bro, I gotta tell you, I'm rooting for Iran, bro. I gotta tell you. What the fuck?
Why would you even say that, Concrete? That's so stupid.
I'm glad he went through the Matrix when he said that shit. That's horrible.
Hey, yo, my son got him.
They got Concrete, right? Bro, why would I root for imperialistic Israel, America?
And like framing that as an accident.
Why would
Because Casey, what would
Y'all keep California in your prayers, apparently. They're gonna shoot missiles. They're gonna shoot a drone at us.
Yeah, they're talking about there's an unidentified.
Yeah.
The FBI was made aware a little while ago that.
We better watch out. I'm gonna pay for.
Sacramento? Maybe go to Bakersfield?
No, like it's any part of California.
just in case you didn't know.
Gavin on the.
I got
a question.
Yeah, but the drones aren't gonna fly here.
Gavin, protect us. Man, I should have jumped on the FBI.
Yeah, what's up, bro?
He's too busy. He's from this one. They're gonna shoot a drone from Iran to California.
No. They're saying that. No, they're not. What the fuck? No, they're saying that there's an actual unidentified like vessel that just has a whole bunch of drones and they'll deploy them at any time. So they're already in range, is what the FBI is saying.
And I want, I just want to shout.
To be doing this? And the fact that Gavin Newsom hasn't said anything. This is like actual propaganda bullshit. Like a mothership drone is gonna release.
No, like an actual ship.
That's his name.
Yeah.
Yeah, but why would they go that way when they can come to New York instead? That's a lot shorter.
No, the thing is,
Surprise,
right
surprise. There's a lot of versions of
Exactly, and there's a lot of truth in New York. There's a lot of...
There's a false flag. The most epic blunder Iran could ever be responsible for now is targeting the US public, because all they're going to do is galvanize more support for this war. Are you stupid? That's the last thing they would do. Recreate 9/11. Are you insane?
Yes, exactly. That's exactly what got us.
Are you saying that 9/11 was an inside job to get us about the
Hey, yo, listen, I'm not saying that, but I would be dancing to it, bro.
You guys are anti-Semitic.
Hey, what? That's crazy. Just because you see me dancing doesn't mean that, like, you know, like, I have knowledge of it.
Where are they again?
He danced on the van with the
crazy. Yeah, why are it's always pre-Stone Age? Motherfuckers trying to insert themselves in post-Stone Age shit, bro.
Yeah, I'm here.
From the trucker on the car.
Yeah, so Simone was wrong, man. It says here that the FBI alert didn't talk about missiles. It says that we
Nobody said missiles.
No, brother, look at him. Look at him. The fuck?
Your guys' thirst to kill Simone are
We said drone.
really
Yeah, even worse. Look at this.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this says the FBI alert says we recently acquired information that as of early February 2026, Iran, whatever you want to say it, allegedly aspired to conduct surprise attacks using unnamed aerial vehicles.
Fuck you think a drone is?
Not drone.
That's a drone, my guy. That's a drone.
No, it's not.
Oh my god.
Yes, I just read earlier. It's a drone.
No,
I'm mad.
It was actually a red drone.
UAV is a drone.
Hey, yo.
Look, they're keeping for their boy Samal.
Disconnect your internet. Get my back letter.
You should start reading literary theory because it's a lot better than philosophy. Philosophy is going to turn you gay. Literary theory is just going to make you slightly less
trans. It's going to make you trans.
You know what happened, Haga? That got me on this, Haga? I got news today that, like, I'm not even, like, the fastest in my class anymore. And I was like, you know that bullshit I said about, like, it's all about, like, going fast, Haga? I started reconsidering that shit really fast.
You got to give up. You're getting older. You're almost 30.
Yeah, dude. I don't think my time didn't get faster, bro. And then, like,
you have a choice to make. You have a choice to make. You're on a crossroads, right? At that age, you either decide you're going to get into philosophy, you're going to get into the Roman Empire, which you put a caveat or an asterisk next to it.
Or you're going to transition.
Or you're going to become a woman. Exactly.
Thank you for recommending literary theory to me.
Join the idea, bro. Just join the idea.
If you want, like the best thing to do, genuinely, I don't know, this is how I learn things, is I learn through debate. So if you're just in an environment where people are debating topics, and then you just basically do kind of like ad hoc research whenever something comes up that interests you. So if you hear a topic and it's just literally boring, some super technical mathematical bullshit, and that's not of interest to you, then if you hear something interesting like about ethics or something like that, and you hear a couple theories being bounced around, then you just go to the SCP or the IEP. These are just philosophical encyclopedias, and then you just read the entry on them. And most of the time, one of the things that's sick about philosophy, so Stanford Encyclopedia and
the SCP and the what?
No, IEP.
Oh yeah, Jamal just goes to ChatGPT. No, go ahead.
No, but you'll find.
Agapo's in line.
So you asked me a good question.
Yeah, Agapo's in line. Those who look up.
No, ICP. Okay, gotcha. So you're just saying, like, just go to, like, the, just, like, whatever you have your interest, just, like, try to, like, take some stage. Yeah, like, there's, like, some cursory. Yeah, that makes sense.
What I was gonna say is the reason there's like the sickest resources is because usually when it comes to these encyclopedias, what they do is they drop or they hire the best philosopher, as in the most sort of learned philosopher on a particular topic or issue, to write the article in the SCP on the particular issue. Do you know what I mean? So it's kind of like you don't really have to waste your time reading all the work of Aristotle. What you'll find is the SCP article will be written by basically the fucking best Aristotle biographer that exists. So you can basically just get all of, it condenses all of the pertinent information you need, and you can just get it from there. Do you know what I mean? It's like, so that's why you'll find a lot of hobbyist philosophers are really, really good, almost as good as the PhD guys, because the PhD guys are forced into this kind of like really rigid curriculum, whereas the guys that are like autodidacts, as Concrete said earlier, the hobbyists, they're kind of really flexible, but their resources are almost more like the optimal way of consuming the information, So they end up like basically learning more, kind of crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You gotta buy, in your area, you're like buying a lot of fucking used bookstores, I'm sure.
Yeah, dude, I'm just gonna go buy
some great anthologies and like collections of essays, and that could be like your introduction, along with what Timothy said, which is also a good idea.
Yeah, I'm about to take like some
criticism, straight. Philosophy, gay. Remember.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Listen, right now my worldview is like
what about the Stoic takeoff?
Stoicism is an overused and misrepresented philosophy.
Disagree. I think it's great.
The term is overused and misused. Most people that say that they're Stoic don't understand.
Jessica didn't even track, bro. Great.
What? I like Stoicism. Whatever. I don't even know how to say it.
Also, the Stoics.
He's saying he likes it too, but he's saying that it's been.
No, fuck that. The Stoics were
like the application of it has been so like
you just
spread out.
Dude,
like how you think
stop trying.
Arguments and debates, right?
Jessica, wonderful virtues.
I'm always trying so hard to fit in. Look at it. My God, you don't know what a drone is. Oops. You don't know what a razor is.
Oh, shit.
And did you hear what Timothy's advice was, Phil? He said, when you know about something and you hear people talking, people that are obviously like superior to you, right, brother? Look things up before you come off of the mic, right? And then research it. So that when you jump in and say, that's not a missile, we're like, who the fuck pictured the missile? That's not a drone. Clearly, Mac, you did it on purpose.
Yeah, Mac. Okay. I was clearly trolling. I just want to get some.
I guess clowns walk into walls.
Yeah,
Okay. Just have that $10 ready. Okay.
I think the four virtues are really weak, especially moderation. Funny. I'm sorry. I was going to say, I put you doing a pun there. I think courage. I don't know. I just knew that whoever was talking about it, whoever said they really liked Stoicism, I bet they didn't know the four virtues, and I was right. I don't even know. It's the same for like Harry Potter. Courage. Wasn't like courage is one. Okay, that's one. I think what are they? Moderation is the second one, right? Like not moderation. What's the word? Oh, yeah, you can think them. Let me Google it actually, because now it's like courage. Maybe it's like truth, justice,
hilarious that the guy
temperance is it.
Hilarious that the guy who criticized us for not knowing doesn't know.
Oh, he doesn't know what it is because he doesn't really.
Here's the joke though. I don't like Stoicism, and I've never studied Stoicism, bro. I've never told you I like it, bro. It's outdated. I just know, do you know what's funny? Do you know what? I know that people ask that question, as in, what usually happens is, Stoicism is this philosophy, word association buzzword. The people say philosophy, people say, I like being a Stoic. And then you go like, oh, what are the four virtues, which are literally the most basic. Like, you know nothing about personalism if you don't know those, right? And they don't even know those. It's like, why do you like it?
Are you telling me that what they think of is like Marcus Aurelius YouTube shorts, Sigma edits, and Andrew Tate flips? In the statue of the thinker on a dark overcast sky. No, wait.
Marcus Aurelius was based, but he ruined Rome. So Like, how can you be so based on because he appointed his son. He brought that into Roman culture. Which he brought into Roman culture. And I really don't like that.
So
I don't like it, if I'm being honest. I don't like what they did to Russell Crowe, if I'm honest. That's my biggest issue.
It's fucked up. Yeah. Historically accurate, but fucked up.
Yeah, that's fucked up, bro. Fuck
Comet is flip.
No. That's disgusting.
Wait,
the same Russell Crowe got called out the fucking demonic shit in Hollywood?
I also think Seneca and most of his shit was kind of lame and hard to follow. At least meditations is fun too.
Do you remember that guy on here with Seneca?
Oh, I never met him on here.
Some weird black guy.
Are you transitioning right now?
No, but you feel attacked because I know you like this.
I am attacked.
Yo, the other day I shared with them the story of Valerian when he tried to invade Persia.
Dude, but people don't know what happened 60 years ago. They're not going to keep up with antiquity.
Yeah. Hey, I'm in a transition.
Most of the people that are so loud. My bad, Inky. Go ahead. My bad.
Okay, cool. Speaking of ADHD, given what I just told you that happened, just made me rethink things. I've come up with this idea, right? And so, talking about peptides, I've looked up all the peptides that can help you be smart, right? And I divided them by risks of taking, right? And I'm comfortable with a certain risk. I've ordered them all. I already have. I'm going to need some acid. One or two things are going to happen.
Wait, what? Acid?
Yeah.
LSD? Don't do that.
No. I'm just on a pH scale. It's less than 7. So either one or two things are going to happen, Either I'm going to reclaim my time and I'm going to start thinking that we're so about the skate, and maybe one day I'll have the interest. I'll just heavily delve into this, all right? But I'm going to start preemptively getting into this, and just in case I fail, that's the plan.
My brother in Agnostic Christ, I was trolling with depression. I think philosophy.
Yeah, no, he told me the same thing, and he was not trolling, bro.
Better watch him out. I think philosophy is the greatest for any young adult man. I think it unlocks every single door, and I regret not studying it in school and choosing fucking literature. It's one of my big regrets. If I was going to study something. No, but I agree with you. I don't think you need to. But the way curriculums are designed work for people like me, because when you get a broad overview of a general topic, right? For me, the introduction to English literature or introduction to Russian literature, those classes sparked a lot more interest, and I got more specialized in things that I really liked. And if I had that opportunity when I was 19 or 20, I feel like I would have learned a lot more by this point. That's what I mean.
Unless what happened? I'm saying it's really program dependent and lecturer dependent. Do you know what I mean? As in you could.
I love that.
Depending on what school you go to. 100%. If you go into a really good program, then 100%. There probably isn't anything better than that. But it wasn't necessarily going to be the case that what you would have learned through that curriculum would have been more beneficial than independent learning that you can engage in now. What I'm saying is
true, but I needed the direction.
Would have been.
Yes, later in life, but I needed the direction at that young of an age. And I decided to go into literature, and I've never used my degree ever in my professional career. I highly doubt that I would use my philosophy degree in my current profession either, but it would have been a lot cooler to say, hey, I studied philosophy, not, hey, I studied English lit.
I think there's a guy, you know that guy, what's his name? He supports the Lakers and we always have Lakers rooms, and he's a black guy, and he has a podcast and he has dreads and shit. Do you know what I'm talking about? He's big on Clubhouse.
Muse? Jason Muse?
Muse. That's my name. I like what is that in it. I guess he fancies himself a bit of a philosopher. It says he studied it. It's got a BA or some shit.
And I remember there was a period where he used to come into our rooms and he tried to like flex his chops. And he's just dumb, because what he knows about quote-unquote philosophy is just sort of name-dropping philosophers and then kind of like vaguely gesturing at like, oh, this is so-and-so from so-and-so period of antiquity who believed such and such. And it's like, okay, but can you like reason on your own? And you kind of like throw him into water, seeing if he can swim, and he can't save his life. He's just like doggy paddling around and you need the lifeguard coming to save him. And that's why sometimes just getting a grasp of like analytic philosophy from a real kind of like at a real superficial level can be way more like impactful on the way you reason about shit than like if you've done like 3 years of some deep philosophy course where like you have this continental fucking leaning professor who just like fucking tell you about Buddha and all this fucking bullshit and you come out like that when you think you're this like enlightened transcended being. When you get into an argument, someone goes, yeah, what's the argument for that? You don't have a fucking clue about like how to persuade anyone of the dumb shit you believe. I think it's a bit over. I think philosophy degree is somewhat over.
Spend billions on war, but black folks can't get reparations for cracks.
I see your point and I agree with you wholeheartedly, but like in my personal case, I feel like it would have been beneficial. Because my ADHD and obsessive personality would have found something to hang on to. And then, but you're right, those courses are like the anthologies that I recommend. Do an overview, but they don't teach you how to reason. They don't do the frameworks for reasoning, debate, logic, novel ideas, none of that. And for some people, that's enough too, though. Like some people just want to know the histories of these philosophies. They don't want to be able to apply it to their life or like to sit and debate and reason, which I think is a majority of people on this app.
The best guys are the STEM guys. The STEM guys that get into philosophy later are just the best at it. Like hands down.
Yes, mathematicians for sure.
Yeah, just if someone told you they studied like math and philosophy at like tertiary level, they're a beast. You know what I'm saying? Like I think there's a kid called Matthew Adelstein. I don't know if you guys know Ethan Muse.
Yes,
Mark
sir.
Ron is another one. These are just 3 people on my head that probably knows, and are just actual wizards.
I got a question for you guys. If you wanted to make your child a critical thinker, what would be like the top 2 degrees you'd kind of want them to get?
Applied mathematics.
You're probably like physics, math, computer science, and like pairing with something like philosophy or any like a combination of humanities and STEM would always just make your kid well-rounded. You know what I mean? But the ideal top pairing, and I think by the way these correlate the highest with high IQ. So I think it's even math and physics and philosophy. So those are the top 3. I think the order. I don't know what the order is, but the top 3 are math, physics, and philosophy.
Queer theory and interpretive dance.
Stop, hack up. I would say law, because you could probably make the most money, or medical, just because the money, going to school is a means. I'm talking Timothy.
I'm saying he asked the critical.
I'm sorry. I'm still talking.
They're just gonna say stuff that's not relevant.
Oh my God. Can I say something?
Right.
Is that okay?
She's right.
I was saying that a degree is a means to the end. And if you want the means to be the highest possible earning amount, I would say medical or law.
Look, we got a lawyer here.
I don't care.
Timothy, hold on. We got bro. You're literally witnessing right now what Timothy was describing earlier about how men treat these women. No. Timothy's doing it to her right now.
You know, he disagrees with her point, not because she's a woman, because he disagrees with the point.
He thinks that I wasn't on topic.
He didn't even hear her. Look, don't make me the defender of white women. Right? I don't want to do it. But in this instance, Jessica was an innocent victim of Timothy's impatience, right? And so,
I would say the OCD was kicking in, and he wanted me to fall in line, and I wasn't doing it.
Oleg's here. Look, Oleg's here. Oleg's a lawyer, so he can clearly tell us if going to law school helped him with his critical thinking. Now, Oleg, would you like to, settle this dispute between the lawyer and the Californian? How do you say that?
Absolutely. I would love to. It's anecdotal, but I was also a philosophy undergrad. I think philosophy prepped me very well for law school. One concrete example is when you study philosophy of science and you determine what is the scientific method and process, and then later on when you learn what it takes to qualify an expert witness, you realize it's the same categories, right? Is it peer-reviewed? What's the error rate? Can we duplicate it? It's literally the same things. So I think philosophy is one of the best majors for someone just getting a bachelor's degree, right? Whether you know what you want to do or not, it opens up your mind. And having sustained conversations with people in that field is priceless, especially when you have passionate professors. My nephew's in the audience. He just finished his undergrad at UCLA in philosophy. I'm very proud of him.
Congratulations.
Yeah, he studied under some of the best philosophy professors ever. I didn't have the privilege of going to his school, but one of my friends did, and I would go sit in on the classes. And as Timothy said, if it's a good program, it's priceless. But yeah, man, I love philosophy and I love laws, and I think they're both great.
So Jessica got the win, Timothy took the L, and we can move on. Thank you for investing. Seattle?
You're not satisfied.
Don't make me ever defend a white woman again, Timothy. This milk, that's on your hands. This milk is on your hands.
Where's the replay? Where's the replay when you need it?
You already go one way today and you want satisfied? My God, you're a rapacious young black.
Listen, brother, we have a lawyer here. We there you go.
No, he said the complete opposite. He said it's the philosophy of this critical thinking.
Listen. What he did is he threaded the needle, and he gave you like as much as he could, and ultimately at the end of the day, it just.
No, I'm not even. Oleg's question: 2 degrees or 2 majors?
Let me give you an analogy.
Yeah, it was.
So what happened is that it's a one-player game, right? But your mom tells you, hey, you need to let your little brother play too. And then you do is that you pick out the stair control, right? It's not connected, right? You tell your little brother, that's you on the screen. Now that is not the little brother on the screen, right? But the little brother is happy because he thinks he's taking part in this, right? And then when Timothy's done, it's just like, come over here and be like, it's not even connected. That's not a playable character. No. That was right.
Listen, I don't even care if I was right or wrong. If I can say one thing.
No, you're right. You were right.
I just want to say that the only thing that brought me off the mic was what I would want to do for my kids. That was really all I wanted.
She is right. Oleg is right. And Timothy was wrong. In no uncertain terms, right? The reason being is because law is good for critical thinking, because you have to figure out what the law is saying. You have to figure out what happened. You have to figure out how to get your client, who's obviously guilty, out of that situation. And if that's not critical thinking, we'll say this for all of them. They're all going to be interpreting. They're all going to be crafting or interpreting laws. They're all going to be dealing with contracts and disputes, abiding by those laws, whether or not you shouldn't. Okay, just give us a scenario when a lawyer isn't.
You don't have to drop the
No, all right. So again, we're talking about the category of critical thinking, right? And so maybe we're using different definitions. What's your definition of critical?
like your ability to kind of like reason well. I mean, on a real basal level, like identify patterns and stuff like that, probably. Something like that. Like problem solving.
Problem solving, reason well, identify patterns, right? Jessica, is that what you understand critical thinking to be, or do you have a different definition, or would you like to add some more?
No, you got this. You're right.
No. I gotta work with what's in your head, right?
Oh, please don't do
No. Listen. I need
you're
your
so generous.
I need testimony because I can't be guilty of putting words in your mouth and
Just run with it. I don't really give a fuck on this.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Sorry.
Wait, is this still in fucking this Jessica?
Hey, Concrete, did you say you were tall and handsomely built?
I have a question for you. Before I do something, I think the best thing, no, we don't want to drop, bro. That's crazy. I think the best thing you can do as a parent is to give your child the choice to study whatever they want to study, right?
100%.
It'll be much better, right? Because I think sometimes when
that's actually what I do.
Children to like, oh yeah, you gotta go be a doctor because we're broke and we need money and we need to get out the hood. And I'm not saying that's I'm just saying I think sometimes we put a lot of pressure on children. And then they study things they hate, they're not productive at it, and then, it becomes, nonsense.
That's a good point.
I wholeheartedly agree with that statement.
I have a question about, like, degrees, if you're there. Okay, never mind.
All right. Do you want to ask questions?
Maybe.
Hey, did you guys hear? Did you guys hear what's going on? This is my favorite PTR of yours, Bima. Oh, really? Yeah.
Are you listening?
You know it's based on a true story.
It's so juicy. I don't know.
It's on a true story? Bro, there's more of them. There's 3 of them.
So really quickly, good question. What 2 degrees do you think would contribute the most for you to making like connections of like, I don't know, let's say you take like a stake in a stone and for you to be a G split again, what would you say that like what would you say?
I would learn. Well, I think there's a program being taught by a professor who I think is distinctly Homo erectus in genetic origin.
He's very ingenious. He has some really cool creations.
Yeah, you know that guy, right?
Yeah. Thank you, man. I'm gonna write that down.
Yeah. I think he's like the king of Polynesia or something. That's what they call him.
Yeah. Smartest man in Polynesia. Yeah.
That's like what are you doing? You gotta make me mount a defense for the Samoan people. No, I don't like that you take it out of the Samoan.
A little bit racist, also.
I think that your question earlier was probably one of the most profound questions asked today. It was like, damn, why would Ekin that was a horrible argument, like with no type of like leaning to a certain favor, right? Just objective as hell. Thanks a lot, Matt.
Wait, here's your criticism that it's objective as hell. How is that like? Wait, you said it's just objective as hell?
Objective?
Yeah. You mean subjective? Is this subjective as hell?
Objective?
Yeah, it's objective as hell. How is that like a bad thing?
Objective means impartial.
Matt being impartial. Fuck, what's wrong with you truckers, bro?
Okay, I'm just asking, bro. Just asking.
Bro, listen more, talk less. Listen, we're not the truckers, your city, wherever you are.
We never be able to bring sticks and stones together.
Oh shit! I remember that during COVID, bro. When they were talking about the whole essential designation during COVID. I honor the work that Aiken does, but never honor the work that Lion does. That's a fact.
No, stop.
just want to say it's an obvious Matt. But I do respect you, Matt. I do respect you and your post-Stone Age people.
So, Matt, I'm so glad we had a breakthrough earlier today. Was Timothy here?
We did, but, that's because, I don't know, bro. I'm just...
Listen, brother. Listen. Samoa and Mike are not terrorists, but they are not going to be moved from their spot without a good fight. You got to give them a good fight. What are these radicals? We call them radicals. Sorry. Not radicals. They're just, So, come on. What do you think about that radical label?
No, I think Matt said earlier, he said that he thinks radical is a little bit too radical, right? And I think that when you use the term radical, it kind of implies that a person isn't really dealing with like rational ideas, right? Or like a process of thought. They're just kind of delusional at that point. So I wouldn't call people that know what they're talking about radical. Me personally, I would think that the radical MAGA people would be the ones that would just ignore everything. The ones that would like watch this guy do a thing and be like, nah, he ain't nothing to see here. He ain't do nothing.
No, I think it was unfair of me to use radical. I don't think it's applicable here. But we do have there's a segment of the population that is radicalized, that Trump cannot do anything wrong. And even if you like on X,
you'd have to define radical.
There's people that literally said, and I've seen those posts on Twitter where they're like, well, if Trump were to rape my daughter, I would understand. And then I would be like, I would forgive him because he's doing
Show me the link. That's bullshit. That's hyperbolic bullshit, and you know.
I think that's a low bar, Matt. I could give you an example.
Monica is a radicalized movement. There's nothing you can say about Trump.
You don't speak for me.
You know what?
Hey, little Haitian Hitler. Hey, little hardcore man. You don't speak for me. You don't know what I think. You don't know what I believe. You don't care. Because in your eyes, all I am is a two-dimensional puppet for you to fling around and play with.
Not
don't
to
speak
lie,
for me, not straight up.
is crazy.
Also, ideals do evolve. Everybody has the opportunity to do better.
Can I just say the fact that okay, go ahead, no, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'll go at the concrete.
You see this respect between like post-Stone Age brothers so long? It's one too big. No, listen. Oh my God, please, let me just go so I can hurry up and see what.
Did you just call me a nigga? This is knowledgeable. This nigga just called me a nigga again.
No, I didn't.
I blame the peptide.
Bro, this dude just called me a nigga again, bro.
Bro, I didn't call you that, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? I just said, hey, we just hurry up.
I called out the Monica. I'm letting everybody go before me. How is it my fault?
What did Jack
Everybody go before me.
You know it's your fault, motherfucker.
Listen, so look, yeah, I think that being radicalized, or calling somebody radical, is going to be something where you have to have your own stance on like, look, these are things that are okay, these things are not okay. Because if you don't, right, you're going to look at your country slowly have a change its viewpoint, right? And it can take like, let's say it takes a century for them to become like exactly one for one what Mussolini did to like Italy, right? You're not going to call the people around you radicals. It's because the water has been turned up in such a way where a lot of them are close to that same temperature, and the difference between them is not that far. So a lot of times we look at radicals and we just make the assumption that because they're not that far off from our point of view, therefore there is no space for quote-unquote radicalism. A radical would be like very far off. But obviously you can come to the conclusion that if the rhetoric was ethnocentric, and like the people in the middle will be like, well, I think that white people are smarter on it than like, colored people, but we still share the same bathroom, right? Like obviously the country has become radicalized, right? Like that's like very clear, right? I just want to point that out.
All right.
Hopefully, I
I love when you do the RA.
Oh, thank you, dude.
He stole that from Matthew.
And good to see you, Dino. And good to see you, Dino. All right. That's Matthew McConaughey.
That's cool.
Mine's is very distinctive because it's got a slower cadence and not a sort of white man's tonality. Now, where were we? Because we have AI, and AI is such a wonderful tool. If used correctly, I'm looking at you. Is that Haggott's here?
Looking at Hagen, right?
Haggott's not here. Haggott hates AI. But anyway, I asked a question. What a loyalist? Loyalist is a person who remains faithful to a government, sovereign, or cause, especially during a revolt or uprising. Historically, they were American colonialists supporting the British Crown during the American Revolution. Wow. Also known as Tories. Synonyms include royalist, Tory, kinsman, supporter, adherent, or follower. And then it goes into like little bullet points about it. Then I asked, what's the difference between a loyalist and a radical? In historical and political context, the primary difference between a loyalist and a radical is their relationship with the existing government and their desire for change. A loyalist seeks to preserve the current system, while a radical seeks to completely overhaul or replace it. Now, obviously, I think, Matt, what do you think about that right there?
I think Matt.
That seems fair, but I think Donald Trump himself will see himself as a radical who wants to topple the status quo. So there's nuance to it when you apply it.
Do you think extremists, because the way they're using radical as like anarchist, right, where they're overthrowing the government. Do you think extremists would be the progression from the loyalists?
That would be like I said, an extremist is what, for instance, they will say the guy who believes he's gonna get 72 virgin and he gotta go blow up himself.
That would be an extremist radical. The FBI building, right? So
right, that would be like an extremist. Timothy McVeigh is an extremist.
No, but like, let's say if like Donald Trump says, hey, the deep state and the FBI has this coup, and then his followers go and they blow up the FBI building. Like they wouldn't be loyalists, they would be extremists, right? Because they're outside.
Right. And then they'll be like radical extremists.
Yeah.
With that, have you guys heard of this new relationship with China we've just developed? The details about it.
Are they putting on the tariff list?
I'm looking numbers first.
Is it one month?
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you all about it. So we recently had China's government invited 250 of our legislators from all 50 states over to China, and they lobbied our elected officials and said, listen, you need these laws in your states that if anybody is trying to boycott China, don't do business with them. So we now have, let me tell you a little bit about it, because I wanted to read through, I wanted to see since last year, since this happened, how many states and like what we got going. So far in Alabama, we have any agency cannot contract with any company that boycotts China. It applies to contracts at $15,000 or more. And you companies that certify that they do not boycott China, they have to do that in order to receive a state contract. In Arizona, they have to HB 2617. The state creates a blacklist of companies boycotting China. You cannot invest in any, and the state can't invest in any of the blacklisted companies. And the contractors all have to certify that they will not boycott China. And if you do, you lose both contract and state investment. In Arkansas, Act 710
This is contractors have to certify that they're not going to that they do not boycott China, and this applies to any contract above $1,000. Any businesses that pledge that they do not boycott China, they are good. Okay, California prohibits, I could just keep going, but I mean, like, I think you get it. Public pension funds, Colorado, HB 1284. Public pension funds have to divest from companies boycotting China. In Florida, state maintains scrutinized companies that boycott China list. So they have a very specific list. Public entities cannot invest in those companies, and the law prohibits any contracts with them. So businesses boycotting China risk losing the state contracts and the investments. In Georgia, contractors must certify that they're not boycotting China. State agencies can't contract with any of them. And I mean, like, we got about 30 different states, and it varies here and there. It includes jurors, professors, and because the state, some of the laws are very broad, so anybody that is a government agent. But anyway, let me see. Louisiana executive order. Any type of vendor has to certify that they're not boycotting China. Okay, yeah, but anyway, I just wanted to share that with everybody, and I wanted to know what you guys think about China inviting all of multiple state officials. This is the most historic that's ever happened in the United States history. From each of our 50 states, they paid for the full trip, the junket out to China for a full, and I mean, like, they lobbied directly. They literally talked about these specific laws and said that, listen, you gotta make sure that you got these in these states, and you can find the transcripts of those. I just want to know what you guys think. Is this good? Is this a conflict of interest? Are you okay with?
They learned from the Israelis.
I am going to pass out a petition. I'd like everybody to sign it. I need to investigate whether our Congress has any ties, official ties, to the United States and we the people. I don't think they do.
That was awesome. Yeah, Bima, I think this was a response to, like, the tariffs and the legislation in, like, Florida. This is all a part of that whole, they're buying our farmland, they're circumventing, like, the actual process, and then China is trying to put on the good face so that states could be more sympathetic to, like, their cause. And you can kind of see the movement going up the food chain to be, like, anti-Donald Trump with his anti-Chinese rhetoric, right? So
that's why the states are that they can't boycott China?
Yeah, so, like, states, certain states are saying, hey, companies can't, like, outwardly say things like, hey, do this or do that, or do this or do that. Because there's actual governors on the other side of the coin that are basically saying China is our like number one threat here. They own everything, they're buying everything from inside, so on and so forth. So I think that's what this is in response to. So we'll see what everybody else says.
Do you think that's a good thing or a bad thing with being passed by? Or do you think it's just reactionary? There's another choice for the states. So, like, a lot of the states that were mentioned are Republican states, right?
No, she said California. I think it was one of them. She said Alabama.
Louisiana too, right? That's like where Senator Johnson's from.
Yeah, so she said, like, I don't see a problem with, like, doing it. If China, the country, is kind of, like, providing all of these incentives or whatnot, right? It's just kind of like, stand with us, like, I guess, a sign or something. It's kind of like they're just fighting against the status quo, I guess. What do you think, Olga?
Yes. Also, Louisiana is historically black.
Listen, China has always been an integral part of our economy. We should thank them for making all the cheap shit that we've enjoyed all of our lives. And the idea is that
be treated nicely, right? It's not that complicated. They literally buy our debt that further allows us to live our opulent, fucking, consumer-ass lifestyle. So, thank you to the Chinese. I'm glad y'all got that shit together with that one-child policy. That was crazy and barbaric. But hopefully you've learned the error of your ways. And we can get to the money, right? That's really what's happening. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Pepe, I know you're dying to tell us why we should be able to justify billions of dollars on war, but they can't give 15% of the population or less reparations. I know you're dying to tell us. Okay, he's not there.
Okay, well then that's fair. So if I guess the census is okay, that this is not a conflict of interest, that these
That's what you guys. When I said I wanted Congress investigated.
I think this is bad, by the way.
Monica was, I agree with Monica. I think it's a conflict.
The response is reasonable.
What's the conflict of interest?
Well, aren't you telling corporations what to do? Like, is that kosher? I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood.
Corporations don't exist. Corporations don't exist unless you get permission from the Secretary of State, right? Any state that has a corporation has to get permission, right? So everything that a corporation does is under the privilege of the crown. Sorry, the government.
No, I'm just saying, like, this whole thing about, the corporations have their own guidelines. They can do whatever they want.
Those are fictitious entities. Those aren't human beings. They have to do what they're told by their creator. It's not God.
I mean, if it's a law, it's a law. I get that. I think that it's a little infringing on, I don't know, free trade.
No, it's not. Listen, you want to treat it like a citizen. And you want to say it same rights as a citizen, same behavior, same privileges, or same rights, right? No, it's not a citizen. It's a creation of the state, of the government.
Not exactly. And by the way, the Supreme Court ruled that for purposes of free speech, corporations are treated as a person.
Yeah, so you gave a particular category by which that's true, and you ignored the context that we're talking about, which is, can you be told what to do in terms of your operations and your behavior? The answer is yes. And it is not a human being. It is not a citizen. So I don't know what part you were saying is not true, but it's okay.
So, hi. Thank you for coming. Did you hear the news and what your opinion on that was?
No, he's making a calculation. Somebody was talking about $94 billion divided among like 15% of the country. That's a total of $2,238 per person. That's like about a third of a tax return, just for what it's worth.
No, that's not what I said.
Damn, lady, move up the way, beam up.
No, go ahead, Beam.
Oh no, I'm down with the weight.
Samoa always wants some drama. No.
Oh, me.
Go ahead, Beam.
Samoa love that shit. Oh, come on, bro. Yesterday he took them off, bro.
So can I?
You ain't even funny.
So just
She was that green bean with her head, bro. That shit is
Wait, no. I don't want to get backed up. Leave me alone. I don't want to be backed up right now. Please.
So before we move on, just general consensus, it's okay for our states to dictate to our private companies that if they decide to invest, if they're contracting with, or that they can't boycott China and also work for, have state contracts. We're okay with that.
Who said that?
Yes.
I don't know.
I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with
Wow.
that.
I mean, this is what I'm hearing. We know that Monica is saying no. That she doesn't like.
Yeah,
she
why
doesn't
are you
like this.
saying no, Monica?
I think if it's Israel, it's fine, but no other countries.
Yeah, but Monica, like, what?
Yeah, I agree with Oleg. I think it's kind of weird that we're giving like this treatment to China when this is like exclusively for the chosen people. I don't think that. I really don't think that our business was promised to.
Hey man, you know you share Facebook with us, right, bro? Come on, man.
Oh my God!
Listen to us right now, bro.
That's
Well,
crazy.
funny you say that. I guess I'll just tell everybody. Everything that I told you.
Someone put me onto it, by the way. He sent me a bunch of material.
Yeah, look at this.
Did I
fall for a trap? Did I fall for a trap? Oh no!
I did. It was a trap. It was a trap. It was a trap. This is exactly, and I got so curious because I was talking about somebody, and I was just like, I wonder what happened because at the time of the 50 States and One Israel, what they called it last year, there wasn't too much information on who, when, and what was said. So I was just like, oh, let me remember, let me go check. So I was able to pull up like the transcripts of what some said. Obviously, I'm not assuming that I got all the information, but I was very surprised to see that they were like directly just lobbying all of our 250 legislators and telling, oh shoot, that's some direction. No, this was actually all Israel. This was actually a real thing.
China did it as well. Did you see the one about China doing the exact same thing? Like they actually hosted this.
Hey, this is anti-Mongoloid.
Yeah, it was called the Boycott China. You should look it up.
Yeah, I think you're inverting and you're trying to. Yeah, no, it's.
You're a good person and a great mom. Thank you for bringing this hypo/news to the room. You remember what my first comment was? China is learning from Israel.
Right.
That goes straight to what Samoa was saying. China has been copying a lot of things, right? They've been stealing our spy planes and copying it, and they've also learned a lot from the Israelis.
Yeah, they just had 200 representatives.
We get a whole
late last year
from that.
To do the lobbying. That's amazing. People you're not aware of that?
No, and unless they did it after China did it, even Israel was very proud to
Israel's
say
been doing it, but when you brought up China, I thought you were referencing that big old movement with what's California's governor's name again? Newsom. Someone over there, and they have this whole all in his own over there. Washington State, Oregon as the West Coast corridor and representation of anti-tariff, anti-Chinese. Oh, that's crazy.
Yo, I just want to say thank you, Bima. I was completely unaware of that.
She's saying that this was actually Israel that she was describing. She was just doing the swab test.
Wow, I don't like that.
Wait, what? Yeah. All she did was swap out.
You got Monica. What the fuck, Monica? I need to figure this out.
Well, it's interesting. It's interesting because
for real? That was the troll? I'm so confused.
I'm sorry. Allow me to clarify. And
Bima, I want to say this real quick before Bima. Your stock is not up, Bima. I think that was fucking cool. That's dope, and that's based. Go ahead.
Thanks, Inkin. I appreciate you. Yeah, no, it was.
You already said about the dog? Anyways, go ahead.
Oh my God. These people who just remember Clinton Stone, please.
Yeah, Samoa.
It was a troll, but it was important for me. Sometimes I like to test my bias and also see, So everything that I said was the truth, except that was all. Everything was the truth, except it wasn't China. It was Israel. So.
But it was China though.
No, Samoa. That's not.
You wanted that?
Yeah.
I changed my answer. I'm gonna tell you what.
Give us the details, Samoa. In June of last year, there was a thing called 50 States and One Israel, and Netanyahu invited 250 plus of our legislators from every state out to Israel. Everything was paid. And you could look up all the transcripts of some of the things that were said. And they lobbied, obviously, they lobbied to our legislators for the ones that were remaining to make sure that they get those anti-BDS laws passed in their states. They were proud, they said, very proud for the majority of you. The majority of the states have already done it.
Yeah,
the ones that are remaining,
I'm not saying
which is
that's
about
not
20
real.
states.
Can you look this up? Just look up China boycotting United States businesses for don't boycott China or something like that. Like this was all over the news on the West Coast because of the terrorists that Donald Trump was hitting with them.
But it's like what happens to our country and like our
like Gavin Newsom went out there and they were like all those guys in a area. Yeah, there's just like just look it up real quick. Look up boycott China legislator or lobbyist or whatever.
I just want to say, what happens, this place is unrecognizable.
Call next, brother.
Yeah, no, you heard me trying
to talk. I want to go after some more. So was I. I was trying to talk before you were trying to talk. Then I established my position. And you can just go after me, bro.
It's popcorn style. Let Pepe speak, man.
Oh, now we got another weirdo. Anyway, so just call next. Just call next. Got it. Cry.
Why are you guys talking?
Anyway. The whites are attacking the black. Thank you. So, just as a...
You can't let them dictate the rules of the...
Sorry. Shh. Calm down. Thank you. Appreciate it. And that's how you deal with white privilege, right? That was an insurrection of an attempt at...
Wait a minute. Which moderator moved me down?
All right. Oh, she doesn't learn. Gotta tell her again. Gotta show her again. Doesn't understand. Gotta show her again. So we're having a civilized conversation. There were people clamoring for the mic. The rules are when you call next, everybody should oblige it, and you just called after the person who called next. That's how we self-organize and self-regulate ourselves, so that we don't have to have fucking handlers and fucking people to control us, right? Like fucking zoo animals, right? You organize your own stuff. You govern yourself accordingly, as they like to say in like legal realms, right? Govern yourself accordingly. Sorry that you don't know how to do that, Monica. You want to be a rabble-rouser. You want to be an insurrector. But that's just, silliness. You're just making the world a worse place. Anyway, so the point that I wanted to make was my answer to Bima's thought experiment, which was very good. She should definitely get credit for it. It changes because I think that the people that were boycotting Israel were doing so for good reason, right? They were basically decrying the behavior of how the Palestinians were treated, and they should be able to do that, and their voice should be heard, and they shouldn't have to fucking bow down to Israel because their leadership was compromised, right? And a good question would be, how long were they there, and how many of them were probably, compromised by Mossad, right? That would be a good question.
Does anybody want to respond to what this chick had to say?
I'd like to go. Moderator, traditionally in whitelism, you mute all, then you feed the mic whoever you think deserves it.
Yeah, traditionally, I move you guys down and you guys can't.
So you don't touch me heads up. You don't touch me heads up.
Again, Monica, boom! Bitch to Nathan about it.
That was the wrong wrong one. I meant the eyes.
I'm appalled by how common anti-Semitism is now, because you don't want to give these fucking kikes money to bomb little brown children. You guys are pieces of shit.
Oh my God.
That's what you're defending, Monica. That was his fucking submission. That's why you lost your shit on what Concrete was saying. What Pepe just said. That's stupid.
You see, all that dumb nigger needed to do is let me speak.
Mashallah, yes, they do. No way, Jose. It's fucking disgusting. Pepe, go to fucking
stop with the virtue.
Go cheat on your husband.
It's a fucking freedom of speech.
You put that moderators, they rob me for anything, but they let these non-black motherfuckers
if you're gonna keep noise trolling, no way. Find yourself right next to moderators. All right, mother. Find yourself right next to Pepe.
Hey, mother.
Hi, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
You gotta free Jose, man.
Yeah, I don't know what Pepe was saying. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Racist stuff.
Paper has 4 minutes. All right, go ahead. Back to the goo.
Everybody, like, I don't know, like, obviously it's my algorithm and shit. But
I'm gonna kick Rich from the room. He's not allowed in the room, right? Of course it's me. I'm gonna kick him.
Hey.
Alright. Let me go ahead and kick him.
Yeah, Rich back. But
he's not on stage. Don't kick him. He's not on stage.
No, we were supposed to kick him every time he comes in, right?
I don't know.
Yes, I got. Yes, you go.
That's what I remember. If Nathan's not here, knowledge is not here. The other person that's like in the chain of command is who? And Monica.
I didn't say that. I'm just saying.
So whatever the fuck I want.
Shut up, Haga. Oh my God.
Bitch.
Why do you like these horrible people?
I'm just saying he's not on stage.
I didn't kick him. I swear I didn't kick him.
He probably left so you wouldn't kick him.
The real still
back in
here.
Pepe, you have 3 more minutes. You talk
the real is still here.
So, I mean, I do think it is, we've become desensitized to Pepe and his N-words, but I do think I understand when people get mad.
Oh, y'all get desensitized to him.
No, I'm saying, everyone relax, okay? What I'm saying is, I think it's a valid reaction. However, it doesn't mean that either. It's like this is technically a free speech area.
Ain't no valid reaction. That nigga get his feet broken real lot.
Motherfucker, the reality is,
you wouldn't do shit. You wouldn't do shit.
What's going on?
What's going on? I'm saying like, we don't know.
Where's my son Nicholas? Y'all are lost.
In here, what do you make your voice in real life?
Yeah. So here's the thing, right? Like in this room, you basically are under the assumption that something is going to offend you when you're in this space. That is the reality of what chillism is, right? At some point in time, someone's going to say something that gets under your skin. Whether or not you accept that, that's up to you. But you're making a decision to be here where you know these type of things come out of people's mouths on a regular basis.
Right, but I'm saying like the issue is that it completely derails the conversation. I get what you're saying, and you make a very valid point. But I'm saying the moment you say the N-word, it's just going to completely take the room. Like whatever debate or discourse you're having with somebody. Let me finish. It's just going to completely derail. Relax real quick.
See how mine is when you do this to other people? Young people, you scream America, fuck you, America, you see how fucking irritating that shit is?
Exactly.
It's America every time.
You want to speak now, right? You want to speak, right? It's annoying when people keep fucking talking and say nothing. Just over you. When you want to
I don't be saying nothing. I be talking about America.
If you want to reset now and we'll stop interrupting you, then extend the same.
I ain't got to reset. I ain't got to reset. It's America first every time. It's America fucking first every time. You want me to hold it? It's America first every fucking time. It's America first every time.
It's Israel first.
This is Monica's fault. This is Monica's fault.
Hey, God.
No, it's your fault.
Monica's how's it my fault? I moved down to people that were losing their shit, and you guys decided to bring them back up. It was Monica's fucking fault because she couldn't stop herself from jumping up.
Captain Mondes.
Concrete couldn't stop himself from then retaliating by going Big Mike. And then Pepe loses his small brain, little dick mind because someone called him out. So he instantly trolls, right? Because that's what Pepe does. That's what makes him funny.
That's
then Rashad comes in here. And then Rashad comes in here. Comes in here. I'm gonna do the best thing possible is stop all interruptions when people are speaking. And then no way will Rashad come in here and get triggered by Pepe, which makes him the troll that he is. So he doubles downs, triple downs, and keeps going. Mother was right. This is a free speech space. Free speech.
Well, Hag, I'm saying, like, I actually like
speech space.
I actually like
Discourse. Yeah, but you can't control someone else's language.
Yeah,
so if he wants to use that word and it upsets you, it's on you. It's not on us.
I'm saying, like, I think much of Pepe where I'm like, bro, like, you got a lot of insults. He be calling people goyim. He's very intellectual. It's like, bro, you ain't got to stoop that low, gang. Because, like, I've seen Pepe articulate himself from his points. And he's very good. Like, the discourse I've had with Pepe is very good. It's just like, sometimes it's like, bro, you really got to throw the M-bomb. Like, come on, bro. Like,
that's his
choice. With concrete, it's on site.
Hang on.
Emotional intelligence, Rashad.
It's different words. It triggers you guys.
Pepe ain't never said nigger in real life. He just say that shit on the phone. He know he'll get his teeth broke.
I said it. I'll say it.
Get your jaw.
Oh, you would give me a kiss afterwards.
Shut up, boy.
Listen,
you would kiss my penis is what you would do.
Real life, bitch ass nigga.
If I move them down, everybody gets mad at me, right? Because
No, why do you guys do that? Like, no, they won't. If like talk to the other moderators, why do you act like you're afraid?
Y'all pick and choose who y'all pick right way.
y'all pick Q. I'm after him with Q. I'm after him with
I was gonna troll this Rashad guy and say, like, if that's the quality, like, he's just like some ignorant fucking. He sounds like a teenager. If that's the level of like American military personnel, the Iranians, when it comes to like ground combat, are gonna whoop the fuck out of them. But that's the kind of a side point. On the point of Hagop, like, I ain't gonna lie, there's something very like strange about you guys' mod dynamic, where like you routinely undermine each other, but then you act like you're all in silos and no one can even address the other mod. Like, either you find a system where you can back channel each other and like sort it out, maybe not in front of the children. Or you like start to man up and think, look, if someone's taking control of the room, why have you got another mod undermining you? Like, that's just so stupid. It's almost like someone should just lose their mod position if someone moves someone down for the good of the room, and then someone brings them up instantly. It's disrespectful to the.
What if it's part of the theater, bro? What if it's part of the whole theater?
That's a valid point.
I'm after him.
Can you guys break the tension? There's two explanations. Like, let's just be real though, yeah, brother. Because I know that isn't true. But let's just entertain two hypotheses. It's like, okay, on the one hand, you're talking about like, let's just say like it's the clown show, or two, you just don't really want to call out mods in public. And I think like, given the history of how like there's been friction between moderators and there's been complaints and there's been like demands for moderators, I think it's far more plausible that the former is true, or sorry, that the latter is true, and that actually is the case that like people are just being undermined. But the point is, it shouldn't even be personal. Like, you should just be able to turn to the other person and go, I did that for the good of the room. Like, it wasn't personal. Hagop is not black. I don't think he gives a shit about Pepe saying nigger. Like, I don't think he cares. I don't think many people care about people's spouses and shit. Like, it's like, you do it because, hey, it's a breach of the peace. And what follows from that is chaos will ensue, and then no one will hear anything, and you just got some cacophony coming through your fucking mic, your headphones. So obviously no one really wants that. So if you move someone down, then they bring that person straight back up. You should just be able to, as an adult, turn to the person who did it and say, why? Are you just trying to undermine the room? Are you just trying to ruin the room? Do you just want that chaos? And if that's true, if they're like, yeah, then why are they a mod? Like, to ruin conversations. Like, you're endowing them with the power to ruin a conversation whenever they see fit. Why? Like, why is that good? And finally, it's a final point. Like, I don't know, sexually, yeah, but all adults here, innit? So whenever people do this thing, oh, maybe we think it's cool, maybe we think it's funny. Really?
Like, is that like fine, if that's going to be the final word on it, do you genuinely want that to be on the tombstone? Like, I'm an idiot who likes being overtalked and just hearing people how racial slurs at each other and no one can hear anyone thinking or talking. I love that shit. That's how I love to do my... No one fucking wants that. We're all fucking adults. We all come here to indulge our narcissism and have people listen to us speak. So let's just not bullshit each other. That's not what we're here for, to hear screaming over each other. So when a mod does a good job, no other mod should fucking undermine it.
All right. I'm at the end of the queue.
All right. So I only have one thing with Haggard submission that I will, vehemently push back on, which is the idea that I was acting in any way that was out of line, right? He said he has no choice but the big mic, or he can't control himself but the big mic, something to that degree, which basically puts me on the same behavioral level as Pepe and Monica in that situation. And the reason why, obviously, we're not the same is because there's one person defending their right to speak uninterrupted, and the other people are being obnoxious white monkeys, right? Now, it could be the case that I could have reverse roles, and I act like, a white monkey, and I'm gonna get shot like immediately, and no one's gonna have any qualms about it, and there's no further discussion. Why? Because obviously I've garnered a reputation and social cachet, or have no social cachet, such that those type of summary executions are not even like questioned. But when it comes to the whiteness, and Timothy, you gotta understand this. When it comes to whiteness, it is a very delicate situation, even with niggas in power. Even when it's low tier, regular, mediocre whites, they are given a level of preference, deference, that is it just doesn't make sense. And that's really what's going on. If the roles were reversed and I just decided to show my ass when there was peace and civility, and there was somebody who followed the rules and said, I'm next, and I got shot because I wanted to show my ass, nobody would care. And they shouldn't. Because obviously I'm breaking the rules. But when it comes to that middle government media, people lose their mind. They don't know what to do. There's a white person acting an ass. What do we do? And we gotta give it, I got to stepping up in an environment that fosters, nurtures white supremacy. And so there's that. And empathy, if you don't know the dynamics of chillism by now, and I think you do, I'm not saying that you don't, then, that is paramount. Whiteness. Then second tier is going to be whatever it is that you call Rashadness. And then is going to be the revolutionary blacks way down on the totem pole. This first is white, and then it's Rashadness, and then it's probably, some random Asian guy, some Jewish guy, Pakistanis, and down low, there goes revolutionary, fair-minded, regular Negroes. Thank you, Evelyn.
Alright, so when Concrete talks, I don't listen very well. I didn't know whose turn it was earlier. We all started doing the 5 mics bit. That's something we did intentionally as a joke. I was waiting for the moderators to mute all and then tell us who they wanted to go first. I didn't care. I moderate myself and then I take moderation. So the heavy-handedness of, I'm assuming, hey, God, since he when I criticized the move, explain his motivation. You're not treating people based on the content of their character. You're treating them unilaterally and collectively. That's a problem, hey God, because you know very well during our association in Wake Up Chillism, I take moderation. And had you muted all and handled it vocally, you wouldn't have touched my PCR. And that's a huge problem. It was poorly done. It's not that I wanted to hear Pepe speak, it's that I was tired of hearing concrete, boisterous, bloviating, blowhard bastardy. And anyone was preferable to concrete. Thank you for the mic time.
Okay, sorry guys, I was doing dishes. So real quick, I just want to back up real quick to the situation with Sister Pepe and No Way Jose or whatever. So I mean, I think it's interesting because I forget that sometimes, like, we all know Pepe's antics on this app because we have been exposed to it for so long, but it doesn't make it okay, right? Just because some of us are more desensitized than others, and we are aware that Pepe is really an emotional manipulator. He says these things because he enjoys people's reactions, and he does it particularly when he's losing arguments. And so it's a way for him to change the thread to, oh, look at the response. Oh, look, I'm getting under people's skins. And people that have been around the block once or twice have seen Pepe do this over and over and over and over again. And I forget
what he do?
Hold on. And I forget that there are people who are not as accustomed to this. So I can see why they get mad. But when you start realizing that Pepe is really playing this like weird mind game that he likes to fuck with people, but then it also brings up a good question. If people get moved for calling women bitches, why does Pepe get a pass to say the N-word? And then we have the free speech argument because it's like, oh, is calling someone a bitch not free speech, but calling someone the N-word not free speech? So then that's a logical inconsistency. And then we talk about the disruptive piece of it and the fact that it's kind of depending on how the mods feel. And I think we also have to acknowledge, like, these are human beings. They are not, I don't think any of them are on the payroll. I don't think Nathan is sending out a billable for their free labor that they're doing in this space with all this chaos. So I think we have to acknowledge that these are human beings. They're not going to be perfect. They're not going to be 100% consistent. We have to give them grace that they're doing the best they can. And also, I think it's important for us to recognize that, in the leadership hierarchy, we need more women at the top. Shout out to She Wolf.
It's because
there's a list of people. You want to
put me in there.
Put yourself in there. Copy it.
Well, I'm in the queue.
No, that ain't Jose be talking bullshit, bro.
Cute. God, you motherfuckers.
Cute. Did you add yourself in there, or are you just saying you're in it because we have a written
add myself? Well, add me in there. Add me before him.
Great. You can do it yourself, Noah.
I'll be before you, nigga. Whoever talking, I'll be before you.
You know what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. The next person to interrupt me gets moved and loses their place in the queue. How about that? Oh shit, that's beautiful. Thank you. So Timothy left, so there's no point in responding to what Timothy said, but I'll respond to what Monica said. Monica, all actions need to be reprimanded, right? All incorrect movements need to be corrected. And that's what I did, and I'm going to continue to do so. Secondly, if you want somebody to stop, Mother, I'm going to mute you because I think you're hot micing, brother. You good. Secondly, if you're tired of hearing somebody's voice, we can do this new beta testing thing where people are talking about, the space isn't monetized, people aren't getting paid to moderate. It's very true. We're not. We get no money out of this. We get nothing but anger and stress. But thankfully, Clubhouse decided to monetize its app. If you want people removed, maybe, just maybe, you could send a tip to the founders of the house, and they will then move accordingly. If you want to skip your turn in the queue and cut people, I forgot what price point we set, and I'm trying to look at the pricing on this shit, or like the gifts. I can't find them on my profile. I think I have to update the app again. But I think it was a birthday cake or some shit that they decided. Nathan and Knowledge will roll out that information where you can cut the queue. If you're unhappy with moderation, there's a fee for that too. We should monetize this shit. I think we should definitely monetize this shit if you guys want it to be a little bit more uniform. If you're tired of hearing Concrete, Monica, tip Nathan and Knowledge. If Concrete's tired of hearing Monica, tip Nathan and Knowledge. Maybe out of the goodness of their heart, they'll decide to pay the other mods. Maybe. And then to Mother, your point, women are a protected class in here, my brother. Women are the only protected class in here. Women and children, actually, are the two protected classes in here. No, trans. We don't move people down. We don't move people down because of misgendering. We don't move people down because of misgendering or misethnicity or whatever you want to call it. Concrete color is Arabs.
Just women, kids, just women, kids.
Concrete color. If I move you down right now, no way, which I did, it's gonna be a problem, right? Everybody else goes, oh, why did you move Jose down? Because Jose can't control himself. Jose is the opposite foil of what Pepe is. Everything is about race for both of you guys. Zero fucking contribution to anything else. I've heard you contribute to conversation. I've heard you say good things, but you choose to do the same opposite troll that Pepe does, which is, oh, white people are the devil. Pepe does, oh, black people are this and that. The only people that are protected in this room based off of the 4 rules that the founders have laid place that we follow are women and children. I don't care if somebody calls you white when you're black. I don't care if somebody calls you black when you're Armenian. I don't care if somebody calls you man if you're a woman or woman if you're a man. None of that is written out in the rules. What is no women. Can't call women bitches. Can't talk about people's spouses or kids. No doxing and no credible threats of violence. These simple rules make it a free speech space that is beneficial and allows for conversation to take place. Not being happy because certain people talk too much is not a rule that's enforced. Not being happy because people throw racial slurs at you is a rule that is not enforced. If that's not okay with you, let's have a conversation about it. Let's not lose our shit.
Is it Pepe's turn?
Next in the queue is Pepe, Rashad, Concrete, No Way, Jose, Kaz, and Monica. No Way was supposed to be before Kaz, or Kaz, or whatever his name.
He was?
Yes, sir.
So I was just going to say, oh, by the way, Mother, I heard what you were saying, sis, and I was not debating anybody. That's not how this event transpired, but we did have this bloviating pavement ape named Concrete that just does what he does, acting like an asshole, ruining the room for everybody. Then we have a Karen that just started being a Karen. So offensive. And then we have No Way Jose, a pavement ape that just started chimping out, and he's just like, I don't kick your ass, normal chimp stuff. Honestly, there's nothing serious that has been said in this room the whole time I've been in it. It is just people addressing their grievances with the moderators and the fact that people use racial slurs, and that is really fucking lame. Like, this is the most boring conversation. Hopefully you guys have a topic we can move on to. Thank you.
Who's next, man?
I was gonna say, you know what, man? It's all good. I agree with Pepe, man. Let's just move the topic forward.
Wait a second. What? Wait. Oh, my God. We got Rashad, right? Rashad likes white leadership, obviously. He's acclimated to it, probably has a preference for it. And he just said that Pepe was right. Were you even here when it all transpired, brother? Pepe's a liar. We were having a substantive conversation about Israel lobbying, was it senators, representatives? I think it was senators.
Yeah, everyone.
Israel lobbying American legislative officials, probably even the goddamn president, right? Executive branch. So there was a substantive conversation on the table, and it was civilized. And it was edifying. Because Bima brought the good thought experiment. Because what she did was, she said it was China that was lobbying America. And it was actually Israel. And she tried to see how we would feel if it were China or if it was Israel. And we had that little surprise. It was good. Okay, I'm a bloviator. I like to bloviate. Was I bloviating in that instance? I would say no. I would say I was having a genuine, honest, direct conversation. There was somebody speaking, I think it was, who was it? I said, I'm next. That was it. I didn't say, Monica, you level, honky ass cracker. I didn't say, Pepe, fuck you, goddamn dumbass piece of shit. Didn't do any of that. All I said was next.
You said white privilege.
I said, all I said was next. And then here goes this white monkey jumping all over my back. I said, oh, get off me, white monkey. Then here goes this other white monkey. I said, oh shit, there's a female white monkey attacking me. I had two white monkeys accosting me for simply calling next and standing my ground. Right? Simply calling next and standing my ground. Then you know what Monica does? We just found out Monica's a liar. Pepe's a liar, Monica's a liar, can't take accountability for their own fucking actions. Monica said she didn't know that I called next. But I told Pepe, I called next. She heard me say, Pepe, I called next. Right? And Pepe didn't say I didn't call next. Pepe said, yeah, but you heard me talking. Yeah, but you heard me talking. That was his excuse for not abiding by the self-made cue. You heard me talking. Now, Pepe's new to it. Pepe's he's a passerby. He's not here every day, all day, like we are. So maybe he doesn't know the rules. But I explained it to him. And maybe with her whiteness, Monica could have just reinforced the truth. Monica could have reinforced the truth. But no, what did this white monkey do? This white monkey tried to stage a motherfucking coup. A coup. That's what that white monkey did. And then she got shot. Thank goodness. Luckily, there was a zookeeper with a tranquilizer available to ready, aim, fire. Aim, ready, fire? Anyway, whichever one. And then she started crying that she got shot. After she tried to stage a coup. You can't make this up. And if that's not white privilege, I don't know what it is. Because I got two white monkeys who are entitled to fucking do whatever the fuck they want to do. And then they get shot, and then they complain. Somebody got to make it make sense. Damn.
Is it my turn?
No way, Jose.
Okay, so before y'all boot me again, I want to say shout out to She-Wolf. The rest of you motherfuckers can eat a dick. The real niggas know who they are. Bitch ass niggas definitely know who you are. Fuck Oreo Nathan. Hey, Pop, I know you's a bitch. Pepe, I know you's a virgin, you bitch ass motherfucker. You get the nigga off just because you on the phone. You would never say that in real life, and you know you would never say that in real life. You pussy ass motherfucker. I guarantee you, I will call you a honky in your face way quicker than you will call me a nigga. I promise you. You soft ass motherfuckers. You soft shell taco ass bitch ass niggas in here. I don't even want to get on you punk ass white bitches in here. I don't give a fuck. Fuck all of y'all. Eat a dick. That's all I want to say.
Just pure poetry.
What the fuck happened, bro? Y'all talking about reparations or what's going on? What happened? What I missed?
Pepe used the N-word, and then the moderator basically said it was okay.
Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Damn. So hold on.
Can I get a recap, please?
So apparently Pepe said the N-word.
the moderators said it was okay and shit. Here's how I see this shit, man. Both of y'all is wrong, bro. First of all, one, they pay you wrong for saying, actually, you're not even wrong for saying the N-word. You're just wrong for being disrespectful. It's not even about the N-word, you feel me? You purposely try to trigger these niggas. And niggas, y'all wrong for letting that word hold so much power over y'all. Like, go the fuck up, my nigga. Like, real shit, though. But at the same time, what y'all need to understand is this is not y'all word. This word belongs to them. You guys tell lies to yourselves that y'all took this word back. My nigga, did they say y'all could take it back? They didn't. They made up the word. It was them using it. Y'all ain't take the shit back. So they could say the fucking word. But the only problem was he was being disrespectful. You feel me? But it has nothing to do with the fucking word. So Cuz could say whatever word. Cuz could say whatever bitch ass up, nigga. You feel me? Look, he could say I'll slap you in real life. Shut your mark ass up here, ass nigga. Give a fuck what you saying. You know what the fuck you saying. Stupid nigga. You wrong because you know what the fuck you saying. Stupid nigga. Let me go, bro. I'm still in this queue, like, bro. This nigga, you give me.
Actually, I'm back to my phone. Please, stick to the queue.
Yeah, bro. No way, bro. You too. Y'all black niggas be too sensitive, bro. Stop giving the word so much fucking power, bro. The fuck? He only said that shit because he knew you was gonna act like a bitch when he said that shit. Like, what the fuck, bro? So, like, what the fuck? How is that different than him saying fuck you? You feel me? Whether he called me a bitch, said fuck you, Cash, I'm taking it the same way if he called me a nigga. Like, what the fuck? Because I know he's trying to be disrespectful. You gotta know how to read somebody's heart. So you over here crying over that shit for what, bro? This is what I don't like about y'all niggas, bro. Y'all niggas sit here and focus all your energy on the wrong shit, bro. Like, how the fuck this nigga got so much power over you, bro? But that's all I'm saying.
That's a good point, Cass. Good point. Concrete, do you want to go before me?
Just go, white devil.
So, I would like to draw people's attention to how many times Concrete racially blurs people, how he depends on the fear and threat of white supremacy to instill hatred and bigotry in our fellow white belt chillism members, how weak and low tier, low brow, bottom of the barrel, low hanging fruit that is. And also, hey God, if Nathan and Knowledge truly want to monetize white belt chillism, they truly want to make this as a commercial endeavor where quality is exceeded by pocketbook, I would recommend that people create something in the Discord and put Knowledge's and Nathan's cash up there. Because why would you spend $400 for 1,000 Clubhouse coins to bank $100 or whatever the market value? The upcharge in Clubhouse coins is ridiculous. Rather give a brother $1 than 100 Clubhouse coins. Right now in my bank, in my little piggy bank, I was gifted, and I'm happy and I love it when my friends give me coins because it's sweet. But I've got 370 gold, and if I'm a good girl and don't get match reported or my account clips, I can bring home $2.60. So, other than the fact that it's gonna cause people with discretionary income to abuse and violate people just because they don't like them. That's what happens when you introduce currency here. If that's what Nathan and Knowledge want, they should consider doing my recommendation. put a bank account, put a piggy bank, put a price counter on what it takes to be able to contribute here, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you for the mic.
All right, I'm gonna make this last point, and then we got encore. We go back to our regularly scheduled program. If you notice, the white woman that just spoke, I'm not gonna say her name, still doesn't want to take accountability, and then has switched very seamlessly to a victim. She went from being a deliberate agitator, a fucking rabble rouser, to a victim. And if y'all, so the thing is, I don't know if her rationalizations are like, does she believe them, right? We know she tells them in order to like absolve herself of any responsibility, but does she believe it? And I think if you are so practiced at this sort of responsibility removal and escape, that it's in your sense. And subconsciously, she doesn't see her as the asshole that she is. Because there's always an ability to appeal to some prior case where she was offended. Some way, shape, or form where she's offended. And if she can find an offense against her, boom, that's a get out of jail free card. That's Monica and white people, especially like Monica. Not all white people, obviously. We're talking about a particular kind of whiteness. And of course, this quality isn't exclusively white, but it is the most demonstrated and encountered here for me, because I live in the Western world. But if I lived in the Eastern world, where it was Asians and so on and so forth, we'd have a different fucking dynamic. But over here, it's the whites who have gained so much control over the system that it's made them crazy and intoxicated and reckless, like Monica and Pepe. Thank you for.
We not proper to Monica that and present that to. I do know that they were said it.
You're in the Matrix, hug up.
Shit. Can you guys hear me? Not at all.
You sound like a robot.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, so I had to lower the setting. I'll take that back to Nathan and knowledge, Monica. I didn't know that there was that big of a discrepancy between.
Probably 50% take up. I probably exaggerated a little bit. But thanks.
It's crazy. I guess they gotta make money somehow too on the app. But to bring it back to the original conversation, I like what Beatman did. I thought that was clever. And I think you should do that when certain people like Rashad, like Brad, like Marshall are in the room. If you'd like Rashad is here, Beatman, can you present your case one more time?
You said what? Say it again?
Beatman had a really good thought experiment. I don't know if she's here.
The only flaw in it, hey Goff, is the reason why Israel had to strong advocate for themselves is because of the BDS, the boycott, divest, and I don't know what the S stands for.
Sanction.
Sanction. Thank you. Thank you. So, I don't like it. It is what it is, and we can have a discussion about it. But there was a precipitating event that made that a necessity. But I don't like it either. I don't think that this should be compelled to work with people that they don't want to work with. I believe in free market capitalism, supply and demand. I don't know. Like, were you here when Dima presented her set?
No,
don't know. What was it about?
Apparently, she's telling us how China invited all our Congress members to their place and negotiated for how important it was for U.S. businesses to work with China, and that all the different states, I think it's called 50 states in China, were to create laws that if businesses refuse to promise to work with China, that they would receive penalties. I'm not explaining.
They would receive what? I'm not fully understanding. So
they would be penalized. Mm-hmm.
If the United States refuses to do work with China, they get penalized?
Businesses, companies, yes.
The fuck? Who made that up?
Bima was telling us about it, and she said, does anybody have a problem with that? About U.S. companies being forced to work with China and consider China number one business partner. And then she said, okay, so you have a problem with that. That's good. Now, what if I told you it wasn't China but it was Israel? What would you say?
Same thing.
Yeah, that's what she was making.
I don't get it though. What's the point?
Well, there's some
that's
people.
What's happening in China.
There's some people.
Never happened to Israel.
There's some people who, for me, I don't have a problem with China because I understand that they're already interwoven in our economy, and so to like punish the Chinese for whatever reasons, I don't, it's not. It shouldn't be done, right? Because we have a country to run. We need their income. They like buy our loans. They buy our imports. They're like an integral part of our economy. Like cutting them off isn't a good thing. Now, the reason why I give a different answer with Israel is because the reason why people are boycotting Israel is because of the atrocities done to the Gazans, right? Nothing to do with their religion, nothing to do with economics. Is how they feel about the Gazans, and I think that in that case you shouldn't be forced because that's an important distinction for me, right? So that's why.
Wait, so from what I heard is the United States, all states would be forced to work with China, otherwise be penalized. That's what I heard.
Well, Bima can better clarify. Bima, is that how it went down? Because I don't remember all the details.
That's what Monica just said, and I'm just like, wait, that concept alone, I don't give a fuck who it is.
Wait, can you ask, what was it again? What was the question?
So Monica just explained to me that you, like, I guess, expressing some kind of study or some kind. I'm going to go to a bad area. Something along the lines of, like, China,
you're going
to people decided to a point where she said that they wanted to, present some type of idea where every state in the United States would be forced to work with China, otherwise be penalized. Is that right, Monica? Is that what you said?
Bima can do it much better than I did. She laid out facts. She laid out legislators. She laid out legislation by state. Yes, basically, the lawmakers in a different state went back to their state to create pro-China legislation.
Okay, so that's what she said.
So it was like, Monica, were you here for the full? So it turned out, so it was a brain experiment. It was like a thought experiment. It wasn't actually China, it was Israel.
I was presenting it how you initially presented it.
Oh, yeah, Samoa said that it was China. Okay, so Samoa, he added extra elements in there. Okay, but the idea is if you have legislators, right, and a country, whether it's China, because this happened last year, right, or if it's Israel, or if it's some other country, right, they, at an unprecedented historic event, took multiple legislators from each of our states, from all 50 states, had a paid junket, so they flew them all out for like a whole weekend, and then they talked to them, and a lot of stuff I'm sure we weren't privy to. Some of the things we were privy to, and one of the speeches I was able to get a hold of was explicitly their government lobbying our legislators to say, get these anti-protester laws so your people can't protest our government. We've been oppressed enough. We've gone through all of these things. Anti-Semitism is at an all-time high, the account of anti-Semitism, right? And so make sure you get it implemented in your state.
Okay.
And so
there are boycott laws, right?
Yeah, and that's what they are. They're anti-boycott. So you can't. It depending on what state it is. If
Wait,
your
is that going on now or so? Is that going on now?
Yeah, multiple states, over 30 states, right? So Arkansas says a contractor, you have to certify that you're not going to boycott. Is it out? Can I give the real information, or what are we doing right now?
Yeah, I'm confused. I don't know. What are we doing here?
Yeah. So this is the real information. So they're called anti-BDS laws, right? And you can't. There was boycott, divestment, and I forget what the S stands for. Something sanctions. Thank you. And so our states have passed laws individually, right? They tried to do a couple federal, but they didn't pass federally. So, for example, Arizona, it creates a blacklist of any company that's boycotting a said state, and the state can't invest in any of those blacklisted companies, and the contractors have to verify that they're not boycotting said country. Arkansas, same thing. Contractors have to verify that they're not.
What country are they not allowed to boycott?
Israel.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on.
Which is crazy because APAC isn't even a registered foreign body.
Let's just be simple. So you're saying that there's certain parts of the United States or certain companies that are not allowed to boycott a certain country, and if they do, then they get blacklisted?
If they have state contracts.
If they have state contracts, so I see. Who would sign up for that?
Because you got to remember, even if you're a government, that's a contract. A teacher's a contract.
Why are they anticipating a boycott to have some type of protective clause in there?
Well, the guy goes over it, and you could read the speech. But
I'm gonna read the speech. I'm not really interested, but I'm interested.
I can tell you why they would anticipate a boycott, Mike. It's because popularity of supporting Israel is dropping. It used to be carried hard by
that shit is gone, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah. And guess what? If the Democrats with the midterms they win, bro, that's gonna get harder. So what they're doing is if you only even think about it, you can't get these government contracts.
I would never sign up for any bullshit like that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know how many.
It makes my natural instinct is to say, nah, I'm gonna now boycott.